what time it is. I believe it is showtime. And here we go. A brand new day. All right, 10 o'clock a.m. The official announcement came across the MC says, doors are open. Guests are now entering. Welcome aboard. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Normally live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, but we welcome our friends. Facebook, Rumble, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from Louisville. How about that? Here we are, get ready to kick off day number 2, the Mid-America Truck Show, the 52nd edition. A lot of action coming your way today. Of course, the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship, which has moved. Surprise, surprise. All those pretty polished trucks are now pretty much out in front of Freedom Hall, where a lot of folks used to park. There's no parking there. They've moved from outside the back of the West Wing to in front of the West Wing. So when you're coming in, if you come in the main entrance, you're going to have to make that right-hand turn, kind of make that loop around the big venue and find a place to park. We are in the North Wing, booth number 12036, Hot Shot Secret, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And we're ready to go. FMCSA is going to be holding a session here. They're probably getting that underway as we speak. Talking about some of the key policies, regulations, updates, rulemakings, and information on ELDT grants, drivers getting CDLs. I think we're underway correctly, right?
Yes. Just need to make sure we're recording.
Everything's streaming. I did hit stream. We're good to go.
Hit record.
On where? We're getting it together here. What do I need? Record. Okay. So what's that record? Like the Facebook? The whole show. Okay. So we'll get it started right there. All right. Am I red in the face? I'm like, what the heck did I do? Did I miss something? Hey, I'm going to turn the camera around here because we're looking at Steve Summers. Hey, looky there. Live and in person. It's another year, and that means here we are. Brian Mathis, welcome. How the heck are you? Let me turn your microphone on. There you go.
I'm doing great.
There it is. All right, things are working. Yeah, you're first out of the box. You always got to get your little technical glitches out of the way.
No problem.
Yeah, so, we're in the North Wing. You're back once again at the Mid-America Truck Show for another year. Probably, I'm assuming, the West Wing.
West Wing. We just kind of stay in the same place.
You've been there for a number of years. How many years you been coming up here, Brian?
17 years.
17, okay.
That's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't look a day older.
Well, you're a good liar.
How much older? I mean, when you first started coming, you met me, I think I had brown hair.
It wasn't the same color as this now.
All right, there you go. So we're going to welcome you in. Our first guest here, of course, folks hear about you. The Big Rig mattress is kind of where you started with the trucking mattresses, and you've kind of expanded into the home mattresses. You're going to give us a full update. What's going on there?
Well, we do have the home mattress, currentmattress.com. But we still probably are the most specialized in the truck mattress. We still, I mean, at my heart, that's where I got started, right? Is I had a little trucking company and I couldn't find a mattress, and we still probably do that better than anybody else. So it's more of a thought through from a trucker's perspective, somebody was asking me today. He's like, "Well, what about your warranty?" And I'm like, I hadn't thought about that in a long time because I have. If you count our comfort guarantee, and our warranty. In 17 years, I can count on my fingers and toes the numbers of mattresses we've got back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a lot of mattresses, a lot of years. It is kind of like a Maserati in a Yugo market. Somebody buys one, they like it. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of options out there, right? There's there's so much different things to choose from, and we always kind of break it down. So You drove truck for a period of time, and you always mentioned the fact that truck drivers spend a lot of time in that sleeper or on that mattress, and you got to get a good night's sleep or a day's sleep for my listeners.
Well, a guy was asking me today, how does your mattress do on teams? And that's what really got my attention, because when we first started, we still had our engineering company, and we were running freight out to look at used machinery, because remember the economy had crashed and we were trying to figure out a way to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd get another guy who's a driver, and we would team out on a load to California to look at a piece of machinery. If it looked good, we'd buy it, we'd bring it back. And I remember riding across Mississippi in the back of a cab over with a foam mattress, and I felt like a pinball inside a pinball machine. And he was asking me, how do your mattresses do for teams and all that? And I'm like, well, it really is part of really what got us started. One of the biggest things that got us started was me bouncing around the back of a sleeper one day.
Mm-hmm. And you thought there's got to be a better way.
Well, I knew there was. I mean, I was out of the mattress industry, right? So I called, and what we had to settle for was I got a guy to make me a mattress about like what we had, but he had to put a border wire on it, which is standard for home mattresses and that kind of design. And it's hard to get in and out of the truck. And I said, well, I really wasn't thinking about getting in it at that time. We later got out. I built a machine for a guy who couldn't pay for it, making those springs. Mm-hmm. And so I just started making my own spring sets.
So the border wire, that's the hard wire that goes kind of around the top of the mattress. So when you sit down and over a period of time, the darn thing always inevitably snaps and it kind of sticks out and it starts getting you in the leg.
It just don't work for trucks. Our unit, we eliminated that entirely, but we had to redesign that core for mattresses. Mm-hmm. So I mean for trucking, so that it was durable enough to stand up without that border wire. So we probably have, matter of fact, the other day, making those cores is a pain. I'll just tell you, it's the hardest thing we do. Nobody else hardly in the industry do it. There's like 3 or 4 big companies that do it. And I do some business with one of them. They sell some of our automation in the other industries. And I called the president of that company. I said, Doug, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to make those. I want, you guys are making thousands of these things a day. I said, I realize we're just a small segment of that, small segment of the market, but I'll give you a good deal in my machines, because I got some really high end machines that we make these with. I said, I'll give you a good deal in those if you'll give me a contract to build my units the way that I want them. And so he said, well, explain it to me. And I told him what all we do and what materials we use and all that stuff. And he said, they're not going to do that. And I said, what do you mean? He said, nobody. He said that's going to be too expensive. They're not going to do that.
Okay.
And it's you're going to be the only guy in the whole country making them that way. And I'm like, but that's really, I mean, to have that level of unit, that's what you got to do. He said nobody. And he said that's not what. They use a lighter weight this, a lighter weight that, and it's just.
So they're trying to make it comfortable in their terms, but make it the cheapest as they possibly can. Because it's all about making the money.
That's right. And a nickel means a lot to them. And we don't make that many. I mean, we don't make enough that a nickel. I mean, I'm not going to sacrifice a unit coming back or 2 units coming back because I saved a nickel a unit.
Right.
So we focus on the higher end quality. So. Anyway, so now I'm confident that we probably do have the most robust unit made in the entire United States.
So you're talking about what you explain, the pocketed spring core, and all these springs, rather than being connected by various wires, they're independent, right?
Yeah, they're actually encapsulated in our case I guess we're the only ones still using a needle punch fabric, which is a much more durable. Ours is a 3-ounce needle punch. Everybody else is down to 1.5 ounces. Spun bond, which is spun bond's not as durable. Needle punch more, and we're 3 ounces. They're 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces. So we're just a lot. The needle punch, the bonding material soaks in it better, and the way we've got that designed. So basically we spin the springs, we heat treat them, spin them, encapsulate them in this fabric, and so it becomes a long string of springs, and then we have this bonding material that bonds the strings together. So ours you can't tear them apart. And of course, if you've ever seen our advertisements on the website, we run over them with a semi truck and all that to demonstrate the durability.
That was kind of the first. You had a mattress out in the parking lot. You've told the story about when you actually had to shoot that demo.
Oh, that first one was a little dangerous.
You're actually laying on a mattress. I guess, was it like a queen or king size?
It was queen
out
size,
there?
and I had a guy. The guy, we shared a lot. Our factory was next to a tanker operation. Mm-hmm. And I just went over and I said, "Hey," I said, "You mind running over a mattress for us?" He kind of looked at me funny, but he was a nice guy. He helped us out, but we didn't quite have it lined up exactly right. So I was a little nervous that he could see me. So it looked a little funny, but we made the commercial work.
So Brian's laying out there in the parking lot on a mattress on the right side of the mattress, say, and then you bring a truck in that actually drives over the mattress. So you're inches away from a big truck rolling over you.
Oh yeah, not just once, but to get all the shots, to get the commercial together, probably 5 or 6 times. But yeah.
So once the truck rolls over, the demonstration is that these springs are going to be totally compressed and they're going to come back right to where they were when they started.
I mean, yeah, and that's one of the things. I mean, we kept it. I mean, you could actually make a unit after doing that with it, and that's the beauty of this type of unit, and particularly the way we make it. And excuse me. And that goes to that place everybody sits, and they're that we wanted something that was robust, that handled that. And your foam beds just don't handle that. As a matter of fact, if you got pocketed springs in a mattress and you got too much foam, now you got a weak point. So that's what we did. We optimized them. You got to have some foam because you'll feel the springs in your back. So we put enough to make sure that don't happen, but not anymore. But the idea of the springs underneath the foam is they're independently. It's supposed to what? You're going to have a contour to your back. That's exactly right. So the contour is kind of like the memory foam stuff, except it's not hot like memory foam, and it lasts a lot longer. It doesn't break down. And I can tell you, I mean, memory foam, to do it right, is expensive, and not that many people are doing it right anymore. They're cheapening the foam. I have to be real careful when I buy foam or spec foam that we're going to use to make sure that I get the right density in ILD. Because if you don't watch it and you're not careful with it, you'll wind up with some stuff that's been cheapened up.
Is that where the foam's going to eventually kind of end up indented or whatever?
That's right. It's called a body depression. It's basically a set where the foam cell walls start to collapse, and so we have to be careful about that. And we've been we keep an eye on that stuff. So. And that's why we use an optimized amount of foam so that we don't break down. Mm-hmm. Now, again, a home mattress set, most times you have a box spring and then a mattress on. Are there still people using box springs these days? Or? They do. Excuse me. They do. We're waking up. I'm clearing my throat, too. Sorry. Yeah, they do. The key with that is the springs themselves, box springs. I'm not a big fan of the box spring set, but there's some units out there that are solid enough. But no matter what you put under, and it doesn't matter whose mattress you're talking about, this is universal to the mattress industry. You want a solid foundation. You want it to be. You want anything that's conforming to be on the side where your body's at. Everything else needs to be flat and straight. And otherwise, you invite some possible lower back issues because you got sags and things where you shouldn't have them. Mm-hmm. And so, people do use box springs. We sell a platform. It's not really a box spring. It's not upholstered. It's actually a steel platform that we sell for our home beds, and we also sell adjustable beds that. And those have a solid. They're solid. They're not flat.
How many years ago was it when you first started the current mattress? I slept on a big rig mattress, which is the same thing, but it's just a different name, and you kind of transition. What we've got it's an adjustable. It's a king size, but it's not a split. Like the wife can't be up one level and
right.
So we've got a platform, but there's no box spring. It's just a solid.
As we keep getting older, we then can go to that split stuff. But for now, I'm staying with the single. But it's that's what we do. We sell those now as part of our line. But
okay.
It's believe it or not. Back in the old days, the old wire-tied mattresses were not very conducive to adjustable beds. So Grant Simmons, when he had Simmons Mattress Company, he kind of started the whole adjustable bed business because his mattresses the pockety coil, and that's what their trademark, pockety coil. They were probably the first. I guess a feather bed might have worked, but they were the first really commercial adjustable bed. And
so for the truckers out there, you're based out of Dalton, Georgia, and I know you've said 100% made in the USA since
that's
2009. Right. Is that the?
It's a little earlier than that,
Was
I think.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all based out of Dalton, Georgia.
So we do everything in Dalton. We get as far as we know, we get all of our raw materials from the U.S. So we get our wire, which is a big part of what we do, from here in Kentucky. We get our fabric that we wrap our springs in. We get that from Georgia. We get foam from where we can get foam. Most of that's in the Carolinas, Tennessee. That's right now we're getting it Carolinas.
Okay.
And there may be something in there that's not U.S., but I don't know what it is. So,
okay.
And then we put it all together right there in Dalton, 5 miles off the interstate. We have drivers cruise through and pick up their. They'll order, cruise through, and we'll have it all ready to roll up, and they'll pull in. They'll throw their old mattress in the dumpster and throw the new one in the back, and they're in and out in 30 minutes, and it's done.
So the idea is, if you go for the more affordable route, which there's probably a half dozen of them back there right around you in the West Wing, you're going to end up what? How many years do you get out of a mattress like that?
It really depends on how much attention they pay to quality. But we hear all the time about people paying $400 or $500 for a mattress that lasts 6 months.
Okay.
We warranty our mattresses for 10 years just because that's a good number. They probably last a lot longer than that. Our home beds, which are the same thing, we warranty them for 20 years. That's just more appropriate. But the reality is, it just depends on how they make them. It's just, we are the manufacturer. We have, I can tell you, everybody else here is a representative of a manufacturer. They're not the guys actually building it. So we can maintain our quality. And the pocketed spring is much easier to do that. We actually get mill certifications on our wire, and that's where your set comes from and all that. So I don't know. I don't think I've seen everybody here today, but I was thinking back. We first started, how long we've been doing this.
Right. None
of the people that are out there that were here when we started are still here. They're gone. I don't know where they're at.
They come and go.
I don't know if they're in business or not in business, but they're not here at the truck show. And then we see guys come and go. We've been here. We've been steady, and I'm fairly certain we're the leader in the truck mattress business.
Okay. TheBigRigMattress.com. That's the website it's been for years and years.
That's it, yeah.
TheBigRigMattress.com. And for the listeners that maybe don't drive truck, because everybody that listens, we have a lot of overnight folks that don't necessarily drive. CurrentMattress.com. That was what you started up. Is that?
That's it. And I have to admit, there are people that like the Big Rig for home just as much, or maybe better than the Current. I hate to say that.
Well, there's still the same.
It's
still
just
the interior. It's just not going to be as pretty. And I told you.
That's exactly right. The design's the same. It's just our marketing people said, if you're going to sell this in the home market, you're going to have to make it prettier. And
you got to have pretty
really
embroidered and everything, and the colors. But you take it out, put it on your base, and you cover it with sheets.
That's it. And I'm have to admit, I'm an engineer. I'm a really that whole make it pretty thing just was hard for me to deal with. But we did. We and it takes some effort. That's why the Current mattress actually costs more than the Big Rig mattress. It's because we do a lot of work to make it look pretty. But it does. It looks pretty. It tailors out nice. But I still have a couple of Big Rigs in rooms that I like sleeping in just as well. So
there was a time with the Big Rig mattress when they would ship in like some assembly required. You had like the spring core, and then you had to kind of just zip this thing around it.
So I was talking to some guys. So our biggest market is like small fleets, right? And we have dozens and probably hundreds of small fleets that use us. And one of the guys was telling us that, remember it's been a long time since we've made them that way. Yeah. So I was telling
getting old.
I was telling the story about how we went from from having them separate. So we did that because the fabric would wrinkle up. It just didn't look quality. And so I'm at home one weekend, and this customer calls. I'm having trouble putting this mattress together, and he was in the back of his sleeper, and I could tell he was stressed, and it stressed me out. I'm like, okay, well, tell me. I was trying to get him, help him get it worked out. And I found out this guy's probably 400 and something pounds in the back of his sleeper in the summertime. It's hot as blue blazes at my house. I can't imagine. And I got to thinking, what if this guy has a heart attack trying to put my mattress together?
Uh-oh.
and it really is like, holy cow, I've got to do something. And so literally the next week we started looking for some new materials that would hold up to that roll. And within 4 weeks we had everything rearranged, and we were putting it together as a single piece, just because I didn't really realize how much trouble it was for a guy to do that in the sleeper, especially if he wasn't, in pretty good shape. So anyway, that was a little bit of an eye opener. But I hadn't even thought about that until there were some guys that were buying a mattress for a new truck yesterday. Was telling me the story that they were buying them back when
there were
when
several
there were two
components.
pieces. Yeah,
you had you had a fire. Some fire retardant you had to...
all that's still in there, but it's all in there.
Pre-assembled. When did this vacuum packed thing come into play? That's a lot of folks are vacuum sealing or vacuum packing.
Well, what we do is in order to get our springs rolled up, and we actually have a 40-ton press that we squish the mattress down to about 2 inches high, and then we seal the bag. So now all the air is out. So now we run it through the roll-up, and it goes to the roll-up better. And so, it doesn't remain vacuum sealed. It's not hermetically sealed, but it's sealed enough that it goes to the roll-up, and it's in. And then when they open it up, it does take a little bit of time. When I say a little bit of time, I'm talking seconds, not. Somebody opened mine up. So this is on a current mattress. A lady called and said, there's something wrong with my mattress. And I said, what is that? She said, well, it's not growing. And I said, well, what do you mean? She said, well, somebody told me that after I open it up, it'll grow about twice as big as it was. I said, ours don't do that. I said, it opens up within seconds. And she said, well, they said it'd take a day and it would probably double in size. I said, I don't even think you can water it and get it to do that.
That's funny. So you do have to be careful with you don't use a razor knife or whatever. You got a certain place you got to cut, right?
Well, yeah, we've got a little insert in there, so it makes it easy for them to cut it open and not cut the fabric. But it opens up rapidly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's all ready to go. Trucks, you got all kind of different sizes of sleeper berths.
Yeah. Somebody actually, unfortunately, they told everything on our website's 83 inches is the longest you can do. But if you got something, if you want a 96-inch long mattress, we'll make it. It gets expensive because we have to use the material in a way that's not cost effective. Mm-hmm. But we'll make anything they want. I had a guy one time, I'm not sure exactly what he was doing with his RV, but he had a 96-inch by 82-inch mattress in the front of his. He wanted the whole front of his RV to be a mattress. I'm like, whatever you want, man, we'll do it.
Like a real tall guy or something?
I guess I did. Yeah, he didn't seem like he was that much taller than anybody else. I think he just wanted the whole front of his RV to be a playhouse or something.
Okay. So we've got. I'm just trying to think. Firmness. Firm mattress, medium. Yeah. So, the 450-pound individual doesn't want to sleep on the.
So they're optimized for body weight, and I'm 200 pounds. I sleep on a standard firm, and then we have the extra firm, and that's typically we find bigger guys like that. They feel better, and we actually figured that out with we made our first mattress, and we put a guy that was about he was about 6'5" and about 380 pounds on there, and he said, this feels squishy. And I'm like, well, there's nothing, it's not going to hurt the springs. So I said, well, let me try something different. So I made him the extra firm, and I said, okay, now, so I got him back, and I said, try this out. And he's like, oh, yeah, this is, and he still drives, actually, I think he just went to day cabs here a year or so ago, but as long as he drove over the road, he was on one of our beds from then on.
Okay, so they can choose firm or extra firm?
Firm or extra firm. Yeah, I had you were talking about nostalgia. I had one of the first really big guys that I had on. I remember, in fact, I give him his first mattress for a test, right?
Okay.
525 pounds.
Okay.
And he drove it, I don't know how long, for a while. And because he brought me a premium somebody's mattress that was just smashed all to pieces, you know. He said, and he slept in hotels. He wouldn't even sleep in his truck. He would stop and sleep in a hotel. And so he changed trucks and then come back a few years later and bought the next one. So he brought it back to us 3 or 4 years ago. And he said, well, I'm retiring. He said, I just want to bring this back. 1.5 million miles on this mattress. And it's still 525 pounds. He's a big guy.
Okay. And it wasn't smushed.
It wasn't smushed. I don't know what happened. I was going to keep it and actually, use it for some advertising, and somebody in the shops threw it away. So that happens a lot to me.
Well, Brian, it's great to see you again. For folks coming in over today, tomorrow, it's West Wing. You'll find Brian Mathis in the Big Rig Mattress.
69072.
69072.
Yeah. So
they place orders, and then you ship it out within, what's the turnaround time typically?
It might take a little bit longer during the show, but usually 24 to 48 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, so pretty quick. I mean, we try to keep some stuff made up and ready to ship of the more common sizes, but we can make one in a couple of days. So.
TheBigRigMattress.com, or for the home, it's Current. Current.
Yeah, as in up to date. Currentmattress.com.
Current mattress. Mm-hmm. That's the pretty ones.
That's the pretty one. That's exactly right.
All right. Hey, it's great to see you, Brian. I thank you for coming by. I hope you have a great weekend, good show. I'm thinking it was pretty fair. Somebody said it was fairly busy yesterday. I think Friday and Saturday's normally pretty big.
That's the big days.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
Great to see you, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be back with more. We're coming to you live, Louisville, Kentucky, the 52nd edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The U.S. is now pressing for a ceasefire in Gaza before the United Nations. Submitting a draft resolution this week, Secretary of State Antony Blinken made the announcement while visiting with Arab leaders in Egypt on Thursday. He's set to visit leaders in Israel Friday. The UN Security Council will vote Friday on the new U.S. ceasefire resolution. Despite surging mortgage rates, home sales in the U.S. reached their highest level in a year in February. The National Association of Realtors revealed that existing home sales surged by almost 10% compared to the previous month. Nestle is initiating a recall of more than 440,000 Starbucks mugs due to safety concerns. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's warned these mugs are prone to overheating and breaking, posing a risk of burns and other injuries. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, on a normal day, that would be the case, but seeing as we're not in studio, no, we don't have active phone lines, but we'll be back next week. But right now, we are live, the Mid-America Truck Show, indeed, Louisville, Kentucky. Things just kind of kicking off on a Friday, 10 a.m., 6 p.m. We, just like musical chairs, with the click of the mouse, look, new faces. All right, welcome aboard. Here's our friends. Mike Brunetti could not make it this year. Mike's been dealing with this for many, many years. Better half had surgery. See, I think he's playing little nurse activity, nurse action.
Yes, he is.
Chris Day to my left, Dave Alexander to my right. Welcome aboard. How the heck are you?
Morning.
All right. So
obviously, it took two of us to replace Michael.
Now, he had somebody with him last year, too. I think it was actually his boss, maybe, that
Peter,
was here last year.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
It was good to meet him. So, yes. And I didn't know it was his boss when I'm talking to him, so after the fact, I said, that's his boss. Yeah, you work with CVG Bostrom. To tell us a little about you first.
Well, first off,
Chris Day.
Musical chairs. These are some of the finest musical chairs you'd ever find, right? Bostrom seats.
Dave's slide. We're during the break. Dave's sliding in to sit down, and I said, those armrests lift up if you need them to. And he's like, I don't know anything about these seats. I'm like, what was I thinking? I've had so many guests coming in, but hey, these are the guys with Bostrom seating. The seats they're in are actually the seats we're going to be giving away. When you come by the booth, there's a little, what do they call that? A QRC code that you scan with your smartphone.
Yep.
And we'll be pulling winners for this tomorrow sometime during the show, probably 2 or 3 in the afternoon because the show wraps up at 4, I think. So.
Yep.
going to be a couple of very happy drivers.
Absolutely. So first of all, tell us a little bit about, where do you want to start? Bostrom Seating, you guys have been around for many, many years.
Yep. Bostrom and National Seating. I wanted to talk a little bit about the new products that we've got. There's an increased focus on new products for us.
Okay.
2 new products within the past year. The first one that came out last July was our floor liners. A little bit different than traditional floor mats. Floor mats are a piece underneath the driver, a piece underneath the passenger. The floor liners are one solid piece that rolls across. Great solution for refreshing cabs, keeping cabs safe on brand new cabs, keeping that carpet nice. They do a great job of sound deadening and very easy to take in and out, wash, clean. Just a great product and one that we think a lot of people could use. That was the first new product that we rolled out. Again, that was in July. The second new product that we rolled out recently was the adapter plate. So this is a patent pending for all Class 8 trucks that are National Bostrom seats. This is an adapter plate that essentially goes under all of our air suspension seats, all of the National Bostroms.
Okay.
So it simplifies a lot of things for a lot of folks. There had been quite a few different part numbers and things that you had to match. This makes it very, very easy. You buy a handful of them, you put them in the back, and whenever you sell one of our seats, that goes with it. There's no hunting and choosing different parts and things along those lines.
Okay, so that's 2 new products.
Yeah.
On the floor mats, like in my car, I've got like summertime carpets, and then when wintertime and you got all the salt and the grime and all that, you can throw your rubber mats in. What kind of a mats are you dealing with?
Well, the ones that we have, that's a perfect solution for it. Also, you've got one solid piece of rubber. That thing lays down, and it helps keep all of that mud and water off of the carpets, and just a very nice, simple product.
Truckers can get pretty messy. They're in some rough environments, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what line of work they're in.
The other nice thing about the floor mats, Steve, is they fit all the way across the entire cab. They go around the seat bases, so you don't have that, like an individual mat where you've got dirt going over the edge and it, it's protecting your original floor, and they're very easy to take out and wash and put right back in.
Okay.
And it really looks kind of OE installed once you get them in place.
Gotcha. Then
I know one of the things that I get frustrated with my own and my truck, they slide. When you put your feet on them, they slide around. These are pieces that are precision cut and meant to fit that actual cab. So you're not going to get the sliding around that frustrates me.
So you got different mats for different like a
Absolutely
Volvo versus a Mack versus you have all the different cuts and contours.
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now is that through a commercial vehicle group, or is that through the Bostrom National Seating, or?
It's through both National and Bostrom. You can find those products on both websites.
Okay.
Yep.
You mentioned back to the seats. All right, there's all kinds of different suspension. There's different, I guess, cushioning, headrest heights, and all that. Where would you want to begin? When it comes to like spring seats, do they still make spring seating, or is everything kind of gone to air suspension?
It's spring seats if you don't have air. If there's air to the truck, absolutely you're going to have air in that seat. There's no reason not to. It's just too easy to connect. Then it's a matter of the level of quality, I guess, or design that you want to go to. Same way you would be buying a recliner for your own home. Do you want to pay this much and have a little bit of comfort and not last very long, or you want to pay more to have the most comfortable recliner the same way in your truck? You're going to want that. If you're in that truck all the time, what do you want? You want the best seat, the best comfort with all the features you can possibly get.
Nowadays you can get them with all kinds of bells and whistles, and so many switches on the side. There's air bladders and what's some of these things that actually you can lumbar support.
Lumbars,
what is
yes.
that?
we have a back cycler. You know, it's a multi-chamber air that moves the air around that helps you stay, refreshed. You're not kind of sitting static, but it makes you feel like you're moving around. Helps relieve the fatigue and stress.
I know when I'm on the road, normally less than an hour in, you're kind of trying to adjust. I'm flipping over here trying to flip this thing and changing the back because your back really gets sore.
Yeah.
So the back cycler's what, kind of constantly, gradually moving it in and out or whatever?
It's on a 40 minute or 40-second cycle that it expands and deflates. And it's literally expanding your spinal column, letting spinal fluid get in there, and then relaxing it. And at the end of the day, you don't have that back fatigue that you would without it. We've had testimonials from truck drivers to say, used to, my back would tell me when I needed to take a break. Mm-hmm. Now my logbook does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they could keep going, but the logbook says you're out of hours.
Absolutely.
Right.
How about that? I think you're sitting in what they call a pro ride. Is that the pro
I'm in
ride?
the pro ride, yep.
That's the
wide
wide
ride.
That's the wide ride.
Yes, it
so
is.
I had them reversed. Tell me the differentials, the difference of pro ride, wide ride. One of them's got like heated capabilities.
Why don't you start with a pro ride and tell them what you're sitting in?
Well, pro ride obviously is it's a little bit narrower of a seat than what a wide ride is. Great option. I mean, you can option it up just like everything else. All the bells and whistles and things like that. As I've been walking around throughout the show, pro rides are in a lot of the show and shine trucks out in the lot. Mm-hmm. Just a really, really good option. It's got lots of things to it that the top end seats do, and it is a little bit more on the affordable price range.
Okay.
So.
And armrest, is that an optional thing? That particular one does not have armrest.
Yeah. Yes, optional. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're sitting on one with armrest, and
I am sitting on the Bostrom Wide Ride.
I think Mike calls that the granddaddy or whatever. Is that like the top, the best of the best?
It is the best priced seat with the most options that's out there in the industry, without a doubt. It's got dual lumbar. It's got the back cycler. It's got inflatable side bolsters on both the seat and the back, in case that you're a smaller driver and you want that extra support. You have that. If you're a bigger
now those are all
driver,
individual. What do they call them? Air bladders or whatever. You can adjust, pump them up, let the air out.
Yeah.
It was Mike last year. I think Mike was introducing. You had some new feature. It used to be where you'd get up. The seat goes down automatically now or something. Because he used to pump the seats up for people sitting there like they are now. Now you can't do that because you'd have to have, I guess, constant air pressure going to it or something.
There's a feature we do have in some of our seats. It is an option. It's called auto return. And instead of letting the air out so you can get easy egress and ingress into that cab, instead of having to air it back up and finding that comfortable position again, you just hit that button and it brings you back up to the
kind of like a memory, memory
right.
of where you were. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
where your comfort zone is.
Yes,
and that's like an optional thing. Is it available on all the different seats or just
it's not on every seat, but it is an option that's available on a lot of our premium seats. Yes.
Now, I believe there's that's the wide ride is kind of teamed up with Serta technology and what.
That is correct.
Serta's the big name. What is that based on? The comfort of the seat, the foam or whatever? The
Serta Comfort is exactly that. But the nice thing about the Serta that we use in this, it has the cool gel infused in it, which, if you're setting, and I'm sure you know this, driving whatever vehicle you are, once you're in there a couple hours, your backside and your back starts to sweat. And that Serta foam helps keep it cool.
I got you. Got to let a little more airflow kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Cloth options, leather options. Is it leather or pleather? Or is there what's the...
Well, we call it ultra leather.
Yeah, ultra leather. Okay.
Yes. Ultra leather.
What kind of options do you have for your
I mean, options run the gamut. I mean, you have the cloth options on some of the models, and then you also have the ultra leathers. You've got.
I mean, do some drivers prefer, because of the leather tends to get a little sweatier in the summertime or sticky? If you're wearing shorts or whatever, is that?
We do offer in some models of seats a genuine leather, but actual leather is very difficult to take care of. You've got to put that leather conditioner on, and that's not the case with the ultra leather.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. What else? Tell me what you got going on here in Louisville. Obviously, we're going to be giving these seats away. Are you? Is there a booth for Bostrom here, or is it just kind of like some of the? Last year, Mike was explaining he has distributors. I guess they say.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have many distributors throughout the entire show that's exhibiting our seats.
Okay, and you're one of those, aren't you?
I am a sales representative, and I travel this state and West Virginia, Southern Indiana, Southern Ohio.
Okay.
And out there getting fleets to specify our product, and as a matter of fact, the national seat is by far the most highly spec'd seat by all of the fleets across the United States.
So
most of the major fleets are actually specifying that they want a national seat.
Bostrom and National kind of converge. I forget how many years ago it was, and so Bostrom and National are still together.
Yes.
Are the Alabama? Is that
Yes, correct.
still being manufactured there?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually had an opportunity to take a tour of that facility.
Really?
It seems like yesterday, but Mike would probably tell me it's probably been 12, 15 years ago, but it actually took us down to, how many years has it been since they've been to Talladega, went to the races there? They actually had Bostrom and National seats set up in the stands.
Yes.
And we got to sit in those seats to watch the race.
At one time, we had a seat named the Talladega.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For reasons beyond what we want to talk about right now, we now call it the T-Series.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. You didn't have authorization to use that name as Talladega's. I get you. That's comical. So they still make the T-Series.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yes, so the facility there, it was fascinating how there were people with sewing machines actually sewing, and the guys and welding, and pretty much putting these things from start to finish together in that facility.
Right. It's from previous life. I'm a manufacturing background, and I came in, went on that first plant tour. It felt like home. It was almost exactly the same. So you've got kind of that blueprint for manufacturing, and that's what that plant has done. And they've made themselves very efficient. They've made quite a bit of strides on lead time and getting product out pretty quick.
It's pretty. I think that they were one of the largest employers in that town, whatever town it was at the time.
Piedmont, Alabama.
Still one of the big employers. They're still making the mirrors. They had something else. They were some sort of mirror, I believe they were making at that facility.
The Moto mirror.
Yes. Moto. Yes. Yeah. Is that still around?
It is still there,
Yep.
and it's still one of the most popular mirrors out there, and one of the few that's got, if you want it, the 360-degree swivel on it.
Yeah.
Most people don't need it to do all of that, but it's a phenomenal product.
So all this Bostrom and National is kind of under the umbrella of CVG,
Correct.
Commercial Vehicle Group.
Yep.
For those who may not be, CVG is, tons of things in the interior of your cab, right?
Yep. Lots of trim, lots of plastics, lots of electronics, and then obviously the seating. We're always looking to expand and look at different new products that may come in too.
Okay. CVG, are they exhibiting here or?
No, we don't. We do not have a booth here, Bostrom National or CVG.
It's probably too much merchandise, too much stuff to even try to bring in an exhibit, right?
Yeah. It's like a potpourri of everything.
You need a Walmart facility to put it all on display. Yeah.
We could probably exhibit in this entire hall.
So if folks are interested in Bostrom National, what's the best way to? Do they have to go through independent distributors, or can they buy direct from the facilities, or how's that all work?
Well, we would suggest going to distributors, visiting the website that has a list of distributors and people to contact. Also, too, staying up on our social media. I mean, we have presence on both Instagram and Facebook. The best place for anybody to know what type of promotions, anything that's new coming along, any kind of updates, just like every other company. But that's probably the best places to start.
Okay, and the website is
Bostrom Seating and National Seating.
Like Bostrom.com, BostromSeating.com,
BostromSeating.com,
or NationalSeating.com.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
So, what do you think? Was it pretty busy yesterday? I mean, it looks like it's pretty active early on. We're not even an hour in. I'm seeing a lot of people back here already.
Yeah. Actually, last year was my first time here. I'm brand new to the industry. Actually, I met this guy on the first day.
Okay.
One of my first days in there, yeah. We had, what was the sandwich? The
pork chop sandwich.
Pork chop sandwich.
Yeah. If Mike were here, he would have showed up here at the booth with a box of pork chop sandwiches.
Yes.
Probably dropped $100 from him.
He should have told us that.
The only thing is, I'm so busy. I mean, I sit there and I don't get a chance to eat it. You know,
cold, you don't want that.
Yeah, but he loves his pork chop sandwiches.
Oh, he
I'm
does.
sure he's missing that.
And unlike Chris, this is my 40th year.
40.
Yeah, bookends here. You've got the beginning, and you got somebody that's seen a lot of them.
So you started when they were on the 12th edition, that means, because this is 52.
My first year was 1978.
Was it at this venue, or was it at a different venue?
It was
then?
in this venue.
Okay.
Now
but
it was.
They didn't even have the South Wing. Didn't exist.
No,
probably
it did
half
not.
of this. It probably was half of this then, right?
Yes.
So you've watched it grow and expand, and Toby Young told me yesterday that they're actually going to be doing another 300,000-foot expansion here in the next couple of years of some sort. I mean, how big can it get?
Yeah.
I was talking to some people earlier, Stephen, that my first show that I did here worked with a company that I had the luxury of working with a lady called Vanna White.
Okay.
She was the model for that company.
I'll be darned.
Well, Vanna had a job before, huh?
Yes, she did. How about that? Yeah. All right. Well, I thank you guys for coming by and hanging out with us. Again, for those coming by, we're at booth 12036. Somebody's going to walk away. And if you're here tomorrow, we'll actually let you take these seats with you for our respective winners. Bostrom Wide Ride and a Bostrom Pro Ride.
Correct. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Yep.
Well, have a wonderful day and enjoy the show. And thank you for coming by. And when you say, Monkey Gouger calls him the Pillsbury Doughboy for some reason. Mike Brunetti is the Pillsbury Doughboy. So
Oh, that's not a very endearing term.
tell Doughboy we said hello.
Okay. We will.
All right,
we
thank
will.
you. We'll return after this, coming to you live from Louisville, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You know what? Let me tell you, I always forget to offer what we've got going on specials here for you coming by the booth. They're offering a free sample. That's a 4-ounce bottle of the Everyday Diesel Treatment. Now, that's enough to treat up to 200 gallons of diesel fuel. Just stop by for your free sample while supplies last. There's a Mid-America Truck Show bundle that's been selling like hotcakes here. This is a deal you're not going to get anytime anywhere else except right here. 2 gallons of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, 2 gallons of Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, plus a Hot Shot Secret banner. All that for $240. That's over 35% off. And they're all boxed up around the booth, and these guys are coming in and putting them on hold. And there's a limited supply of those. When they're out, they're out. Otherwise, individually, everything, all products, 30% off of what you would regularly pay. We're talking fuel additives, oil additives, engine, transmission, gear oils, coolants, everything 30% off. Just come on by our booth here at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. We're here all day today till 6 p.m. Friday, and then Saturday. Things start a little bit earlier, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. We'll be back after this.
The Mack runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding Regional National Circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock tractors, Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mack Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Galant Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Super Stock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the twin tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half-dozen classes, Super Stock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Super Stock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit tomahtractorpole.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new ntpapull.com, your number one resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week, but before we do, let's take a moment to welcome 2 new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present 2-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A deal to fund the government through the end of this fiscal year will see a lot of attention Friday and likely swift passage first to the U.S. House. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries told reporters he expects a big majority of Democrats to vote in favor of the bill. Most Republicans are expected to back the legislation as well. New York's Attorney General is ready to seize some of Donald Trump's properties if he doesn't come up with a large amount of bond money. USA's Laura Winters.
New York Attorney General Letitia James taking the first step toward seizing some of Donald Trump's assets if he can't meet Monday's deadline to post his $464 million bond in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment. James filing documents to lay the groundwork to take over Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County, New York.
Immigration riots have been unfolding in El Paso, Texas. Reports indicated that the Texas National Guard faced a significant challenge as waves of illegal immigrants attempted to breach border barriers Thursday. Is Apple a monopoly? The U.S. Justice Department thinks so. USA's John Schaefer.
According to Attorney General Merrick Garland, Apple has monopolized the smartphone market.
Apple has maintained monopoly power in the smartphone market, not simply by staying ahead of the competition on the merits.
He announced in a briefing Thursday that the Justice Department, along with a coalition of state attorneys general and district attorneys, is suing Apple. Apple contends that the lawsuit is misguided on both factual and legal grounds.
For the first time in 2 years, life expectancy in the U.S. has gone up. According to a CDC report released Thursday, the life expectancy in 2022 was 77.5 years. U.S. life expectancy still is not as high as it was before the COVID-19 pandemic. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
An independent investigation by officials in Major League Baseball will be coming as the league's highest paid player is being linked to suspects in a federal gambling probe. LA Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani's interpreters facing accusations of stealing millions of Ohtani's money and spending it with an illegal bookmaker, but many questions remain.
I think they will look into everything, the bets outside of baseball, the bookmaking operation by this Orange County guy, and then how was Ohtani involved?
Villanova sports law professor Andrew Brandt, a spokesperson for Ohtani, originally told ESPN the funds were knowingly transferred to help cover a gambling debt. But later, a lawyer said Ohtani was instead the victim of being ripped off. Despite surging mortgage rates, home sales in the U.S. reached their highest level in a year in February. The National Association of Realtors revealed that existing home sales surged by almost 10% compared to the previous month. This marks the second consecutive month of increased sales, indicating a rebound from the fall's decline attributed to soaring mortgage rates. No charges will be filed in regards to a fight that occurred one day before the death of an Oklahoma teenager, 16-year-old Nex Benedict, who had complained to parents and school staff about being bullied, was involved in a fist fight at Owasso High School in Oklahoma, and was found dead the next day. Officials have ruled Benedict's death a suicide. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Here we are, back at it. Off and rolling on a Friday. Hey, TGIF. But my weekend does not begin when I wrap things up Friday, because we got to be back here for Saturday, which will be the final day of the Mid-America Truck Show, the 2024 edition, Louisville, Kentucky. Come on by and join us. We're in the North Wing. Hot Shot Secret, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, booth 12036. Next, who we have stepping up to the microphone? D&J Precision Machines. Drew Pumphrey with a P. I thought it was a misprint. I saw that. I said, it's got to be Humphrey. But it's Pumphrey. I mean, turn your microphone on. There we go. I did it. Drew, welcome. How the heck are you?
Welcome.
Now, we're going to be talking some, racing stuff. That's what you do, racing.
Yeah, that's part of what we do at D&J Precision Machine. That's kind of where we got our base at the beginning. We do a lot of the engines for Firepunk and their drag racing team. Lots of other customers, drag racing, sled pulling. But we also do stock remanufactured Cummins engines for like the Dodge Ram trucks. So we specialize in that engine platform from the 12 valves in 1989 all the way to the current model years.
So when it comes to, help me out because I'm not familiar at all, when it comes to racing engines, everything's pretty much custom. Is that fair to say? Every racer comes in with wanting certain specs or something?
Yeah, we have some packages that cover a lot of the bases for those guys. That's just more of a regular platform. Like we have different steps of our engines, from an HP Reman to an HP Reman Extreme, Street Performance, Performance Series, Enforcers, and then our billet engines, the Executioners. So we have steps along the way for depending on what the customer's goals are for power level and what they're trying to do with it, that fit packages for some of those guys. But then, like, when you get to a customer like the Fire Punk guys and their Pro Mod, it becomes a very custom solution at that point, because they're pushing the envelope. They're the tip of the spear for the most part on a lot of that stuff, and we're finding problems and issues as they grow with their goals that we have to come up with solutions for to solve their issues.
So when it comes to, you mentioned billet. Kyle was telling me billet. What's the deal with that? He said something about aluminum versus, what's a traditional block, engine block?
Yeah, traditional Cummins engine block is a cast iron block.
Okay.
So they actually have integrated sleeves too, so a lot of guys are familiar with the big truck stuff, and they have a replaceable liner most of the time. So when we get to our Enforcer long block, which is good for like up to 2,500 horsepower or so, we do a steel deck plate on top of that and a sleeve that is replaceable, kind of like a big truck. So it gets it more of a modular, more replaceable and fixable setup. But with the billet engine, we actually were starting to have failures with those cast blocks. We just couldn't do any more with them. So we designed an all-billet aluminum block, and it has a steel bed plate. So the bed plate is tied in with 6-bolt mains, and we built an aluminum cylinder head and everything for those drag racing applications, so they could continue to push on over 3,000 horsepower with those.
So what's the premise of aluminum versus like the weight? Is that the key for racers?
Weight is the biggest issue for the racers. Yes, if you went to steel, I mean, it would be super heavy, and the racers are wanting to try to actually make the engine lighter and stronger, because every pound they have to take down the track just slows them down. So the more they can take weight off the engine, all the components, the whole car, the better off they are. Like, we actually designed an intake manifold that only weighs 10 pounds, and if you ever see it, it's a huge intake manifold, big plenum and everything. But we put a budget together of weight for the cylinder head assembly at one point, and all we had left by the time we got everything else built was 10 pounds for the intake manifold. So it took us like 2 weeks of design just to get that to work and hold 200 pounds of boost pressure and stuff like that.
I was under the assumption aluminum is a softer material, right? And so how do you build something out of aluminum that's going to? I mean, because these guys are pushing the big horsepower, the strongest, aren't they?
Yeah. We redesign it, so like the block is completely different design than what the factory Cummins block is. So we put gussets and webbing and everything outboard of the engine. There's only so much you can do between the sleeves and the main bores and stuff like that to get strength in the block. So we actually have webs and gussets that are outboard of the engine that come back down into the bed plate and all that stuff to get the additional strength.
Okay. Now, race guys, these guys go through engines on a fairly regular basis. I mean, how many runs can they get out of an engine? Well, because they're always pushing the envelope, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pushing the envelope. Like a couple years ago, we were doing really good with fuel system and the power level that they were, and they got like 100 runs out of one of those engines. But lately, we've been pushing harder, and we've been fighting some combination with fuel system stuff that keeps tearing up pistons and stuff like that. So they've been on the struggle bus for about a year, but I think we've got it resolved. We were just on the hub dyno a couple weeks ago, and we made big strides on getting that stuff resolved. So usually just tearing up pistons and stuff like that, so it's fairly easy to get them refreshed and back together.
Where do you find clientele? Is it just the racing community? There's only a handful of people that do build engines from scratch, aren't there?
Right, yeah, there's not very many of us that are doing what we're doing. So clientele is in the racing community. Most people in the racing community have found us and know us. But the biggest part of our business is really taking care of the work trucks, the guys that are driving across the country, have a hot shot hauler, and need engine replacements for a lot of that stuff. So more than half of our business is actually the reman, and like one step up from reman business. Before COVID, we did all racing 1,000+ horsepower customers. We didn't do anything, really hardly anything for any stock or low horsepower engines. When COVID came around, everything stopped racing for a couple months, and we were scratching our heads going, what the heck are we going to do?
Mm-hmm.
So we added in engines in those lower horsepower platforms, and that's done really well for us. It's helped expand the business and grow, and we're able to take the things that we learn in the racing side that we have destroyed over the years and implement those into the reman engines to make the reman engines better for the customers.
So what do you're building something new, you put it on the dyno, you're trying to get the most horsepower is what you're trying to do, right?
Right, yep. Yeah, like for Firepunk's goals, as of right now, their goal is really 3,500 to 3,800 horsepower, like on a hub dyno, is where they think they need to be for the car to reach the goals that they want to get to. But like for sled pullers and stuff like that, a lot of times they're limited on a certain size turbocharger, so we're trying to get the most we possibly can out of that size turbo. So you got to get very efficient with the engine, very efficient with airflow, and very efficient with the fuel system, trying to get everything we can. Where in like Firepunk's drag racing situation, we can add whatever we want for turbos, whatever we want for fuel, however much nitrous we want. So it's actually easier to make the horsepower than those limited turbo classes are.
I mean, we've got one of these big tractors here. I think that's a Pro Mod, I believe they call it. This thing's got 3 engines in it. Are those like custom-built engines?
Yeah, those are custom-built. That's like an alcohol setup behind us, supercharged. So it's kind of like what's in like a Top Fuel car or a funny car is what the engines are behind us.
Okay.
So different than the diesel drag racing and the diesel sled pulling, but still the same concept. I mean, you're pulling a sled down the track.
Do you deal with all straight line racers, or do you?
No, we do sled pulling and racing. And then
you ever deal with any of the late model dirt cars or anything like that?
No, we haven't had anybody do anything circle track wise. We've had some guys do monster trucks, like we put diesels in monster trucks or our engines in monster truck. That was a pretty fun project.
So you're only working with diesel engines,
right? Yeah.
So all those circle track guys are they're not running diesel.
Yeah, most of those guys are all running gas stuff.
Yeah.
And we haven't branched into that with any of the diesel market. The diesel market's more efficient, so are the diesel fuels more efficient? So it's possible to be able to do that. I think way back in the day, they put some diesels in Indy cars, and they actually outlawed them because they didn't have to stop for pits, and it wasn't fair to everybody else.
Okay.
Like way back in the day.
Now, I've only been working with Kyle for a few years, but when he talks to me about the straight line racing, in some cases, these guys are going down. These days, they're putting sometimes diesels up against the gas guys, and they're actually competing. How is that possible? How has diesel got to be able to compete with those guys?
Yeah, the technology's come a long way, and we keep pushing forward, but it's still a very small group of people, so that's where it is a lot more difficult for us. But overall, the engines are built so much stronger, even from the factory, than what the gas stuff is, that we can take them farther and they last longer. And at those power levels, we're getting really, really close. A lot of the diesel guys didn't have great chassis. They bought like old Pro Mod chassis to start with, and that always held us back because the chassis is a huge deal when you're drag racing. But there's been a couple guys that have bought purpose-built, really good cars that are going to be out over the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I think those guys are going to get to where we can run with the top of the classes in like Radial vs. the World and Pro Mod drag racing, and it'll be real exciting this next year and a couple years.
How'd you get hooked up with Firepunk?
Firepunk, we've been friends with Firepunk for a long time. We probably started working with them in 2012, 13, something like that. And Levon just had a need for his event. At that point, he had a quad cab 2004 and a half quad cab truck that they were wanting to go to Diesel Power Challenge with and keep pushing things forward. Mm-hmm. So we got involved building an engine for them, and then we built a lot of stuff for their customers too. They have a pretty big customer base.
Did you build the engine that was in the Firepunk S10, the Hot Shot Secret S10?
Yeah, I built that engine too.
So there was a time when that held the record for the fastest diesel in the world.
Yeah, now it's still the fastest diesel door car.
Okay,
so
what's her name? Maddie
Rice. Yeah.
She kind of beat that with but that's a dragster.
That's a dragster, yeah, completely different platform. So it's a lot easier to get the dragsters to go that fast. They're a lot lighter. We're still the fastest diesel door car right now, and Fire Punk's new Pro Mod should be able to beat that record once we get everything dialed in.
So, I mean, that's the new vehicle that I've seen some pictures of it, and this is the first year. They're running this thing, and they're out there.
Yeah, they got it out at the beginning, or towards the end of last year, and played with it a little bit. They changed transmission. They changed so much on the car that it's taken quite a while to get the thing dialed in, but I think we're getting really, really close to have a good start to the season.
So they do a few runs. They come back and forth. You say, now we need to do this, or you need to do that. You need to change this.
Yeah, anything we break or tear up, we try to come up with a better solution. Whether it's the end of the part and we just really can't make the part any better without getting real crazy into stuff. At that point, you just got to start looking at different tuning options and stuff like that to try to get the job done and get everything to survive.
What's the most common? The piston or?
Yeah, but right now piston failures is the biggest thing that we're fighting. It used to be we would break the blocks actually in the cam blower and the whole engine would come apart, like top to bottom. There's some videos.
Now, what's that going to cost somebody? I mean, if they blow an engine, what's it going to cost me?
Well, I mean, if an engine comes apart like that, just the long block's like $30,000. $30,000 to $40,000 at that level, and then if it tears up fuel system and ECU and turbos and all that stuff, I mean, it could be a $50,000-$60,000 bill pretty quick when something like that catastrophic happens. Now, at this point, like with the billet engine, about the only thing we ever really tear up is pistons. So usually we can get that refreshed for a few $1,000s and go back together with it.
Wow.
So that's not a huge.
So being in racing, these guys, it's not a cheap hobby.
No, it's not a cheap hobby, and it's a ton of work. Like, these guys work so hard, late nights trying to hit deadlines and get back out racing. It's really wild.
So is it like the Levon,
Yep.
the Millers? Is that full time? What he does is the racing thing, or do they have day jobs? Like
they have a shop where they work on. They build the biggest thing that they do is they build transmissions. So they build transmissions for customers, work on customers' vehicles, and then the racing is just weekends, evenings, side projects.
So they make all their money through the week, they put it into the car, and possibly have nothing left at the end of the. You're not making money racing, are you?
No, there's no way you're making money racing.
You're just hoping to get a few bucks back. Is that?
Yeah, a lot of it's fun, and then like for those guys, they're using it for advertising for their business. So. They go fast on the weekends. People call on Monday. And the same thing for us, too. We invest in that stuff. We help them out with pricing and stuff like that best we can and help move things forward, again, for the advertising. So
that's kind of where a Hot Shot secret is on the side of some of these cars.
Yep.
And that's – other racers say, hey, Levon Miller got the fastest time, and he's running Hot Shot secret oil and Hot Shot secret –
The Hot Shot secret stuff works really well. Like – the first time we were ever involved with Hot Shot Secret, they had called Levon, actually, I think, to do some dyno work and test their FR3. And the FR3 made power. And we were like, we were kind of laughing about it at the beginning, like, there's no way a fuel or an oil additive is going to make horsepower.
So that's we're going back. That was what Chris Gabrelchik and Kyle. I think I think Kyle probably contacted them.
Yeah, I think Kyle did.
I think he's told the story, and we got this stuff. We want to.
Yeah.
And what? So the Levon was like, this really did increase horsepower.
Yeah,
right?
Levon talked to me about it. I don't know, a couple weeks before they got there, and we're just like laughing, like there's just no way, like this stuff's going to make horsepower.
Okay.
And then he calls me super excited. He's like, dude, we tested like 3 trucks. And all 3 of them picked up like 12 to 15 horsepower. Like, there's no way it doesn't work.
Now, how significant is that in racing?
Well, it's not a ton, but to relieve 12 to 15 horsepower in, say, a 1,000 horsepower truck worth of friction, I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, to me, that just means everything's happy and everything's working again. And I think some of the stuff, too, with Hot Shots 2 is sealing the rings better. And that's where it just helps everything. The biggest thing that we see issues with as things get pushed real hard is the ring pack going away for us. Like, we don't really have bearing problems or anything like that in these engines. They do really well. But we eat rings, and that stuff is reduced significantly with hot shots. I mean, when we first built the S10, they put the oil tank in the back of the car, and because they're trying to get weight bias in the back of the car. Well, there's a dry sump set up, so the oil pump had to pull all the oil from the back of the car to the front of the car. Well, the G-forces, when they would launch, would starve the oil pump of that oil, and we would drop to like 10 pounds of oil pressure through the hit, and that's through the 60-foot and everything. So the engine's making like probably up to 2,000 horsepower with 10 pounds of oil pressure. Mm-hmm. That was our billet engine, and it didn't care. Like, Hot Shots protected it, and it just did its job. They're like, what do you do? I'm like, well, if it's not putting any material in the filter, then keep running it. They were at a racetrack, like, what do we do? And I'm like, if it's not tearing it up, keep going.
Right.
And it didn't. Like, 10 pounds of oil pressure going up to 2,000 horsepower at 5,000 RPM, and it didn't care.
How about that?
Yeah.
So if you had two identically tuned vehicles and set up, 12 horsepower might be enough to get you to the finish line faster than the other guy?
Yeah, it would. Yeah. Yep. But the biggest thing is like 12 horsepower in a limited turbo application is a big deal. I mean, there's guys like for pulling trucks and stuff like that, when they get to these limited turbos, they'll buy a $5,000 turbo as an upgrade to get 10, 15, 20 horsepower.
Wow.
And if you can dump that in with a bottle of FR3, I mean, that's
a lot
big
more
deal.
Affordable. Hell yeah.
So, I mean, those guys will spend crazy money to get just a little bit of horsepower because they're so limited. They get to the point where the turbo is the size that it can be, and that's the limitation of the class, and you're trying to chase everything you can. It gets super expensive chasing 5, 10, 15, 20 horsepower here and stacking them up to try to get ahead of that class, and it's a challenge.
That's pretty cool. So for the everyday truck driver out there, you're saying, when you say a reman, is that when they've got 500,000 miles on it and they need to kind of...
Yeah,
is it an overhaul? Or
yeah, basically an overhaul in those engines. Like, the big trucks typically get an overhaul. They can do in-frames and stuff like that, but in these trucks, they can't. They've got to get the block machined and everything else on a Dodge pickup. So, because we don't have sleeves from the factory, you can't do like an in-frame overhaul like you can in the big truck stuff.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing. We're taking, we'll exchange their core that's failed we'll build a core ahead of time. That way the truck's not down as long, or it can get out faster. So that's what we do. Remanufactured engines that we have like one step up that a lot of hot shot haulers use. That's called our HP Reman Extreme. And in that, we do a stage 1 ported head, so it's getting some of the airflow stuff we've learned from the drag racing and the sled pulling applications, a better camshaft, and that helps reduce EGTs and helps with drivability of the engine without getting crazy into big, high horsepower stuff. It just helps the engine breathe a little bit better. It works really good for the hot shot haulers. We take care of head studs, too. That's a common failure for head gaskets and those things. And then all of our cylinder heads get big, heavy-duty seats. These engines have a lot of failures with valve seats dropping out of them and falling out, and we take care of those situations with cylinder heads. We also sell just cylinder heads if someone wants to refresh something or has a head gasket issue and wants to get a better head on it so they don't have failures down the road.
Pretty cool stuff. Well, for as much as I know about racing, that's kind of educational. I'm sure Kyle's going to... I think you've got several other racing guys that he'll have me talking to in the next couple of days. What are you doing here at Louisville?
We're here. We have a booth set up, so we thought we'd get in front of a different crowd. A lot of times we're in the racing community, and we go to, like, performance racing industry. But we decided to come out to this event because there's a lot of guys, like, we don't specifically do anything in the big truck world right now, but there's still a lot of guys running around with those trucks. They're using them for service trucks. They're using them for their daily drivers. They're using them around their farms, and they have trucking companies. So we thought we'd get in front of a different crowd out here.
Do you focus mostly on the Cummins? Or
it's all we do is focus on the
just
Cummins.
Cummins,
Yep.
That's it? Okay.
Just the Cummins and the Dodge Ram trucks, so the small frame Cummins, B-Series Cummins stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
And if they want to get a hold of you out there in listener land, because all those big truck drivers, most of them have a daggone diesel pickup truck.
Right.
For when they're on the weekends and whatnot.
Yeah, and there's a lot of guys hot shot hauling with these things.
Yep.
So they're out there working them hard every day. So, Yeah, our phone number is 740-297-7223. And Josh is our sales guy, does a really good job helping everybody. And then djprecisionmachine.com is the website. And you can hit us on all the social media platforms, too. We're on Facebook, Instagram. I think Matt even started us with a TikTok. So
DJ Precision Machine, was that .com?
djprecisionmachine.com.
Okay.
Yep.
Pretty cool stuff. So in the racing world, after the Louisville, did you go to the track with these guys? Or you?
Yep, we go to the track. The next race is Florida. I think it's the first weekend in April is the Florida truck meet for the first ODSS race, and it's like Orlando area. So if anybody's down in that area, you can see some pretty cool stuff.
So that's Kyle's series, right? The ODS, as he goes from place to place with them. So you hang out with him on weekends?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I hang out with Kyle on the weekends. Sometimes we get a little rowdy, and pit parties are always good at the ODSS
so
races.
You're going
so
with them because you might be going down and you have built, several of the engines, some of these various
we have lots of
sponsored
customers
cars.
in there. And then we sponsor the ET class for ODSS. So we set up a booth and show off our product and all of that stuff also.
Trying to find new customers.
Yep. Try to find new customers.
That's the name of the game,
Yeah. It's... But the ODSS racing is awesome. Like the group of people, if anybody's interested in racing, I mean, you could take your stock truck, any diesel vehicle, anything, and go compete in the ET class. It doesn't matter how fast it is. You're racing how consistent you are at your time. So you can take anything and go in there and have a lot of fun and be part of it and learn how to drag race. And everybody there really likes to help the new people out. It's unlike any racing organization I've ever been a part of. Everyone's super helpful and really wants to help push everybody forward.
So it's kind of the beginning of a new season right now. They've only been a couple races, right?
Right. Yeah, they haven't this April. The first week in April is the first race.
So it's coming up.
Yeah.
Kicking off the season.
Yeah.
Now, that's the series where I think Hot Shot Secret's been proud enough to be able to say that Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers have been the winner in all 5 or 6 divisions, correct?
Yeah.
For 3 or I think 4 years now running, is that?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is.
To me, that says Hot Shot Secret's actually doing something.
Yeah, they are. They're great for our industry.
Well, I thank you so much. Anything I missed, Drew, that you want to throw out there? Or?
I think we've got everything covered pretty well.
Okay, I appreciate you coming by. Educational.
Yeah.
Have a good time here at Louisville. And I don't know, maybe one of these days they'll get me to come out to see some of that straight line racing.
Yeah, you should come out. It's a good time. It's a lot of fun.
I love tuning in because Kyle always shares videos of what's going on. The first runs, the prelims, and all that. And
yeah,
it looks like it's a good time.
It is a good time. It really is, and it's like a family. So
you get your shoes stuck on the track.
Yeah.
All right, we'll return after this. Drew, thank you so much. DNJPrecisionMachine.com if you want to learn more. Come on by. Where are you at, by the way? The booth. Where are you at here in Louisville for these people? Do you know?
We're over in the other wing.
Is it the West Wing?
I honestly don't know the number. That's terrible.
The West
Wing.
West Wing,
yep.
Okay.
You'll find us over there.
There they are. And we'll be back after this, live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A deal to fund the government through the end of this fiscal year will see a lot of attention Friday and likely swift passage first to the U.S. House. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries told reporters he expects a big majority of Democrats to vote in favor of the bill. Most Republicans are expected to back the legislation as well. New York's Attorney General is ready to seize some of Donald Trump's properties if he doesn't come up with a large amount of bond money. USA's Laura Winters.
New York Attorney General Letitia James taking the first step towards seizing some of Donald Trump's assets if he can't meet Monday's deadline to post his $464 million bond in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment. James filing documents to lay the groundwork to take over Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County, New York.
Immigration riots have been unfolding in El Paso, Texas. Reports indicated that the Texas National Guard faced a significant challenge as waves of illegal immigrants attempted to breach border barriers Thursday. Is Apple a monopoly? The U.S. Justice Department thinks so. USA's John Schaefer.
According to Attorney General Merrick Garland, Apple has monopolized the smartphone market.
Apple has maintained monopoly power in the smartphone market, not simply by staying ahead of the competition on the merits.
He announced in a briefing Thursday that the Justice Department, along with a coalition of state attorneys general and district attorneys, is suing Apple. Apple contends that the lawsuit is misguided on both factual and legal grounds.
For the first time in 2 years, life expectancy in the U.S. has gone up. According to a CDC report released Thursday, the life expectancy in 2022 was 77.5 years. U.S. life expectancy still is not as high as it was before the COVID-19 pandemic. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
An independent investigation by officials in Major League Baseball will be coming as the league's highest paid player is being linked to suspects in a federal gambling probe. LA Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani's interpreters facing accusations of stealing millions of Ohtani's money and spending it with an illegal bookmaker, but many questions remain.
I think they will look into everything, the bets outside of baseball, the bookmaking operation by this Orange County guy, and then how was Ohtani involved?
Villanova sports law professor Andrew Brandt, a spokesperson for Ohtani, originally told ESPN the funds were knowingly transferred to help cover a gambling debt. But later, a lawyer said Ohtani was instead the victim of being ripped off. Despite surging mortgage rates, home sales in the U.S. reached their highest level in a year in February. The National Association of Realtors revealed that existing home sales surged by almost 10% compared to the previous month. This marks the second consecutive month of increased sales, indicating a rebound from the fall's decline attributed to soaring mortgage rates. No charges will be filed in regards to a fight that occurred one day before the death of an Oklahoma teenager, 16-year-old Nex Benedict, who had complained to parents and school staff about being bullied, was involved in a fist fight at Owasso High School in Oklahoma, and was found dead the next day. Officials have ruled Benedict's death a suicide. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
The Mack runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand
the Magic Twanger, and we are back. Took a little break there. It's good to hear from the boss of Gold Eagle. And welcome back live to Louisville, Kentucky, the Mid-America Truck Show 52nd edition here. All things trucking all come together for 3 days. We're rolling into day number 2. It's a Friday. All right, next we're going to cue the microphone, flip the Magic Twanger, and we welcome our next guest to the Hot Shot Secret Steve Summers Overnight Drive booth. Hi there, Gabrielle. Is that the correct pronunciation? Is it Gabriel or Gabrielle?
Gabrielle.
Gabrielle. All right, you had it right the first time. Gabrielle Simmons with She Trucking.
Yes.
I'm not real familiar. Tell me a little bit about, that's what you're here for, to explain to us She Trucking. It is a nonprofit organization,
Correct.
right?
Yes, we are a nonprofit organization here to educate and empower women and minorities in the trucking industry. All things trucking, right? Not just the drivers. But that's definitely where it started, was with our founder, Sheree Moore, creating a brand, first and foremost, for us to recognize each other on the road. So she actually started the nonprofit by creating T-shirts that we could wear that have that She Trucking logo there. So while we're out on the road, us lady drivers could recognize each other and find build some community within the industry.
So are you in trucking yourself?
I am. Yep, I'm a driver, also a carrier. We have some trucks and trailers. That's actually separate from the She Trucking organization. That's my personal business. But yeah, I'm a full-time driver.
Full-time driver, and so you do the over-the-road thing or regional? Or
I'm choosing to be kind of regional right now. I've definitely gone over the road and seen every state, all the cities. That was my big objective when I first got started when I was 23, was to see every state.
Okay. You're driving for how long now?
Going on 7 years.
Okay, so you've been around a few years. You've seen a little bit,
Just
right?
a couple.
Okay. So tell me, She Trucking, your founder, you're like the vice president now,
Yes,
and your founder, what was the idea, the premise of starting this?
To build a community. Really, that's the main thing. There's not a whole lot of... now there are several female communities, but at the time when this was started over 7 years ago, there wasn't a lot of representation of women and minorities in the trucking industry. So we wanted to come together to build a community where women and minorities could feel like it's a safe space and come for education. She Trucking, if you go to our website, we have mentorship opportunities. We have phone numbers that members can call and have a live person on the other end at any time who is an experienced driver or some sort of trucking professional who can answer their questions. So we educate people on everything from how to get your CDL to load securement. We've done classes for that. Sheree even had a school at one point. We teach people how to get their own authority. And
is it an online thing or
no? Well, the mentorship is yes. The school was an in-person school in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Chattanooga, really?
Yep, that's where we're based out of.
Okay, you're familiar with Flintstone?
I am not.
Flintstone,
I'm not from
Georgia?
Chattanooga.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but the company's based out of... Yeah, Flintstone is at the foot of Lookout Mountain right there, which is the Incline in Rock City, Ruby Fun. My wife is from Flintstone. So,
okay.
I married her and lived down there for about 5 years, so I'm very familiar with the Chattanooga area.
It's a beautiful place. That's where we do the Touch a Truck event as well. That's something that She Trucking has done for several years. That is an event where we bring at least one truck out, and it's for the kids. It's to inspire children to come out and experience what it's like to touch a truck and learn. Actually, it's a whole program where we teach them the basics of what truck driving is and how this can be a potential career opportunity for them to look into as they grow older.
So you start at the young age and try to educate them about what trucking's all about and what you can do. And
yeah, exactly.
It looks like you've 501c3. So how do folks get involved in this? And
so we have several different sponsorship opportunities for like our podcast. We just relaunched our podcast. We have a huge following through social media, and so we have the sponsorship opportunities for businesses that want to sponsor the podcasts or events. We do have our She Trucking Expo we'll be putting on next year. We did our first She Trucking Expo in 2021, and it was a big show, great success. We do driver appreciation, rewards programs, and all of that. Otherwise, everyday people who want to visit our website at shetrucking.com can go and make a donation to the organization at any time. We do also have member opportunities to register and be a member and get exclusive access to some of those membership opportunities. That's also on the website.
I'm just looking, I'm kind of flipping through your first She Trucking magazine. You do actually a physical magazine, which there's not much of those anymore, are there?
Right.
Everything's digital nowadays. There's a lot of educational information in here about obtaining your CDL license and maintaining your truck. And
how to troubleshoot your truck so you can avoid having to take it into a shop anytime you think there's the slightest thing wrong with it. That's really what we enjoy doing, is educating people. So the magazine we will be doing more of, obviously, and looking for sponsor opportunities to come in and sponsor our future magazines as well.
So how often do you have physical events? And are they all? Is that always in Chattanooga?
At least a couple times a year. They're usually in Chattanooga, yes, on the website, and also there in the magazine is more information about our upcoming events. We have the Diamonds and Pearls event that will be in Chattanooga this year, and that's mostly for the ladies to come out and dress up and look real nice. It's not something we have an opportunity to do a lot of as truck drivers, to put on a nice ball gown or something and come out and connect with other women in the industry. So we have the Diamonds and Pearls event that'll be this year, and several other upcoming events over the course of the next full calendar year.
You're in Louisville right now, so you have a booth. You're set up here.
Yes.
Where are we at? Where are you at? North Wing, South Wing?
We are North Wing. The booth number just escaped me, but we are North Wing. Just as you come in the front entrance, you can't miss us.
That'd be the North Wing, the lobby, I guess. The North Wing lobby. We used to be there. I had a little booth up there many, many years ago, right in the front doors.
Nice.
That was very convenient for a smoker.
Yeah. Very convenient.
Yeah, so I'm very familiar with your ad there. So coming in from the front side of the building.
Now, where those cool trailers are.
One thing we did notice the years we were up there, that people, if they came in through the back side here, they'd never realized that there were other things out. You got to go out of the North Wing to the lobby here. There's a whole ton of stuff out there. They say we were there and we never could find you. So for folks listening in the North Wing lobby, if you come in from the back side of the building by the horse barns, go through the doors into the lobby area. There's a ton of booths out there.
Yes.
You got a scholarship program.
Yes.
Who's that for?
That is for somebody has to be nominated first and foremost to receive the scholarship. But we currently have an autographed guitar signed by Ashley McBride.
Okay.
She is a rising country singer.
Absolutely.
Yes. And you're familiar with her?
I'm familiar with Ashley, yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have her guitar that we are auctioning off, and you can also find that on our website, the opportunity to submit a bid on that. And the funds from that auction go into the scholarship program.
Okay, and that's, again, the way to make donations is through the website?
Yes, the website, shetrucking.com.
Shetrucking.com, that's pretty simple, easy to remember.
Yep.
All right, so what do you think? What's going on in the trucking world? Is it female drivers? Because it is She Trucking. Is it primarily about females?
So my trucking company is not actually, we're a veteran-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned small business. So my business partner, the gentleman here, he is the owner of the company. And we teamed up to start the company in an effort to provide opportunities for veterans. We're now incorporating more of the women's support in the actual trucking operations. But no, as of right now, I'm the only female driver we have. Our other driver is a gentleman who's a veteran.
Okay. But so She Trucking is the name of your trucking company, or
no? She Trucking is the nonprofit organization.
Okay.
That I am the vice president for, and then I have my own personal company with my business partner that's outside of She Trucking.
Okay. So what's your personal experience out there on the road these days? How are things going out there?
They're going well.
Issues. I mean, there's a lot of things you have issues with truck parking. That's a problem.
No.
You don't have any trouble?
You know what? I wake up at about 3 a.m. every day, and I hit the road. And even with a very long, full day on a full clock, by the time I park, there's still parking.
Okay.
So I tell all drivers that. I'm like, if you're having a hard time finding parking, it's because you're driving too late.
They say, well, if you try to find a place like about the time the sun goes down, you're probably too late then.
Mm-hmm. It should be before the sun goes down. You're golden.
You've already stole their spot.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
How about the restroom issues? I know there's some legislation talking about trying to mandate the availability of restrooms.
Yeah, that's definitely an important thing for us to push, because being a woman, there's so many shippers and receivers that I go to, and I need to use a restroom, and in some cases there's no restroom,
right,
which is absolutely absurd. And then in some cases they only have one restroom, and it's a men's restroom, and maybe the door doesn't lock, right? And so those types of things for women in the industry is just very not cool.
So that's probably an issue that you would endorse that legislation about, because my understanding is when the whole COVID thing kicked in, that a lot of these companies that otherwise might have let you use the facilities stopped allowing it, and apparently haven't come back to letting even men or women in.
Yeah, I keep seeing that as well, where they're like, due to COVID concerns, all the restrooms are closed.
Yeah, it's like, well, the COVID thing's a long history to me, so.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Well, what else would you like to tell the folks about your organization?
Just that they can connect with us from Facebook. That's probably our largest and most active community, is our Facebook page, just She Trucking. That group, we're sharing educational posts. We're sharing information about cooking in your truck. We have tips that are dropped about homeschooling your kids if they're on the truck with you. And then, of course, just daily check-ins from everyday drivers, people in dispatch, and brokers. So check us out on the Facebook page. We're on Instagram as well, LinkedIn, and, of course, our website. There's so much information about our organization, what we do, and our upcoming events, fundraisers, and sponsorship opportunities just on the website. So,
tell me a little bit. I'm looking here. Tell me a little bit about the apprenticeship program that you have. What's that about?
I'm not super educated on that side of things. That's definitely more of a Sheree question.
Okay.
That's something that she specializes in more than I do.
Now, is she here with you at the truck show this weekend?
Yeah, she's here. She's at the booth. We have our podcast equipment set up over there, so she's over there podcasting with several guests, and her objective is to not have to talk so much. So that's where I come in, is to do a lot more of these speaking engagements.
Where do folks find your podcast?
On our website as well, and then we're streaming on all of the streaming platforms as well.
Right, yeah, the Spotify and all that stuff.
All of them, yeah.
Absolutely.
Too many to name.
There's a ton of them.
Yeah.
But we've kind of gone to a digital world, haven't we?
Yeah. I really appreciate your podcast being the hours that it is, so you live every
overnight.
Night.
That's the idea. Yes, my father started a trucking show 1984.
Wow.
And he retired in 2000. I started working with him in 96, and it was always overnight. And when I got let go from the traditional terrestrial radio station about 3 years ago, Hot Shot Secret picked me up because we had been a partner for many, many years, and said, let's keep it going. And we said, should we change the hours of the program? Because there's probably a lot more potential audience out there during the day. But I said, no, my audience has been listening to us at night, so we've talked to the overnight truck drivers. Yeah,
I love it. That's
we
so cool.
help keep those overnight drivers awake when they're out there on the road, and it's a call-in program, so it's very interactive. Normally,
okay.
so
wow,
yeah,
that's cool. You don't see that much anymore,
right?
The call-in where you can actually call in,
and that's what the drivers are out there on the road. They call in and talk about whatever's on their mind. So,
that is really amazing. I love that you do this.
Yep. Well, I thank you so much for coming by to spend a few moments with us here. Have you been to the Mid-America before? Or?
No, this is my first time.
So how do you think? It's big, huh?
It is massive. Yes, it is a lot.
There's a lot involved in the trucking industry, and every bit of it's here. So you get a chance to get out there and explore. And all right.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab some barbecue here in a little bit.
There you go. The Kentucky pork producers.
Yeah.
I hope you have a thick wallet. What are they getting, $12 for a sandwich these days, I think?
Yeah, $14 for 8 chicken nuggets. I was like, what in the world?
Well, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much. Good luck in your endeavors, and
Thank you.
We'll chat again sometime.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, we're coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky, the Mid-America Truck Show. Coming up momentarily, I think our next guest is Scheid Diesel, S-H-E-I-D, Scheid Diesel. Yeah, talking about diesel performance and so much more. First, we'll get a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from Louisville, the Mid-America Truck Show.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, just doing our thing here, Mid-America Truck Show. Let me flip the camera back. That was one of our friends stopping by to say hi, and he said, I wanted to My wife is in the Philippines right now. Can I wave at her? Because she's tuned in. I said, sure, you got to bend over. She'll see you there. Hey, what do we got going on? Hot Shot Secrets. Live in Louisville. If you stop by our booth, hey, you're going to get the best prices ever. 30% off everything. From fuel additives to the oil additives. Your engine, transmission fluid, gear oils, coolants, spray lubricants. We got it all. Hey, we've got the bypass filtration systems, everything, 30% off. And if you're interested, they're always looking for additional, say, dealers. If you'd like to become a Hot Shot Secret dealer, or maybe you've got a fleet, they can hook you up for the fleets. If you got numerous trucks, you can get some really good deals on a long-term basis. Just stop by the booth and see one of the representatives there. Behind me, they're working the booth. Got Kyle over here. And what's his name just showed up a few minutes ago. There is the Mid-America Truck Show bundle. This is a super deal. We're talking 35% off what you would normally pay. Because you're buying a little bit in bulk. 2 gallons of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, 2 gallons of the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, plus a Hot Shot Secret banner, only $240. That's a box deal. And, of course, while supplies last, I think they've still got some samples over there. It's only Friday. We got a lot of show yet to fill. Free sample bottle of the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. That's a 4-ounce bottle, but 4 ounces, believe it or not, this is highly concentrated. 4 ounces treats 200 gallons of fuel. So if you're not familiar with the Hot Shot Secret products, if you've never tried it, the free bottle, the idea is you'll put that little 4-ounce bottle in, that fill up, and you'll say, wow, I can tell there's a difference here. What a difference this stuff makes. And then you'll become a regular consumer. Of course, we'll get our next guest, Shy Diesel, coming up here in just a few minutes. While we've got a moment, remind you we're going to be giving away to those who stop by our booth to register. Just bring your smartphone, scan the code. We've got the banners out here. We've got 2 Bostrom seats to give away, one of which is the Bostrom Pro Ride truck seat. That's the black and gray, the ultra leather. That's the high profile with 915 suspension, the high back upper, the high back, isolating 915 air suspension, the high profile suspension with 6-inch ride zone. You've got the air lumbar support and the extendable cushion there. Next, one step up on the list is kind of like the top dog in Bostrom seating. We're talking a manufacturer's retail price, $2,220. Somebody's going to win this. And that is the Bostrom Wide Ride Plus Certa truck seat. That would be for those viewing, that would be the red and tan one on your screen there with our guests. Got the dual adjustable armrest, the heated seat features, the Wide Ride Certa series, isolating suspension, high profile suspension with 4-inch ride zone, air lumbar, high-performance impact damper, and extendable cushion. Very simple to win. And yesterday, we were chatting with our friends right across the aisle. That's what it's all about here in Louisville. You come by to meet friends, meet old friends, make new friends. We had a booth right across from us, and that's the Blue Tiger. And I think it was cue ball, or was it cue ball or maybe horse feathers? I asked Horse Feathers about it. You ever had a Blue Tiger? And he said, man, I've had several Blue Tigers. And they were he said they were very good, very reliable headsets. We kind of like a backup prize. They offered to let us give away one of the Blue Tiger, I can't remember what the name is, the Blue Tiger Pro headset. We'll be giving that away tomorrow as well. So if you're registering for the seats, you're also getting registered for the Blue Tiger here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Coming up later in the day, what do we got? I'm looking at our schedule ahead. We got more racing talk coming up here. RLC Motorsports will be joining us. Industrial Injection will be coming along here a bit later on this afternoon. The Truckers Fund, that's you've been hearing their advertisements on the program for months now. That's the MasterCard program, saving you money on your fuel cost. I believe they got them coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we got a lot to cover as we roll into a Friday. Come on by and join us, booth 12036. We will get a news update here and come back with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced the U.S. has presented a draft resolution to the United Nations urging an immediate ceasefire in Gaza linked to the release of hostages held by Hamas. Blinken made the statement during his meetings with leaders in the Middle East on Thursday. Following his discussion in Egypt, he's scheduled to travel to Israel on Friday. New York's Attorney General gearing up to seize some of Donald Trump's properties. USA's Laura Winters.
Donald Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County could be seized by New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's filed the preliminary paperwork in case Trump can't post the $500 million bond he needs in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher Thursday. Stocks have been boosted thanks to the Federal Reserve indicating 3 rate cuts are still likely to come later on this year. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Every day, our brave military men and women, along with their families, make tremendous sacrifices for our freedom. Patriotic Hearts, a nonprofit organization, is dedicated to supporting these heroes and their families in their times of need. By donating your unwanted card to Patriotic Hearts, you'll be supporting job transition and job fair programs, veteran entrepreneurship, counseling, and retreats for combat veterans and their spouses. Call 800-804-7211. You'll receive a tax deduction, and we'll arrange a free pickup at your convenience. Imagine the difference you can make in the lives of those who have given so much for our country. Your card donation will directly impact military families, veterans, providing them with the support they desperately need. Call 800-804-7211. You can become a part of something bigger. Join us in our mission to uplift and honor our military community. Call 800-804-7211 to donate your unwanted card to Patriotic Hearts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, you know what that means. And on we go. Okay, a little after 12:30 Eastern Time. Rolling into a Friday. Indeed, it's a cloudy day. I haven't seen any rain yet. I think we've got like a 50-50 shot and maybe a few lighter showers in the mix. It is warming up a little bit, though, here in Louisville. Supposed to hit 60, somewhere 60, 62 for a high later on today. Not bad. So come on in. Got till 6 o'clock this evening, and it will be 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. Saturday. The Mid-America Truck Show. Louisville, Kentucky. All right, guest. Next on the microphone. What was your first name again? I'm sorry.
My name's Randy.
Randy. All right. And Shy Diesel. Shy Diesel has you covered. I've heard that commercial many, many times. They're located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, and Effingham, Illinois. Welcome, Randy. How the heck are you?
Well, I'm just fine. How about yourself?
Busy.
Busy.
Been
a nice crowd, hasn't
it? It is. I think they're doing well. I think should be a good weekend here.
It's a good time.
Now tell me a little bit about Shy Diesel. Where would you like to begin?
No, I don't. Well, I can start at the beginning. It began in 1982 by Dan Scheid.
Okay.
And about 1990 they started the store in Effingham, Illinois, and then along come 99 for the Lafayette location that they built up there. So.
Okay.
But Scheid, basically, we're a fuel injection shop primarily that turbos, injection pumps, injectors, as they're Bosch authorized as a rebuilder, and then from that we branched into the performance products. Along with that, we carry all the Hot Shot Secret line.
Right. So how'd you get tied in with Hot Shot Secret?
Well, they've approached. We're involved with the ODSS, the Outlaw Diesel Super
Series,
and
okay.
Drag racing, and then they come on as a sponsor, and along with that, then not only do we sell the product, we use it, believe in it, and they've got a good line, good people.
So when you talk, you say injector pumps, turbochargers, injectors themselves.
Correct.
So what? My turbocharger goes out. I need it repaired. Mm-hmm. You repair them rather than replace them.
We offer OEM replacements. We offer Holsett Garrett and BorgWarner as well as Cummins. We're a Cummins dealer from years back.
So, but you work with all the diesel ended. You got the Dodge Cummins, the Fords, and all across the board. You run the gamut.
Yes, about everything diesel.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Love them all. There's not anyone that we specialize more along the Cummins line, but also any truck of any age we're able to. We have.
So with your locations like Terra, is it a regional thing where people just, if you're in that region, to come to the shop there, or do people ship stuff to you? Or?
We have people from all over, plus Canada, coming to the store with projects as well as, and then we ship parts, across the world.
Mm-hmm.
And in that area, we cover, the 3 states area, as being a close region there, you might say. But yes, we have people coming from coast to coast to come on in to any of our shops there.
So what are you doing with the racing world?
Well, we We actually have a dragster.
Like a sponsored dragster, or?
No, Dan, the owner of
Okay.
Shides, he would campaign a dragster.
Tell me a little bit about the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza.
Yeah, that's held last weekend. This year, I think it's the 23rd, 24th of August. And that event draws people from all over the world, literally. And so we have drag racing, the ODSS series, and there'll be, I don't know, some maybe 500 to 600 pulling vehicles will show up as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the largest diesel show in the United States.
And is that the one where they have some of the big trucks as well, or?
Years past, we've had PPL has had semi classes. This year, I'm not so sure that it has. I'm not sure the schedule's been set, but yes, in the past we've always had the
like a show and shine competition thing.
No, they pull them.
They pull them.
Pull them. There.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's exciting to see if you've not seen truck pulls, semis pull.
Where's the? I think that's one of Kyle's favorite events. He says he loves the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza.
If you haven't been there, it's hard to describe. You know the atmosphere that it brings. You know, where the whole time you're there, there's either truck pulling. There's never a dull moment. There's truck pulling going on the whole time you're there, and then the drag racing, of course. Evening session, they'll have the drags finals and tractor pulling and tractor and truck pulling finals at the same time.
So it's a big weekend. Two big days.
It is. Yeah. It's hard to describe. Hard to describe. Like I said, the atmosphere is just crazy, and but everybody's there. You know, I mean, we have vendors anybody that's involved in the diesel truck industry shows up there, and it's a very good time.
So it says on your website, like injectors, pumps, and more, but you've got a whole line of stuff under the products.
Absolutely, yeah. It's everything that you would necessarily need for a truck.
So are you like a full? Is it a repair shop, or?
We have like I said, we have fuel shops at each location, and as well, they all have drive-in service available.
Yeah.
There again, we primarily have it there for the to install injectors and turbos and that sort, but we're also pull them in, go through bumper to bumper, diagnose problems, fix problems. There's always a truck that's been acting crazy, nobody else can fix it, they can bring it to us, and we've got techs throughout the system that
to try and diagnose things.
They've seen it all, done it all. We've got the best there is as far as technicians.
Are you one of the hands-on guys actually working on them?
No, not me, but I can point you in the direction.
So what's your prime role?
I'm sales, outside sales.
Okay,
sure.
So you're making phone calls or answering phones?
I drive the roads and find people that need diesel parts and help them out.
Okay, interesting. So what's going on here? Louisville, you're at the Mid-America Truck Show. You got a booth down here this year?
Sure do. Yeah, we're down. I think it's booth number 12112.
So you're in this wing then?
Yeah, we're straight down this road.
Down
at the end.
I haven't been down there yet.
Come see us.
I get stuck here at the booth. It's like
the best part's down that way.
What all's down? What do you got at the booth? What do people find here with Scheid Diesel?
Everything. Also, new this year for us, we're showing a lock and lube grease fitting, or grease gun accessories.
Yeah. Okay.
And then they also have lock and flate, which work on your Schrader valve on your tires. The biggest, neatest thing with that, I think, is the dual. They've got a dual wheel inflator that has its own. It's got a remote lock.
Yeah.
Which is in your hand, and you can lock it. It just makes it simplifies simplifies your.
You know that guy?
This guy?
He just. I think old Kyle, he's just going on down. I thought he was going to jump in and maybe chat with us a little bit here, but
yeah, he makes himself scarce a lot.
Do you get to go out to some of the racing events?
I do. Yeah,
and get to hang out with Kyle and.
Oh yeah. That's the best part of the job. I'm out and around, and it's interesting. It's exciting.
So you got the shot. You say you got a dragster.
Mm-hmm.
Is that competing with the girl that has the world record? What's her name?
That's right, Maddie.
Maddie.
Yep.
So you ever beat her?
Yeah.
Really?
But lately,
she's got the record, and right now she's got the fastest
it's gonna be,
diesel.
I'll tell you. I mean, as far as the my personal opinion of if you've not been involved in diesel drag race, come this year. There's going to be I don't know. It could be upwards of 6 or 8 of their dragsters.
Okay.
And it's getting pretty crazy.
So there's going to be some good competition.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. So the ODSS, is that what you're part of, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series?
Yeah, it's called Outlaw Diesel Super Series.
I think somebody told me a bit ago that just kicks off here another week or so coming up.
About 2 weeks in Orlando, Florida will be down.
So Orlando, and then where?
Orlando,
all over the country.
Then they'll go to North Carolina 2 weeks after that.
Okay.
To Rudy's it'll be in Rockingham, North Carolina, and then I believe there's a gap in there, and then it'll be back up at UCC at Indianapolis, which will be at the Lucas Oil Raceway Park, and that'll be a fairly local one for the people in this area to go see. But there'll be some great racing there.
Okay. So from your Shy Diesel website, I see that you offer like a newsletter. Folks can subscribe to what all you find in there.
That's right. Oh, updates on, you can find links to the racing part of it, but also we run specials often, weekly specials, and it kind of brings attention to what we do. We can kind of highlight some of the better selling products and let people know what we're coming up with. We do a lot of we actually make a lot of our parts, so we make billet and Cummins block.
Okay.
And then all the accessories that go with that.
So the billet, we were talking to somebody about that here a few minutes ago. Mm-hmm. That's the aluminum thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a solid core aluminum block for racing, racing and pulling.
So for a venue like this is mostly the big trucks, the 18-wheeler guys.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you work with them as far as.
Yeah, in fact, I tell you, it's kind of exciting now. There's kind of a resurgence in the older trucks, like I said, company began in 82. There's a lot of 82 trucks that are being pulled back out of the weeds and refurbished. Some of the B model Peterbilts, the 3406 Caterpillar engines. Those are the mechanical push.
Yeah, now is this people trying to get away from all this emission stuff and the DEF filters?
Not necessarily. If you look outside, it's just a coolness factor.
Really?
There is some cool trucks.
Okay.
They're fun to it's a fun project to rebuild them and lower them and get them back out on the road. It's a beautiful sight to see. But so a lot of that was some mechanical fuel pumps. There's not that many people that can do a good rebuild job on those in our shops. That's they live and breathe that stuff, so we can make some power with them as well.
So you got a lot of friends down here. How many times this is not your first time here at Louisville, right?
No, this would be probably about 7 of these.
Okay, so it's for us. It's almost like a little family reunion. You come down, you get to see all the folks you've not seen in a few years.
Yeah. Well, and then just the spectators. That I know a lot of them. You see their face once a year.
Yep.
They're like old friends that stop by and buy something each year, and it's good to see them again.
Got any special deals going down there?
We do everything on the. We run a across the board we drop it down. You know, everything's a show special.
Fire sale.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's cool.
Yep. Yeah. It gives the person an opportunity to get something, get to know us, and then they become customers for life.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So, what was it again? It was 2 locations in Illinois, Indiana,
Mhm.
1 in Illinois.
Yep, 2 in Indiana. One's in, like I said, Terre Haute, Indiana, and then one's in Lafayette. Mhm. And then Effingham, Illinois, about on 70, about midway between Terre Haute and St. Louis.
Okay.
So-
Best way to find you guys is the website. Is that the easiest way?
ShyDiesel.com. It's a great way to get a hold of us.
And I remember when I first heard, I thought it was Shy Diesel, and I said, it's SCHEID.
Yep.
There's a D at the end of Shide, so it's like Shide Diesel. There's
Correct.
2 Ds there.
Yeah, it's a little bit. The I before E thing is really
So
gets a lot of people.
ShideDiesel.com, and you'll find all the different services offered there, phone numbers, connections, and I see the info there about the big extravaganza. That was the word.
Yeah,
the Shy Diesel extravaganza coming up. I guess they have camping and everything available there, on-site camping. People come out and hang out for the weekend.
We're probably I don't know. There may be 40. Gosh, I don't know how many acres there is, but it's wide open out in the country there. But it's not too far from civilization either. But it's a nice venue, Wagler Motorsports Park.
Wagler Motorsports Park. So the dyno competition?
Yeah, they'll have it. Yeah, we have a dyno competition. It'll be going the whole time the show's going on. There'll also be, like I said, the drag racing. They'll have preliminaries and then the finals. Pulling will be they'll be doing preliminaries, and then the guys that make it from Friday, they'll go to the Friday night pool.
So you got straight line racing, diesel racing, and truck and tractor pulling, and a dyno competition.
And a dyno
like
competition.
everything
going at one, and also like I said, a trade show that just blow your mind, the length of it.
It's a kind of a carnival-like atmosphere.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
A lot of vendors and food trucks.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Something to eat.
There's something to eat. There's something to drink, and sometimes it gets a little hot that time of year, but then I'm pretty sure this year it's going to be cool.
Okay.
All
right. All right. I thank you for coming by. Anything we've missed that you'd like to touch on, or
well, just appreciate everything you guys do, or the Hot Shot Secret line. Those people, Kyle, and yeah, all of our customers, all our loyal customers. Can't do it without them.
You'll see a lot of Hot Shot Secret spot stickers on some of those race cars there at the extravaganza,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, I think pretty much every one of them.
Really? That's great. I know they're rapidly growing in the racing industry. So, all right, man. We'll have a great day. Enjoy the show.
You too. Nice to meet you.
Well, if I get a chance to get away, I might try to make it down and say hello.
Do that. All right.
All right. We'll be back with more coming up here. The Mid-America Truck Show, live, Louisville, Kentucky. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Mack runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock Tractors, Super Semi Trucks, and Mini and Multi-Engine Modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mack Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Galat Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Superstock, Superstock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the Twin Tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half-dozen classes, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit tomahtractorpole.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new ntpapull.com. your number one resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week. But before we do, let's take a moment to welcome two new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present two-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The U.S. is now pressing for a ceasefire in Gaza before the United Nations. Submitting a draft resolution this week, Secretary of State Antony Blinken made the announcement while visiting with Arab leaders in Egypt on Thursday. He's set to visit leaders in Israel Friday. The UN Security Council will vote Friday on the new U.S. ceasefire resolution. Americans are still shelling out money for homes despite soaring interest rates. Home sales in the U.S. reached their highest level in a year in February.
The National Association of Realtors revealed that existing home sales surged by almost 10% compared to the previous month. This marks the second consecutive month of increased sales, indicating a rebound from the fall's decline, which was attributed to those soaring mortgage rates. I'm John Schaefer.
U.S. lawmakers have put forth a $1.2 trillion government funding proposal as a potential solution to a looming partial government shutdown. Both the House and Senate must approve the bill by the end of Friday to prevent at least a temporary funding gap. Departments at risk of facing funding shortages include defense, education, and the legislative branch. New York's Attorney General gearing up to seize some of Donald Trump's properties if he can't come up with a big amount of bond money. USA's Laura Winters.
Donald Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County could be seized by New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's filed the preliminary paperwork in case Trump can't post the $500 million bond he needs in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment.
Apple is being sued for alleged antitrust law violations. The lawsuit filed by the Department of Justice, along with 16 state and district attorneys general, claims Apple has monopolized the smartphone market by blocking competitors from accessing hardware and software features of the iPhone. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Getting inflation down to 2% remains a challenge, but it's where the Fed believes things are headed as they announced a decision to keep key interest rates unchanged. Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking to reporters this week.
Markets believe we will achieve that goal, and they should believe that because that's what will happen over time.
Both the Consumer Price Index and personal consumption expenditure ticked back up in January and February, raising some concern, but Powell believes it's just a minor correction and that a broader downward trend in inflation will continue through 2024 and allow for future rate cuts. A pair of suspects who are charged in the ambush shooting of 3 Boise, Idaho police officers are now in custody. Boise Police Chief Ron Winiger announced Thursday the men were captured in an area around Twin Falls, Idaho. While one of them was being transported from a Boise hospital this week to a waiting van, the other suspect got the drop on police officers and shot 2 of them. At the same time, Winiger says,
"We are investigating 2 homicides at separate locations in Nez Perce and Clearwater counties. These are potentially tied to this incident."
1 officer's been released from the hospital while 2 officers remain hospitalized. Nestle is initiating a recall of more than 440,000 Starbucks mugs due to safety concerns. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's warned these mugs are prone to overheating and breaking, posing a risk of burns and other injuries. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
you much, Mr. Louis Pugh, who's actually here at the OOIDA booth. Had an opportunity to chat with Louis and George yesterday. You can catch that on the podcast. Meanwhile, welcome back live, Louisville, Kentucky. Here we are, Mid-America Truck Show time, 52nd edition. And who's our next guest? Adam's going to join us here. Apparently, you're a friend of Kyle's, and you're actually willing to admit association with Kyle Fisher.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I just met him yesterday for the first time,
but he knew who you were.
He knew who I was. Yep, he's seen my truck around and said, "Hey, that needs some Hot Shots stuff in it." And I'm like, all right. So glad to be on board with him this year.
Now, were you familiar with Hot Shot at the time, or no?
I was. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Yeah, I've watched them in racing and stuff, and I use their stuff in my truck already. So it was just cool to now I don't have to pay for it anymore.
So Adam's, I believe you just met him. He pulled up, the unconventional journey of a '68 International Lone Star.
That's the one.
All right. Tell me about what. This is a build, as they call it. Would you pull this out of a junkyard or what?
So the truck actually came from just south of Richmond, Indiana, and there was a farmer that owned it, and actually seen it on Facebook Marketplace. It's a terrible place to be. You'll find too much stuff on there you need. But it was a grain truck. Had been in their family for a lot of years. I'm only the third owner of it. I want to say he's owned it since, I think, 77, I think is when he had it titled in his name.
Mm-hmm.
So I just hit him up online and was like, hey, I want to buy your truck. And was a little skeptical to tell him what I was going to do with it. But after showing him some pictures of what I was going to do, he was super excited about it. And he's actually seen it since it's been done and just loves it. So he just promised me that if I ever sell it, he gets first dibs at it back.
So what kind of condition was it in when you got it? I mean, '68 was. I'm thinking it probably not in the best of shape, was it? Or
well, to be honest, I thought I was going to have to go pretty far west to actually find a cab that was not all rusted out for being here in Ohio. With all the salt and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, it's terrible. But he had taken real good care of it. He had actually drilled holes in the sides of the door and actually had pumped oil inside the doors and stuff and sprayed the whole truck down just to keep it from rotting away. So it had a little bit of rot in it, but it was extremely clean for a Midwest truck, that's for sure.
So what was what were you envisioning? What was the plan, I guess you'd say?
Well, I kind of am a resto mod, as they call it, type of person, so I wanted to leave all the original paint the way it was, which it still is. I think the paint code's like 6472 turquoise, so the truck's all original paint. I've only cleaned it. I haven't buffed it. I haven't touched it up. I haven't clear coated. I haven't done anything to it. So to have the old style paint, but with the newer touches, with the cab's actually sitting on a 2004 Dodge 3500 chassis. So I bought that truck that was a salvage title, and a tree fell in the cab, but the truck still ran and drove. There was nothing wrong with everything underneath.
Mm-hmm.
So I just picked the two trucks up and pulled the cabs off both and slammed them together. At least that's the short version of it.
So what got you started in? Like, do you do restoration of trucks? Is that your a hobby, or?
It's just a hobby. I mean, to be honest, I do excavating. I run heavy equipment for a living. So I've just always loved to fabricate stuff and build stuff, and I was actually sitting at a dealership getting ready to buy a new truck, and I just couldn't stand spending that kind of money for a new pickup truck.
Yeah.
And
so were you doing this to be an actual you drive it kind of thing?
Yeah,
or?
Yeah. I mean, I wanted something I could use and drive. I mean, that's the reason I got the modern chassis underneath of it, because I wanted to be able to take it anywhere I wanted to and use it and haul stuff with it. I pull a 30-foot toy hauler camper with it. I haul a gooseneck trailer with it, haul hay and straw. I just went down to about a 4-hour trip with a gooseneck and picked up the next project that I'm doing. So, I never dreamed that it would gain any traction. I knew some people would like it, but I never thought I'd be sitting at a show booth at Matt's. That's for darn sure.
So you're in the North Wing here?
Yes.
You're kind of right around the corner, I guess. Yep. I haven't got over to see the truck yet.
Yeah, it's right inside the main door. When you come in the main entrance, it's there off to the left, right inside the door.
So did you get an invite, or somebody say, man, you need to put that in the Louisville, or?
So through truck stuff, I was actually at just a local show around me, and Chad Violet from Roadworks walked up to me and he said, here's my card. I do pictures and do all this stuff. And at the time, I didn't really even know who he was, to be honest. But, we started hitting it off. We're pretty good friends now. And I'm actually working on a Jeep for him right now. But no, he was like, dude, you need to get that thing in Louisville this year. And I thought, okay, well, how do I do that? I'm like, I don't think it's going to sit well with the trucks outside. It's not nice enough for that. He's like, no, let me talk to some people and I'll see what I can do. Mm-hmm. And so I got a phone number for a guy and called him, and he said, I sent him some pictures, and he said that needs to be here this year. He's like, so I'll get you a show spot and put it inside. So I was pretty happy about that. It's got a lot of attention here this week, a lot more than I ever expected.
So for those who are kind of listening in Radio Land, kind of explain what you've done with it.
So the Dodge frame was a two-wheel drive frame, so the truck already sat kind of low as it sits, just from the factory. I didn't change any of the Dodge suspension, at least not yet. There will be a whole air ride system on it here in another couple months, but for now, it's the front and rear bumpers sit about 6 inches off the ground, and it's the original International bumper on the front, and then I custom built a bumper for the rear. It's sitting on a custom cut 24-inch semi wheels, so they were 24.5s.
They look like a low profile thing. Is that what that'd be called? Correct. Low profile?
They have a low profile tire on them, but the wheels have been milled so that they could accept an actual, like a pickup truck tire, opposed to putting a semi rubber on them. They're a little rubber bandy, but there's plenty there, so it has enough sidewall to be able to haul with it. Mm-hmm. So, and that's what I told the guy when he did the wheels and he asked me about the tires. I'm like, well, don't put me on something I can't still use the truck. So, and so far I've had no problems with any of it. It's worked out well.
So what do you think the show itself? Have you been to Mid-America before?
I have never been down here for the show, actually. This is my first year being here, to be honest. I've seen a lot of pictures and always wanted to come, but, with work schedule and it's just never worked out for me to be able to come. But definitely going to be one of my favorites in returning, in multiple years. Whether the truck's here again or not, I'll just be coming.
Have you had a chance to get out and see some of the show trucks, like out in the front of Freedom Hall?
Oh, it's incredible. The stuff that's out there is just next level stuff. Like, I look at this little truck I built and just think, man, am I even allowed to even be sitting around where these guys even are? But it's wild. There's a lot of nice trucks out there.
Yeah. So overall, you say you do farm work? Is you're hauling hay or?
I do excavating, so I run heavy equipment, but the boss also has about 100 head of beef cattle, and they farm about 300 acres. So we do hay and straw for the cows and stuff, so that allows me to be able to use the truck a little bit and grab the gooseneck from work and go pull some hay out of the field or some straw or something. Mm-hmm. And it's been a lot of fun.
So you say you're doing a build for someone else right now. What's your current project?
So at the moment, I'm finishing up a Jeep for Chad Violet, just doing engine swapping it, and he's going to have Roadworks build some bumpers and do some cool stuff to it. So I'm finishing that up for him, but then I actually got a sponsor not only from Hot Shot Secrets this year, but I also got Jack's Wax sponsor as well for cleaning products. And so the marketing guy from Jack's Wax, his name's Todd Isaac, and he actually hit me up about, not only putting, their product on the truck, but also he builds a bunch of slammed and chopped Model A's that are real, hot rodded out. And he's like, I need something like this to pull my truck. So we sat down and made a deal, and that's the trip I just went to pick up. We went and picked up his cab. It's a 73 Lodestar, so it's still the gull wing hood. It still looks just like, the same body style as mine. Mm-hmm. But he wants it all black and murdered out. It'll be black wheels, black stacks, black tanks, black everything. So, but that's his style, and I think it'll come out pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about doing another one, and to actually, never thought I'd be building a truck for somebody else. I just thought it'd be cool to...
I'm looking at Diesel World magazine. Yep. How cool does it feel to have something? Did you ever think you'd build something that would be like in a major publication like that, or?
That's kind of a funny story, because the first show I took it to was called Ultimate Call-Out Challenge in Indianapolis. The truck had been done for about 2 months.
Okay.
And I took it there and entered it in the show and shine there, and just thought, it got a lot of attention. You're sitting next to guys that got $200,000-$400,000 in these big old SEMA trucks, and I didn't think it would really get that kind of attention that it did. But I didn't win nothing, which was fine. But after the show, I just get a message on my social media, and it was a guy named Tucker from Mach 1 Media, and he just said, hey, seen your truck today, love it, would love to feature it in Diesel World Magazine. And I literally laughed and swiped I was like, that ain't real, whatever. Yeah. And so it was later
like it's a prank, right?
Yeah, I was like, it's a scam or something.
When you were at the Ultimate Call-Out, were you just showing the truck there?
Yeah, I was just showing the truck.
Okay, you weren't like doing the dyno competition or anything?
Yeah, it don't have any power to it yet,
Okay.
You hang out with these guys enough here at Hot Shots, and they got enough people that got their connections. Who knows what it'll have someday.
So you were just kind of showing it there. So you get the call, and you said that was a joke, son.
Yeah, I thought it was a complete joke. I really didn't think that was real. And the next day I got another message from the same guy, and he just said, I seen you read my message, but you didn't respond. Are you still wanting to do this? And I sent a message back and was like, well, if this is real, then sure. He said, I promise I'm real. I'll meet you anywhere you want to meet. And I said, okay, truck in 5 minutes. And he showed up with his camera, and he's like, this is a legit deal.
So that's where he took the pictures that I'm seeing here, the interior and all that.
Yep.
So.
We went just up the road, like less than a mile, to a little concrete plant, and they did a full photo shoot of the truck there. And yeah, I went home with just thinking I had a neat truck that I built to the amount of following that it acquired on social media / people that gave it attention. I was just blown away.
Is it just me, or are those obnoxiously large stacks?
They are a little big. They are 8-inch stacks. To be honest, when I went to go look for stacks for the truck, I thought I really only wanted 6-inch stacks because I didn't want them to be a little bit ungodly and be too big.
Yeah.
But I looked and looked, and with the budget that I had to get them, I just couldn't afford to go spend a couple grand on new stacks to build the truck. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just shop around, see what I can find. Mm-hmm. And the guy was actually here today. I seen him that I actually bought the stacks from. They came off of an 05 Peterbilt that the guy had, and he was putting a new set on it. And he said, come look at them and see what you think. And I didn't really think I wanted stacks that big, and he said, well, $100 a piece, you can have them for your build. So I thought, okay, I guess the truck's getting big stacks put on it. But they actually fit the truck now that it's full together with the wheels on it and all the stuff. It actually looks pretty cool, but I didn't really want to go that route to start with, that's for sure.
So obviously we're talking to people, and I mean, they can't see your truck. Where can, I mean, I'm looking at an article, like I said, from Diesel World Magazine. Mm-hmm. Do you do the social media thing? You got the Facebook and all that?
Yeah, I got Facebook. I do mostly Instagram, and I started a YouTube channel as well. My Instagram is Adam Spragen, and it's SPRAGEN, and you can look the whole truck builds on there. You can see pictures and stuff I'm doing with it and everything. And then my YouTube channel is called Spragen Built Customs.
Did you do any like documenting the process of rebuilding?
I did a bunch
together.
I did a bunch of pictures. I didn't actually film me building it. Looking back now, I probably should have, especially after all the interest it's had. But at the time, I wasn't. I'm still not hugely into social media, but I know that's partially the way this is getting all the attention, so I've started learning more about it and pushing more into it, and it's a lot of work, but I try to keep up with it, try to respond to people. There's always people who have questions that reach out to me, and it's just really neat.
We got a buddy, FSC Trucking, that's Steve Foschek. I don't know if you're familiar with it. He does what you did. He rebuilds old trucks. He's in the process right now. I had him on yesterday that he got one of the old chapel trucks, what used to be a stationary, one of the church trucks.
Okay.
It was all the way out in Washington State. It had been sitting there for I don't know how many years idle, but he was able to pick it up and haul it back to his shop in, I think he's up in Illinois, maybe Wisconsin, I can't remember. But he's kind of documenting where he's starting from scratch and rebuilding everything, and he's explaining it. And
right.
He said it's a piece of history that he doesn't want to disappear. Right. So 1968, there probably ain't a whole hell of a lot of them around anymore, right?
It just depends. I mean, if you can find that, diamond in the rough of that farmer that stuffed one in a barn somewhere that's been sitting there for 20 years, you can still find some decent ones.
Yeah.
But at least a lot of the stuff around us is either sitting in the scrapyard or bound to go there just because there's just not a whole lot left of them.
So now is that the kind of thing you're going to be taking, like maybe to the American Truck Historical Society shows and things like that?
Yeah, I think I'll try to do some. I'm good friends with Eric Reisel, that he's a big part of that group, and I actually don't live too far for him either, so I know that he's trying to get me to go to some international stuff with it as well that they do, and some of the historical truck stuff, yes. So I'm going to try to take it there. I've done a little bit of that, I just don't know. Some people love it, some people hate it, some people say it's got too big of wheels or too big of stacks, but that's okay.
Well, everything, it's all a matter of taste, right?
Correct. Yep. You can't make everybody happy. Some people say I should have left it alone, and some people love it the way it is. So
there was a guy that was doing that. They had like custom truck builders here last year, and all these. And one guy had built a truck with absolutely zero chrome. He said all these guys want to build these trucks, and that's shiny, everything's going to be. He built a black, customized. I can't remember what model it was, but it was pretty much solid black, but zero chrome whatsoever. And I said, that's not a shiny truck, but it was really cool. It's a matter of taste.
And that's what the next truck I'm going to build is going to be like. I think he's going to do maybe some copper accents on it, with maybe lug nut covers and some things of that nature. But that truck's going to be all black.
Really?
It's what he wants.
Okay.
So I'm kind of excited to do that because it'll be, something different than mine to an extent, and it'll be a good time.
So for those coming into the show maybe here for later this afternoon or for Saturday, you're just kind of like hanging out over here, just hanging out, letting people take pictures and stuff?
Yep, there's pictures. I had 1,000 of 2 different types of stickers made in business cards, and I had to quit putting them out. Like, I'm not going to have anything for tomorrow if I keep putting them out, but a lot of people have been taking them. I've had some other people interested in, would you be interested in building me one? So it's pretty cool to see the traction that, just some dumb farm kid built something that I thought would be neat, and here it is at the biggest truck show ever. It's just cool.
So you're not like one of these, professional, I'm not going to trying to solicit, I'll build you a truck, come to me, and, you just did this for yourself for a good time.
Yeah, I just thought, I seen a picture of one, and I just thought, man, how cool is that? I'd just be so neat to have one of those. So I just took it one step at a time. I had some guys that do similar stuff around me that, build custom C10s and stuff, and they just gave me some advice and just said, have a vision of what you want. Don't let anybody change your mind, and just take one bite of it every day, just a little bit at a time. Take one step and finish that, and then do the next step and finish that, and before you know it, you'll have a running, driving truck. So,
and you're driving it every day.
Yep. I don't daily drive it, but I do. I drive it any chance I can.
It's a working, operating truck. Yeah.
Yep.
So if you want to find, I see they've got some TikTok videos and some little bit of social media. Adam Spragen, Spragen.
Yep.
And do a quick Google search, and you'll find some photos and some documentation on that. Well, dude, I appreciate you taking the time to come over and chat with us a little bit. We're just kind of filling the time, talking to folks, the truck drivers, about the Mid-America Truck Show here.
No, I appreciate you having me. It's a cool opportunity. I know when Kyle was like, hey, we want to put you on the radio, I thought, okay, if you really want me to talk, I can do that.
Okay, yeah.
But no, I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, enjoy the rest of the show, and maybe we'll run into each other down the line. Now that you've met Kyle and you go to some of these events, you're going to hook up with him other places, or?
Yeah, he talked about it sitting in some booths somewhere for Hot Shot Secret, so I don't know exactly what events he's wanting to put it in yet, but it will probably be in some booths somewhere.
Okay.
Just don't know. We haven't filled out all those details yet, so we'll see.
Very good. Yeah, you never know. I mean, we have something different every year. Every time we come down here, I mean, that's very unique.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
That's a monster.
For sure.
All right, we'll take a quick time out here, Adam. You enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of the weekend. We'll be back live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com. All right, we got our next, let's see, coming up, what time is it? Coming up 2 o'clock. Truckers Fund. How can you some advice on how we can save you money on your fuel costs for the drivers out there. But I had like 10 minutes till we hit the top of the hour. And I said, hey, Lauren Weiss, Joe Walsh, bring the hot blonde wife has agreed to sit down and say hi to us.
Yes, Mrs. Walsh.
I mean, she actually has a name, doesn't she?
Yeah, Deanna.
Deanna.
Yes.
Hi, Deanna.
Or Mrs. Walsh.
What do you think? He drug you out to the show, and he said it's his first time here.
Yeah.
After all these years, are you overwhelmed or underwhelmed? Do you give 2 cents worth about trucking at all, or?
Well, it feeds our family, so I care a lot.
Okay.
I care a lot about it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So what do you think, Lauren? You met her where?
Okay. We grew up in Boulder, Colorado, went to high school together, and she actually asked me out in high school.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit intimidated by her, so we never did date each other. And we graduated and went our separate ways and married other people, and then ended up divorced and came back together about 27 years ago, 26 years ago. And we've been married just celebrated 25 years in August. So
how about that?
So she's been interested in me for a long time.
You never got over that high school crush thing?
According to Lauren, yeah, that's how Lauren's version of it, yeah.
In other words, there's two stories.
Oh, isn't there always? There's always the man's side and then the correct side.
Oh boy, look out. So tell me a little bit. You've been through a journey over the last couple of years here.
Yeah.
You diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah.
Was that something did you go in from like a routine mammogram or something, or
no.
How did you just?
I recommend everybody get their routine mammograms.
Yeah.
This was something that was on the outside. I had breast cancer, and it was actually on the outside. And I called my doctor, and he said, "I don't even want to see you. Just go get a mammogram." And so the mammogram discovered stuff on the inside. So we were really lucky it was on the outside, because that way it was caught early. But it was a rare. It was a rare something on the outside, so they knew for sure they were going to have to take that. So then they ended up saying, well, it's all over in there, but it's not it's not aggressive. We've caught it early enough, but we're going to have to take the whole breast.
Mhm.
So then we were really fortunate enough with Lauren's job that the company he works for gives him vacation time and leave, and so I was really blessed that during my recovery time, because I did reconstruction, you can't drive, that our plastic surgeon was adamant about don't put that seatbelt on.
Mhm.
So he had to take care of me, and then he figured out what I do at home because I couldn't lift my arms, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, he said
so,
couldn't put your arms
yeah,
up or
couldn't put my
anything,
arms
so-
up because he didn't want me stretching any of my So he got to really work while I was recovering.
I
So
see.
he was glad to go back on the road where he didn't have to work quite so much.
Yeah, her idea of cleaning stuff and my idea, where I put the dishes in the left side of the sink because I'm going to reuse them, but they actually need to be put up. And so I learned quite a bit of that stuff.
Oh, boy. So
Yeah.
you feel like you were actually blessed, though. You didn't have to go through all the chemotherapy,
Yeah,
which can
that
make
was
people
really
so sick.
really a blessing from God because so many people have had to do that chemo and
radiation.
and other than her, she had a lot of drain tubes and that. We had to deal with that, but up to this point, she hasn't had to have any chemo or any of that stuff.
No, we had a checkup just recently because they found a lump and said, nope, we think it's benign, so just leave it alone. So, okay, well that'd be
Okay.
great. I'd like to leave it alone.
So I say, that's why you I guess you've become kind of an advocate for get your mammograms.
Yeah.
Don't take things for granted. And
Absolutely.
You got the pink
Yeah, I
ribbon.
got it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and it opens you up to a whole other world, just like when you're here in trucking and you don't realize how many facets of people are involved in trucking. Oh, look, I just got handed a book by another Hall of Famer.
The world famous manure hauler.
Yeah, there we go. So it
His
opened up
story.
a whole world to us, and how many people are going through cancer. And it just, like we say, God blessed us, and it does make you wonder, why did I get to luck out when you meet somebody there at the breast cancer center that's having a much harder walk than me? But God gives you what He's going to give you, and you just got to trust Him with it. So. Oh yes, so it did initiate once a year. We're going to start doing a Pink Fight Night. It's a bra gala that we're doing in Carthage, Missouri. We do it as a fundraiser for the Mary Kay Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
The Mary Kay Ash Foundation donates money throughout the United States to find research for cancers that affect women and to find a cure. So they donate millions of dollars, and so we were happy to do a fundraiser for that and do a bra gala, and so we're going to do that every year now. So, and it was a public event we did in our small community, and he came
Was
and
that
wore
the
his
event?
pink shirt.
Is that the event you did just a few weeks ago?
Yes,
There was something
yeah.
I saw some pictures.
Where
you had posted.
they actually have these custom-made bras like Kansas City Chiefs and that, and they auction that stuff off, and sponsors from around the town supported it and all that. So yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
In fact, she just handed out thank you cards just before we left everybody that sponsored that.
Well, I thought it would be kind of interesting to get the hot blonde wife's story. So you just go in for routine checkups now,
Yep.
just to keep on top of
Every
things.
6 months, yeah.
Okay.
Just to keep up on it.
Yep. And pray that everything comes back clean.
Yeah,
Right?
because you have to be proactive with it because insurance doesn't cover that, so you need to be proactive. And if you think you see something, you need to be proactive. So that's not only getting your regular checkups, but be proactive about it too, and be your own advocate. So if you think something's wrong, you need to tell them. So.
Well, I know it was a difficult journey, but we lived through the radio, getting updates, from Lauren checking in every night, telling us how things were going, got appointments, won't be calling in for a few weeks and all those things. So.
Well, you guys encouraged him and keep him going too, because it wasn't easy for him either. It's one thing when you're going through it, but when your loved ones have to hang out there with you and do it too. And he was a really good supporter and very patient and very kind. So. And I know it wasn't fun for him to have to go through all of that, especially doing dishes. He didn't like, but you got to do what you got to do. And he did, and his company supported him, and it was nice to have that time off to be able to recover and not have to worry. So
I wanted to say something too after yesterday, Steve, that part of what helped last year was you've got a radio show where we can talk about the Lord and God and whatever He does in our lives, and there's not a lot of shows out there that can do that or would even advocate you talking about that. And that was a big support for us too, is we could put it out on the air that people needed to pray and talk about the blessing that God gave to us, and so we've always appreciated that.
Absolutely, that's a good thing. Yep. All right. Well, we've hit the top of the hour. I said, I got like a 10-minute window. I said, Lauren, can you come over and say hi to us for a few minutes? And that's a great way to get the story because that's an inspirational. Deanne's a survivor, an official survivor.
Official, yep.
Yeah, because she's married to me. She definitely survived.
She survived a lot. Well, all right. We'll be back with more. I believe Truckers Fund is the next group we'll be chatting with when we come back from a news break. It's Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. New York's Democratic Attorney General ready to seize some of Donald Trump's properties in New York if he doesn't come up with a large amount of bond money by Monday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
New York Attorney General Letitia James taking the first step towards seizing some of Donald Trump's assets if he can't meet Monday's deadline to post his $464 million bond in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment. James filing documents to lay the groundwork to take over Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County, New York.
The latest draft resolution from the United Nations Security Council calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. negotiated the language of the proposed resolution, which at first draft contained a clause that along with the ceasefire, Hamas would release hostages. The second draft, however, did not contain that stipulation. The U.S. is hoping the Security Council votes on it today. An Alabama woman who lied about her kidnapping has been ordered to pay nearly $18,000 in restitution and sentenced to probation. Carly Russell was charged with 2 misdemeanors for making false statements to police in July. She told police that she had been kidnapped after going missing for 2 days, then eventually admitted to police through her attorney that there was no kidnapping and she made the whole thing up. Her disappearance set off a nationwide search involving local and federal law enforcement. She pled not guilty in October to false reporting to law enforcement authorities and falsely reporting an incident. This is USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has signed off on legislation that will protect songwriters, performers, and other music industry professionals against the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. This makes Tennessee the first state in the U.S. to enact such measures. Supporters say the goal is to ensure that AI tools cannot replicate an artist's voice without their consent. The bill goes into effect July 1st. Well, this busted a lot of brackets. 14 seed Oakland took down 3rd seed Kentucky in the NCAA tournament. The Wildcats haven't been able to get past the tourney's first weekend since 2019. The final score for the Golden Grizzlies over the Wildcats, 80-76. Thanks to Trey Townsend, who put Oakland up 4 with a final free throw. United Airlines now letting people share miles. United announcing that if you don't have enough points for that free flight, but a friend or family member does, they can share their points with you. The person with all the points must be over 18, can set up an account with the Mileage Plus program, and add up to 4 other people of any age. Everyone, though, must have their own United Frequent Flyer account. JetBlue, Spirit, and Frontier Airlines already offer pooling, with the rules varying a bit from one airline to another. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
All right, there we go. That means we've crossed over another hour in the books. Kind of a long day. It's only 2 o'clock. Hello, Shannon.
Hello, Steve. How are you?
Oh, here we are, another year. Just like that. Snap the fingers.
I know. I love it, though. This is what I look forward to every year, is to come and meet some people and put faces with names and reconnect.
Well, let's get an update. How things going with the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund?
So we're doing good. We've had great support this last year, and everybody's hanging with us even through this tough year in the trucking industry, and still helping drivers. And for anybody that doesn't know what we do, we are a charity for over-the-road truck drivers. When an injury or an illness takes you off the road and you can't pay your necessity household expenses, you can apply for assistance with us, and we will step in and pay things like your rent or mortgage, utility bills, vehicle payments, and insurance payments. And we want to make sure you're not losing your livelihood, not losing your home, and you can get back there on the road.
And I mean, things happen out there. I mean, you never know. From one time, in the split second, something can happen. We have personal friends. I'm just going to share an experience because they may be in this situation. Yesterday,
wow.
Paul and Anita came with us to the truck show. Anita had a heart attack right here yesterday.
Oh, no.
And so they're talking bypass. And they're a team operation that I don't know how long that takes them off the road for or what's going to be the situation. But, I mean, just in an instant, we went out to eat with them night before last. He came to the show yesterday, and they're going to be as a team. So she's going to have surgery. Yeah, Paul will likely hit the road as a solo operator to keep things going,
Right.
So you just don't know.
And you don't know. You try to anticipate and you try to plan, but who would have thought something like that would have happened?
Right. She just wasn't feeling good yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. Bless her heart. I'm glad she's okay.
They put a couple stints in, but they said it's going to be one of those open heart deals. So
she'll be out for
prayers.
a little bit, and then have to get re-cleared for her, DOT after having all that surgery done. Hopefully that will take care of it, though, and she'll be back on the road and, at some point. But, those are situations where people can apply for.
That's
how they happen. Yeah.
So that's where you guys step in to try to assist them through a difficult time, right?
We do. And, ours is short-term assistance, so it's only for a couple of months. And a lot of people need longer-term assistance than that. So we have hundreds of resources, and we'll connect them with other people that can offer longer-term help than what we can offer. So that's, we try to give as much help as we can through other organizations. Some of them in trucking, some of them not in trucking. We have a huge resource database to pass along to people because we want to, make sure that you have the support that you need for as long as you need it. And sometimes that's beyond what we're able to offer.
Okay. Well, let's start off with how the whole thing got started. Dave Nemo and Dr. John, was it?
It is. Dave Nemo, Michael Burns, and Dr. John were on the air, of course, and just heard a lot of drivers calling in, just talking about health issues, and they kept hearing that drivers, were losing their homes and they were losing their trucks before they could get back in them and losing their livelihood. And they decided they needed to do something about that. So they started the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. We are not a religious organization, but St. Christopher, if you're in the trucking industry at all, you've probably heard of St. Christopher, the patron saint of travel. But we're not religiously affiliated. But They started so, especially for over-the-road truck drivers, because they don't have a lot of the same opportunities that people that are home every night have. And so we're specifically for over-the-road drivers. And they started us back in 2017. We helped our first driver in 2018. And we're over 3,500 drivers now and over $4.6 million paid on behalf of those drivers.
And the numbers kind of continue growing. You've had so many organizations. Who all's helping raise funds for you guys now? I mean, TA Petro, they do the wristband things and the...
Yeah, so TA Petro, they used to do the wristbands. They did those for about 10 years, and then COVID hit. And so they decided to stop, passing the bands back and forth with COVID going on. So they moved to a Change Roundup program, and they've been doing that about 4 years now. So when you go in to make a purchase, if you spend, $1.50, that you can have the option to round it up to $2, and then that additional roundup comes to St. Christopher Fund. TA keeps none of that. They do the promotion and staff it and take all that money, and then they do a donation at the end of the year for that. And last year they raised $100,000, and Ronnie, it's not TA raising it, to be honest with you. They're
drivers.
Yes, they're giving an opportunity for people to give back, and it's the drivers that are stopping in, the four-wheelers that are stopping in, that are willing to round up their money and donate it to St. Christopher Fund.
Some of the others, any other big names? I'm sure there's some.
Oh, my
out there.
gosh, yes. I should have had my list pulled up so I could be ready. But, oh, gosh, all of the fuel stops. I mean, we've got Love's, Sap Brothers, TA, Pilot. We've got NASTIC, OOIDA. Let's see. I'm trying to remember who all supported us this year. You put me on the spot.
I'm sorry.
I should have been so ready for this. They were going to say, this is your job. You should have been ready for
give
this.
Everybody accolades.
I know. I like to give as many accolades as I possibly can, because that's, what we're here for. Because, it's the people that are donating that are making the difference. Everybody says, oh, look what St. Christopher does. And, it's not really what St. Christopher does. It's the people that are donating the money, whether it be drivers, who have always been the backbone of our donations. Drivers have always supported us. That's how we've been able to help their fellow drivers. So it's the people donating the funds, and we just get to facilitate that generosity, and make sure that it gets to the drivers that need it. So it's not even, us doing it. We're just helping get the money where it needs to go.
Well, about this, last time we were chatting, I think we were talking about an event that you had coming up, and some guy by the name of Dave Nemo was actually going to be playing the drums or something. And how'd that go?
It went well. It was a lot of fun. We had it there in Knoxville, Tennessee, at a little place called the Cotton Eye Joe, and it was honoring Dr. John for all of his years of service, because he's one of our founders, but he's given a lot of medical advice. He's helped a lot of drivers. He's been on the radio weekly for years, answering questions and helping drivers be as healthy as possible. And we wanted to honor him, as he's he's been in the industry a long time, like everybody else. Yep. And, they're going to be ready to transition out and enjoy, life without work at some point. So we wanted to honor him before we did that. And Dave came in and played some drums for us, and we had a really good time. We raised a little bit of money too. And so it was a really, really fun opportunity to get to celebrate our founders.
Well, was he able to keep the beat with the rest of the band?
He was. He's pretty good, I have to say.
Oh, yeah?
He's pretty good. I was surprised.
Okay.
I've heard that he plays music, and I've never seen him. So it was fun to get to see him in that element.
So what do we have coming up? We got a new year here. Obviously, you got things scheduled for 2024. Highlights of some of the things we are looking forward to.
Yeah, so we just had a silent auction last night. This is our third year doing it here at Matt's, and we raised just over $5,000. So that was about $1,000 more than we raised last year. Wow. So it was a fantastic event. And then our next thing coming up is going to be in May. We're going to do a virtual 5K. And we've done this before several years ago, but our health and wellness participants this year really are working hard to make positive changes in their lives. And they said, have you all ever done a virtual 5K? And we said, well, we did that several years ago. And they said, will you bring it back? So, and they want to make a fundraiser out of it, because they're just appreciative of the programs that we offer, because our health and wellness programs are free for over-the-road drivers, thanks to corporate sponsors. Road Pro, Southern Recipe, OOIDA. Those are our sponsors for these programs, and they allow us to offer them for free. And so these drivers said, what can we do to raise some money for these programs? So we're going to do a virtual 5K. It's a $20 donation as the registration fee. And then we have a optional T-shirt purchase, commemorative T-shirt purchase for $25 as an additional fundraiser. And we're going to be doing it the week of May 20th through the 26th. So don't say that you have an excuse. Oh, I'm not available that day, or I'm not available at that place. You can do it anywhere you want to. You can do it any day during that week. You can even break it up if you don't want to do the 5K all in one day. You don't have to walk it all at one time. You can break it up over the week.
So you're signing up and you're just walking. That's 5Ks, like a little over 3 miles.
Right,
I think
it's a little over 3 miles. I know, and you don't have to run it. I'm not going to be running it. I'm going to be walking it where I am, and it's just a way to encourage and remind people that movement is good for your health, and just, encouraging from our health and wellness programs to make healthier decisions out on the road. It's hard to sit behind the wheel for what feels like 150 hours a day.
Can I sign up and just be on the honor system?
Everybody's on the honor system. Everybody's on the honor system. Now, we might have some prizes, so if you can prove you did it.
I got through a mile. I can't make it any further.
Well, if you do a mile, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so you'll have it covered.
There you go. Okay, so that's what a virtual 5K is.
Yes, and registration's open now, and people can go to our website at truckersfund.org. You'll see it right there on the front page. You can register there, pay your $20 registration fee. If you want the T-shirt, it's right there on the screen too. It comes in all different colors. You choose your size, and it gets shipped right to you. And what we'd love to see is, as people complete this 5K for that week, pictures and videos of people in their shirts. We love to see teams of people. And it's not just for drivers. This is for companies too. Get your office staff out and about and walk the 5K. And, let's just, everybody across the country have a team effort and encourage each other to get out and move some more.
Now, you mentioned some of your health and wellness programs that you're trying to put these together, because you offer them for free. What kind of programs do we offer?
Yeah, so we have a smoking cessation program called Rigs Without Cigs. Obviously, that is for people that are ready to quit smoking. And we offer, we have some tools that we can offer for that. It could be patches, it could be lozenges. Some people just want to do it cold turkey, so you just need some encouragement. We have a Facebook support group for that as well, and that's a fantastic group. People that quit years ago are still in that group, encouraging the new people, and it's so awesome to see. We have free flu, pneumonia, and shingles vaccines for drivers. We have a diabetes prevention program. It is a online 12-week program where you get personal training from our health and wellness coach, Lindsey Bryan. We have a chronic disease management program. A lot of the same information is shared between those two programs, but the diabetes program is obviously focused on diabetes. And then we have a prostate cancer screening. And so we do those in conjunction with Call on Doc. And those can be done anywhere as well. The kit can be done and shipped to your home. You can do it in your truck. It can be sent to, the truck stop you're going to be at tomorrow. The kit can be shipped over there. You can do it in your truck, drop it in the mail. That is all confidential. We do not get those results from that cancer screening. That's all confidential between you and Call on Doc. Now, if you want to call us and tell us, hey, something was caught and this program helped, save me. I mean, we'd love to hear a testimony if that were the case. We hope that's not everybody's negative. We hope we aren't going to catch, but that's what it's for, is to try to catch something early enough so it's not detrimental.
Okay, a lot of health and wellness programs. For the back to the original assistance for the drivers out there, how do I reach out to you folks if I would need assistance?
Yeah, so you can call the office. Our phone number is 865-202-9428. You can go to our website at truckersfund.org, and you can do a contact through our Facebook page. You can do Instagram, LinkedIn. You can reach out to me directly, Shannon at truckersfund.org. Lots of different ways that you can find us. And, if I'm not the right person, I don't do the applications, but I will definitely connect you to the office manager who does our applications there. But we do have an online application. If you go to the website, on the main page, there's a button that says application. Just click on that. It'll take you right to it. And it'll tell you the guidelines, who we help, who we don't help, how we help, how we can help, how we can't help, things we pay for, things we don't pay for.
Do you have to kind of do some background research on individuals to keep track of what's going on?
We do. So I'll go ahead and tell you, our application is probably 7 pages long or so. So the drivers are vetted. We get audited every year. So we've got to show medical records, that there's an actual medical issue that took you off the road. And we have to show that there's financial need. So we've got to see that there's more income, more expenses than there is income coming into the household. So there does have to be a financial need. And then we do employment verifications as well. We want to help every single driver out there, but one, that's not what we were created to do, or, we're created to help over-the-road drivers. And two, you also have to, have the funds to help every driver out there as well. So we are very much focused on over-the-road drivers, so we will verify that you're an over-the-road truck driver to qualify.
Okay. What is Giving Tuesday?
Giving Tuesday this is a worldwide giving day. And so we join the Giving Tuesday fundraising. It's one day of giving. You have Black Friday. You have, I think it's small town business Saturday, and then Cyber Monday, and then there's Giving Tuesday. So after we've gone and spent our money and all the things that we want and we think we need, it's a reminder to give back. So that is a nationally celebrated, just a day of giving back, just to remember. Pass along, if you have a little extra, to pass it along and pass it forward and be a giver at the end of the year. So we will do a promotion about that at the end of the year too. And sometimes we have companies that will match that. We'll say our goal is to raise $1,000, and we'll have a company that'll step in and say, if you raise $1,000, we'll match that. So most of the time, that money is either doubled and sometimes tripled.
Okay, so we're in Louisville, Kentucky, and where are we at this year? Where will we find the St. Christopher Fund?
So we are out in the North Wing lobby. So out where registration is. We're not in the North Wing. We're out in the lobby right when you come through all the great big glass doors. The booth number is 40648. We are right on the corner. We've got a big blue and white spin the wheel there where you can donate $1 and spin the wheel, and you win an awesome prize. Again, thanks to sponsors for doing that. That's, Connexial, OOIDA, Road Pro, Sap Brothers. We've got lots of people that have donated items to be a part of our wheel. So
and you get some pretty good gifts. I mean,
we do.
And you say give $1, but put a 5 in, or you'll take whatever they can. Put a 10 in, put a 20 in.
Yeah, and we have people that do that. They'll come and they'll put a 10 in. They don't spend 10 times, but they might spend 2. But they'll throw a 10 in there. And we've got great prizes. We've got flashlights. We've got emergency, it's a flashlight but with a window breaker on the back of it. We've got pizza cutters. We've got cooling towels. We've got tumblers. We've got hats. We've got lots of great things out there. So every item's worth more than the $1 that you're going to donate.
Yeah.
But if you think about everybody that's here, how many thousands of people are here? If everybody donated $1, oh my gosh, how much money would that be to support drivers? That'd be awesome.
Yeah. All right, what have I missed? We touched on the wellness programs. You mentioned the one fundraiser you have coming up. Are you working on things for later in the year? Or?
Well, we've got some things to plan for later in the year. We are working on our annual Truck Driver Appreciation Week campaign. We don't have all those details worked out yet, but we always do a special campaign for that with some fundraising from corporate sponsors and then recognition of drivers. So be on the lookout for that. Connect with us on social media. That's where we share everything that we have going on. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. We're at all the places. And I would say, one, I want to thank you for your time because, this is how the information gets out. Our little circle is limited, and we depend on, people sharing our information and giving us space to do that. And, that this doesn't cost us anything. You allow us to come in here and talk about what we do. And drivers can't apply for assistance with us if they don't know we're here. So you help us get the word out, and we greatly appreciate that. So I wanted to thank you for that. And that's another piece that drivers can do. Maybe you feel like, you're not able to make a donation. Tell somebody about us. Take us back to your company. Let your company know that we're here and what we're doing. Maybe your company would want to step in and help. So spreading the word is just as important. It's just the other side of the coin of the donations.
So is Dr. John here in his little doctor's coat once again?
He is. Now, he actually has his own booth. He's out in the West Wing, out where the food court is. So you have to go through the West Wing, out to the food court. He's right beside the registration desk. I don't know what the booth number is, but you can't miss it. It says Dr. John's Medical Solutions. He's out there with his coat on. He loves this pop-up infrared sauna. He swears it's saving his life, and he wants to share it with drivers. He's been talking about it on the radio. So,
has he? Okay,
yeah.
All right.
So stop out and see him and say hello.
There you go. Oh, it's good times. All right. Well, anything I missed here, Shannon? I've covered the bases.
I can't think of anything. I just appreciate the time, Steve. Thank you so much.
It's great to see you and enjoy the rest of the show. I guess it's one of those kind of days. I talked to Toby yesterday, and he said, he weather-wise, he says, I like these temperatures. It's not too hot, not too cold. He said, I like a day where it rains.
Really?
I said, really? Exactly. And that's what I said. I said, really? And he explained that, the rain kind of brings everybody in, and it...
Because when it's beautiful outside, people want to be outside.
And I was telling him years ago when I was talking to his daddy, Tim Young, about, I said, man, it's a beautiful day today. It was like a 70-degree Saturday afternoon. And he says, yeah. And he said, you know what? Everybody wants to go to the park. They've been cooped up all winter and everything. And, so he...
That's true.
So Toby got his perfect wish. Had a cool day yesterday. It's sprinkling out there, a little rain today, and then tomorrow's supposed to be nice again. So
this city at this time of the year is one of the craziest things. We've been here when it's so hot you can hardly stand it. We've been here when it's freezing cold. We've been here in the middle of a tornado coming through here one year. You just never know what you're going to experience. But this year, I think, has been perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Shannon Courier, the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Is it truckers?
Truckers, yeah.
Truckers, plural.
We want to help all truckers.
Truckersfund.org, and you can donate right there. All right, we'll come back with more live from Louisville, Kentucky. 52nd annual edition of the Mid-America Truck Show, and it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. New York's Democratic Attorney General ready to seize some of Donald Trump's properties in New York if he doesn't come up with a large amount of bond money by Monday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
New York Attorney General Letitia James taking the first step towards seizing some of Donald Trump's assets if he can't meet Monday's deadline to post his $464 million bond in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment. James filing documents to lay the groundwork to take over Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County, New York.
The latest draft resolution from the United Nations Security Council calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. negotiated the language of the proposed resolution, which at first draft contained a clause that, along with the ceasefire, Hamas would release hostages. The second draft, however, did not contain that stipulation. The U.S. is hoping the Security Council votes on it today. An Alabama woman who lied about her kidnapping has been ordered to pay nearly $18,000 in restitution and sentenced to probation. Carly Russell was charged with 2 misdemeanors for making false statements to police in July. She told police that she had been kidnapped after going missing for 2 days, then eventually admitted to police through her attorney that there was no kidnapping and she made the whole thing up. Her disappearance set off a nationwide search involving local and federal law enforcement. She pled not guilty in October to false reporting to law enforcement authorities and falsely reporting an incident. This is USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has signed off on legislation that will protect songwriters, performers, and other music industry professionals against the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. This makes Tennessee the first state in the U.S. to enact such measures. Supporters say the goal is to ensure that AI tools cannot replicate an artist's voice without their consent. The bill goes into effect July 1st. Well, this busted a lot of brackets. 14 seed Oakland took down 3rd seed Kentucky in the NCAA tournament. The Wildcats haven't been able to get past the tourney's first weekend since 2019. The final score for the Golden Grizzlies over the Wildcats, 80-76. Thanks to Trey Townsend, who put Oakland up 4 with a final free throw. United Airlines now letting people share miles. United announcing that if you don't have enough points for that free flight, but a friend or family member does, they can share their points with you. The person with all the points must be over 18, can set up an account with the Mileage Plus program, and add up to 4 other people of any age. Everyone, though, must have their own United frequent flyer account. JetBlue, Spirit, and Frontier Airlines already offer pooling, with the rules varying a bit from one airline to another. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs. And if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let me get mine on. Your volume's too loud. You're on 4. Oh, it's all the way up. What the hell? Woo! Yeah. I'm blowing Kyle's eardrums out. Hey, Kyle. All right, there
you got
go.
me, Mikes?
Got to settle in. All right. All right, we're back at it live from Louisville. Kyle Fisher joins us, and RLC Motorsports.
Michael Dalton.
Yes, hi, Michael.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for joining us here. Now,
This is my first time to sit down with you this whole
time.
time.
I mean, at least you got me some specials. You got some deals going over here at the
We do.
Are we
We've
out
been
of
busy.
samples yet? Are we still got
We're
some
not
4
out
ounce?
of samples. We still have some. They're 8 ounce right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we usually have the 4 ounce samples that treat 100 gallons. So we specially bottled 8 ounce samples to treat 200 gallons for the bigger tanks of these big rig guys. Yep.
Okay.
And just remember, listeners, if you love it, lube it.
That's
with
right.
Hot Shots.
That's right. That's right. So I thought I'd jump on real quick to say hey and thank you, Steve, for another live from Matt's, and my buddy's on, so I figured I'd jump on real quick.
How did you guys hook up? I mean, you're about the sports side, the racing side. Is that what you...
It was actually at a bar in Kentucky or Indiana. Is that where we met each other that one night?
We're not supposed to tell that story.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're talking business. Sorry about that, Steve.
Yeah, it's through our racing world. Michael drives a beautiful orange sun. I don't know what color orange you call it.
It's House of Colors Tangelo orange.
It is the most beautiful orange you've ever seen, and he's had that truck. You've been running that truck for how long?
Since 2017, actually.
Yep. But relatively breaking news at PRI this year, there was an orange Fast sponsored RLC truck in the booth, but it's a little different, and it's a brand new truck.
It's kind of version 2.0. It's a little bit lighter weight, more horsepower, all the pieces of the puzzle so we can go faster.
And he was already going fast.
Well, who wants to go faster?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
With you guys, it's never fast enough. It's always got to more.
But, interestingly enough, with that being said, too, just circling back to, like, Kyle and I meeting, we were talking about this morning. When I first met Kyle, I guess it's been 4 years ago.
At least.
Maybe 5, somewhere thereabouts. I'm trying to remember. As you taught me more about your product, Hot Shots, and the lubrication side or lubricity for our engines, the more I was able to learn about it and understand how valuable that is to going fast, right? So if you're going to say, hey, I want to go fast, every piece of the puzzle has to be perfect or it won't work.
And these guys find the weakest link.
That's a fact.
It's the faster. And what's unique about the diesel drag racing stuff we do in comparison to the gas world, the gas world's like found their limits. Like, and now as they move the bar, it's incremental. The new world record is 0.0001 more. And it's been really set. The diesel world, the technology has advanced so far in the last few years that these guys are moving these records just by leaps and bounds. And in doing so, we got guys like Michael out there that are really pushing the limits of the technology and finding these new limits where we got to find parts that no longer hold up and so forth. And so for us, as not a hard part manufacturer, but the lubricant trying to protect all these parts, a lot of times they're almost like prototype parts because they're trying to build new stuff to hold this power the guys are doing. And for us, we love it because, as I always say, the motorsports side for us, it's a great branding thing, and people, like to see sponsored race cars and all this, but it's really an extension of our R&D. And we love that these guys are crazy enough to build these really stupid, expensive machines and go out there and put our lubricants to the test. And therefore, it allows us to be able to, all these customers here at the show, they know that it's a trusted product because if it can hold down 3,000 horsepower, no problem. Well, their 300 horsepower daily driver is going to
last forever.
Right.
Literally. And that affects you, Steve. What do you drive for a daily driver?
Subaru Outback.
You got a Subaru Outback. There you go. Prime example, that car will last for hundreds of thousands of miles if you put the correct lubricants in it.
Oil is the life of the engine, they say.
It's the blood. It literally is.
And I'm glad you have that Subaru now. What was the last one you had? Forever?
Oh, Oh, I had the Cadillac, and then I had the Firebird was the one.
Yep.
That's the one I had the
Firebird,
longest.
now we're talking.
Yeah, that was my midlife crisis card.
Yeah, but those cars, they're coming back.
Yeah.
Right
Should have
now.
kept it.
But, it's like it was the original Firebird look rather than like the Camaros. Today's Camaro's not a Camaro to me. I had a '78 Camaro one time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a Camaro.
Was it like Smokey and the Bandit Firebird?
No, it was
Or Trans Am?
It was later than Smokey and the Bandit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Later than that. So
I don't think I've seen that one.
it's been gone for a few years.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. Transmission kicked the bucket.
Yeah, that was before you used the Hot Shots products.
Exactly.
See how things have changed?
I could have used maybe a shift restorer if
There
I
you
would have
go.
had the opportunity.
Absolutely. And that's what I think is really interesting with us having the opportunity to put it in the race truck and abuse it. Because that's what we're doing. We're not treating it easy. And once we learn this and learn from the data of it, then we can tell Kyle or the other guys, the engineers at Hot Shots, and then put that into the daily blends that go out on the road. So it's been a really great partnership. I've enjoyed it, and I am enjoying it the more I learn about it.
And now we're going to have a whole bunch of fun with the new truck.
Oh, the new truck, we can't wait. We can't wait. We're gonna try to push some limits with
So
this.
do we have a breaking news announcement of when we're going to see the debut of this?
I wish I could say yes. Our goal is April, but I think anybody in the world right now knows that getting fab shops to do what they're supposed to do on the timeline they're supposed to do it is the $1 million question. Yeah. And that's where I'm at the mercy right now. We got a couple final touches before it's race ready, and we refuse to take it to a racetrack and not be 100%.
So you want to get some testing in and
absolutely
behind the scenes.
You got it. Go ahead, get it, test it, figure out some of the new car blues with it, and then hit the track and see what we can actually do.
And everybody knows, if you want to build a race car quickly, good luck. You're always waiting on fabrication, everything. So
those two words just don't go together in the same sense. Race car and fast building, it just doesn't happen. And it's even like if we're the guys that are driving big trucks, if you want to build a custom rig, you can't just do it overnight. Walking around the show and seeing some of the art, that's what I'll call it, because these guys, the work they've done to these rigs are just absolutely unbelievable.
Well, and you can't be humble either, because you should see what Michael drags around the country, the way he gets this race truck to the track.
Yeah. We've got a Pete 389 that we tow it with. So
it's gorgeous.
Well, thank you. But I tell you this, after walking around this show, I going home with my tail tucked between my legs.
You're humbled.
Yeah, these trucks are absolutely just.
Don't let him say that. He's got a truck that could certainly be on the floor here. I'll tell you what, how ignorant I was to how precise and detailed some of these big truck builds are. Mm-hmm. I noticed this for the first time on Michael's truck when you did the back frame. What do you call that?
So where we index the bolts.
Yes. I'm sitting there staring at this work of art, and I noticed, because I'm an OCD type person, I started looking, every single bolt, like every hex bolt, was lined up perfectly on the whole length of the truck. And I'm sitting there going, I've tightened bolts before, they never end on the right spot. And sure enough, these guys design it so that the thread finishes perfectly. And so you talk about attention to detail is insane. So he's got one of those Pete's as well. So
it's one of those things. If you're going to do the work, it takes a couple more hours just to get it perfect. So why not go ahead and do it perfect?
I'm the same way. Go ask the staff about me setting the booth up, and they were like, "Are we done yet? Are we done yet?" Day 3. I'm like, "No."
I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to put the effort out, why not just go ahead and do it right?
Amen, brother.
And that's the thing. So 2024 season's coming up for us. We are super excited. Just a huge shout out to the guys that have supported the race program since day one and are continuing to support the program even with the new truck. And that's a huge shout out to Hot Shots, obviously, to Fast Fuel Systems.
Fast Fuel was on here earlier.
Yeah, I had them yesterday evening.
Did you? Yeah, Jeremy,
yep.
I think.
Yep.
Great guy. If you've got a Class 8 truck, you really need to be doing your homework about Fast Fuel. and looking at their filtration systems for the trucks. We all know that the fuel system or the fuel that we're getting at tanks on the road, it's kind of questionable, especially in different parts of the country. This is a very good way to protect your engine, your investment, your livelihood. But no, huge shout out to those guys. Huge shout out to Hardway Performance. They're tuning the truck. Ryan Milliken, Midgets Diesel. They're a huge part of this program. All my guys back at home at the shop. It literally takes an army to make this race program work. And when you're trying to break records and push forward, it's an army to do it. And I can't say thank you enough to everybody that's a part of this program.
Well, and Michael's one of these type of guys we love to work with. Not only do we get the data and the taking our products to the limits, he's a great guy, and he's built a truck that's kind of a staple to our series. So let's help him sell it too. So the old truck's for sale.
The OG truck. The OG truck is.
So the truck's for sale, and Michael called me, was it last week, a couple weeks ago, and had a conversation with me, and here's what's very unique about this truck. Everybody knows this truck. It's very well known. We would love to see it stay in the series, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, that we title sponsor. And sometimes these trucks get sold and you never see them again. You're like, oh, whatever happened to Michael Dalton's old truck? So Michael reached out to me and a bunch of his other sponsors and asked if we would be willing to stay on board as a sponsor of that truck with the potential new owner that is buying the truck.
Okay.
And we have some contingencies of we want it to stay in the series. So if anybody's out there wanting to buy a Pro Street turnkey championship winning truck, not only is he could go through the build and specs of how amazing it is, it comes with the backing support of manufacturers like Hot Shot Secret for the race season.
I'm looking at the website, and there's two orange trucks. Now, one of them's like a sitting up high profile or way up high.
The lifted one. Yes, sir.
And then the other one, that looks like would be, is that the racing?
Yes, sir.
Is that the new one or the old one?
That is the old one.
So that's the one that's for sale?
Yes, sir.
At rlcmotorsports.com. All right. That's
And this opportunity is what I'll call it, because we've worked with Hot Shots, we've worked with Suncoast, Industrial Injection, and these three companies have said, hey, if somebody really wants to get into drag racing at this level, we're going to extend some offers. Obviously, there's contingencies there. You've got to actually do what you say you're going to do and have sit-down meetings. But this is an opportunity of a lifetime. There's nobody in the country I know selling a race vehicle right now that comes with built-in partnership. It's an opportunity.
Wow.
So,
okay.
And anybody that's accustomed to racing will appreciate and understand that.
Right.
I know we were talking racing. Who was I earlier? I was talking to. I can't recall somebody. But racing is a high dollar hobby, I guess.
Yes, sir.
You don't make money from racing. You just you make money through the week doing a regular job, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
and
right.
then you pump it all
the payouts don't match the investment.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Once somebody told me, if you want to become a millionaire drag racing, you have to start as a billionaire.
That's a fact.
So it doesn't go this way. It always goes this way.
Backwards. Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I think in fairness to that statement, even if we took time and walked around the show here and some of the show trucks we see, once again, it's passion. They're building it for passion, not because they're going to make $1 off of it. It's because they're excited about this industry. They're excited about pushing the limits of what you can do with a big rig, right? Mm-hmm. Same thing with racing. Same thing with the guy that goes golfing or goes fishing. You pour your money into what you love. And if you're passionate about it, you just do it, and it's part of it.
And it's funny. We just did an interview with Bill Lutz out at another one of our sponsored racers when I was down at No Mercy, and he made a point that I never heard before. He said, what's the difference between the top level pro mods and your entry level ET bracket class? Like what's it like as the investment if you want to go race that thing? And Bill said, well, no matter what level you're at, you're spending everything on it.
That's it. That's a fact.
You just get to a point where you have more money, a better job, a better career, but you still spend everything on it. So that's what the top level guy versus the entry level guy has is these guys all have so much passion. Everything goes into it, and sometimes we're fortunate enough to get
have a bigger budget,
but they still spend it all on the race car, no matter how much you got. It's all going to the race car.
Wow.
Absolutely. And, speaking of Bill, it's pretty impressive to see what he's doing. His son Kenny and I talk, and for them to go from PDRA to racing radial and then going to World Series of Pro Mod and racing on 10.5, it is absolutely awesome to see what those guys are doing.
Is that the Big Boost guy? Big Boost
Bill Lutz, yep.
Okay, I watched one of the interviews you put on there.
He's
It's like a 20-minute deal, but he got to talking about Hot Shot Secret products. In depth in there,
Oh, yeah. Yep. And they're down right now in Alabama. We're sponsoring the Radial Outlaw Series, the live feed on Flow Racing right now, going on this weekend, and Bill's racing down there.
I know. I can't wait to watch it tonight.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it. And once again, you start to find a common theme with Hot Shots and racing. It doesn't matter if it's gas or diesel. And heck, I don't know, you might be even into other things that I'm not even aware of. You're probably into planes and trains and who knows what else,
We've got something for everything.
Yeah.
But I think there's a common theme there, and there's a common theme with the guys that are pushing the limits. They know what oil to put into their system. It's a simple fact.
Who's doing your engine builds? You do them, or you contract out for someone to build engines? Or
so on the new program, it is another company that has built the engine. We don't build in-house. I don't want to ever mislead anybody and tell them that I'm an engine builder, because that I am not.
Okay.
I'm an engine kind of understander. How about that? These guys that are building the engines, they're at such a next level. They understand down to the thousandth of why this valve might or might not hit the piston, why this cam will or will not work. They understand every aspect of it, and I admire what they do, and I trust them to do it. So currently our race program we've got, it is we've got a Hamilton block in it, and it was built by Fleece Performance, and we've got S&S fueling on it. So S&S, they're starting to get into Class 8 also on the injector side of things. These guys are really, they're on the up and up when it comes to technology.
S&S is here at the show as well. I think we're having Luke on here in an hour or so.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yep.
I hadn't had a chance to go by and see him yet.
I haven't either.
That's S&S, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
There you go.
Yep. So,
okay, good.
I think this Friday afternoon is going to be race afternoon. A lot of the guests we got coming up are from you, Kyle.
Oh, great.
Racing. So the season gets underway here, in another week? Outlaw Diesel Super Series?
Yeah, 2 weeks away. Yep.
2 weeks.
We have a new season opener. It's in Orlando Speed World, which is an awesome track. It's a new race for the series. It partnered up with Florida Truck Meet, so it's going to be a spectacle. They have big truck show and shine. They've got a tug of war going on. Vendor Midway's huge. And, of course, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, as a lot of your listeners know when I come on and update you about. All the guys will be down there kicking off the season. If everyone's build's ready, you're always nervous the first race of the season. Some people's trucks aren't ready yet.
I was going to say, is he going to be? You're not going to be able to make it for the opening.
As of this moment, I don't see it happening.
Really,
unfortunately.
Okay.
Once again, waiting on fabrication. So,
okay. So somewhere down the line, you have all these different divisions. Who do you face up against? Does he ever, do you and Levon Miller have to face up against one another, or are you different?
So with the new truck, we will be.
Will now, yep.
We used to not.
Historically, he was pro street class. And, Justin Ziegler, I know we've talked with. He runs pro street. He won pro street this last year.
Justin's a great guy.
Yep. And Derek Rose was formerly, he got lightened up that he's kind of out of that, but Michael, now leaving this pro street behind, is stepping up to the pro mod, and that's where the Duster from Fire Punk runs.
And that's kind of they're trying to get that up and running, right? They're still fine tuning.
I just saw them put down 3,200 on the dyno yesterday or something. So
absolutely,
I think
they're making some strides.
They're going to be ready to rock. I expect them to be in Florida ready to go.
So when you guys show up at the track and you're out there competing with one another, are you friends behind the scenes, or are
Great
you
question.
rivals? Or you actually? I mean, you're get out of my face, dude.
For the bulk majority, we're good friends, and most of the guys I consider my friends, I give them anything off of my race truck to make sure they get to race.
Yeah,
and I feel like they would do the same. But once you take a light,
it's on.
It's on. Friendship stops there at the line, and it's a race.
And I'll say this: in all of my racing experience, both gas, diesel, everything, there is something very unique to this diesel drag racing, particularly. There's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of common to it. I think it has something to do with the fact that diesel drag racing has kind of been poo-pooed for so long by the gas guys. It's like, oh, isn't that cute? They're racing their tow trucks out there. Like,
exactly.
That's adorable. Well, now these guys are kicking some serious ass.
And your times are catching up with them, right?
Exactly. And we're running door to door with these gas cars. So now they're like, uh-oh. So I think that camaraderie amongst the diesel community makes it a little different. The gas races, yeah, the guys are helpful in the pits, and if somebody needs something, you can find someone to help out. These guys are different. These diesel guys, they will be in the pit, wrenching, tuning, running parts over to the guy that they're about to line up with in the next round to win a championship. Mm-hmm. Now, like as he said, as soon as they take that light and bump in and get ready to race, every man for himself when it's on. But up to that moment, these guys will give the shirt, pants, everything off their back.
I mean, the interview you shared with Big Boost.
Yep.
He was talking about if somebody needs, did he say an engine?
Yep.
If I've got an engine, I'll
Absolutely.
let you. How the hell does that work out? I'll let you. Now, if you blow it, you bought it.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. That's how it works out. Yeah.
But you think about it from just competitive nature. You can't hold your head high if you win against somebody that's broken or not at 100%.
Uh-huh.
There's no pride in that. If I'm going to win, lose, or draw against you, I want you to be at your 100%. I want to be at my 100%.
And you'll see that, and I've seen it multiple times, especially in the diesel series, where they're on a clock. So when they call these guys to the lanes, like let's say the finals are coming up in his class, and they call them up to the lanes, they get in the water box, they do their burnout, they're about to take the tree to launch, and one of the lanes is having a problem, and say it shuts down, and they notice it's something that's going to take a few minutes. I think they put you on the clock for 2 minutes.
That's right.
So you get a 2-minute clock that they make the other lane wait to see if you can get it started up and running. But I'll tell you what, after that 2 minutes, they can let the other guy take the tree and go and have a single pass and win. I've seen these guys time and time again refuse to take the tree, and they say, I'm going to give that guy as much time as he wants. If he needs to take it back to the pits and we meet back up here in a half hour, I don't care. I don't want to win the finals going down on an empty track against a guy who broke. I'm going to give him the time. Let's come back up.
So they want to win it honestly.
Yeah.
Fair and square.
Absolutely. There's no pride in saying you beat somebody because they broke and you had an opportunity to allow them to fix it.
Okay.
There's no pride in that. Now, if they break going down the track, once again, every man for himself.
Yep, we took the light. It's on.
Up to the light. Anything we can do to see each other be at our best, we're going to do it. There's some guys that are not in that same mindset, and that's okay. They weed themselves out.
Yeah, you get found out.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're here in Louisville, Mid-America Trucks. You got a booth up here? You just hanging out or what?
I'm just visiting and seeing my buddies. My racing buddies.
Okay.
That's literally what I'm doing this weekend, and it's been great. I got to hang out with Kyle some. I've got to hang out with my guys at Fast. I've got some buddies over at Semi-Casual, Brian Burke. Him and Tommy Fitzgerald been over there hanging out with
Industrial,
those guys.
they're
Industrial
behind.
Injection.
They were on yesterday too. So
yeah, Dustin from Industrial, and it's really nice to get to come up here and just see faces that we haven't seen over the winter time, and catch up, and also admire all these beautiful trucks.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. For everybody that's listening, if you haven't had the opportunity to come to this show, I highly suggest it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really think it's a must-see show.
It's really become our number one show now.
I believe it.
And it's something that you can see how busy we are today. Tomorrow's even going to be crazier. So as we grow here, hopefully we can keep pushing this booth and get larger and larger footprint in here.
You know, at 9:30 this morning when I came over to the fairgrounds, every gate traffic was backed up out into the main roads. That's pretty impressive for a Friday morning.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, tomorrow, I can't imagine what tomorrow will be like.
And that's considered family day. Hey, Saturday, and that's the moms and the kids and the dogs, and it's a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
it's great seeing these kids. They get to looking at these rigs, and they're just, I remember when I was a young kid, and I'd look up at a big rig, and I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I always wanted them to blow the horn, and and now seeing these kids doing it's just awesome. So this show's a great show.
So when you get your vehicle fabricated, when you get out there, what are we watching for if we tune into the Outlaw Diesel Super Series? Who are we looking for? Just look for the orange truck.
Can't miss it.
Michael Dalton with the orange truck that's got fast down the whole driver's side and passenger side.
And you guys don't rely on like numbers like NASCAR and stuff, do you? It's just
they got car numbers.
We have car numbers, but I think where they're doing it based on the place from last year, I think they've got something in there. They've got their number, i.e. 3 for whatnot. They've got a little different system, I think, than we do.
Okay.
Yeah, but you don't see the numbers on the doors like you see in NASCAR.
Right,
okay.
Exactly.
They're usually up on the windshield and stuff. So.
I just have to look for the orange.
You can't miss it.
There you go.
I don't know anybody else got an orange truck right now.
Yeah.
But if you're listening and you
can
want
buy
an orange
one.
truck, we can make that happen.
This one can be if the price is right.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
This can be yours.
That's right.
Turnkey Race Ready. We'll have you on the track next week.
All right. Just go to the website, rlcmotorsports.com, and
yes, sir. Or
contact.
I was going to say our social media, RLC Motorsports on Facebook and Instagram.
Okay, cool. Hey, it's great to meet you, man. Enjoy the show. Have a good time. Thanks, Kyle, for stepping in. Are we out of the truck show bundles yet? The special deals?
No, I know I still see a couple, so we at least have a couple left.
Not many left. And
no,
it's Friday.
I know.
Before it gets gone, I just noticed a product that I didn't realize you had, and it was gun cleaning oil.
Oh, yeah. We have a great gun oil.
I have got to go ahead and get me some while I'm here.
Okay, I think I can arrange that.
Yeah, I did not realize that. I failed you on knowing all the products. I thought I knew all the products.
That's got the needle drop on it, so you get the pinpoint where you exactly where you want it to go.
FR3 in it, too.
I literally got excited when I was walking by and I saw it. I was like, what is this? I haven't seen this yet,
Yep, it's great.
All right. Thank you much, guys.
Steve,
I guess we'll hit the top of the hour here. I think I got Mud Flaps next. Who is Mud Flaps?
I believe that's an app the truckers use.
Okay.
It helps each other know pricing, gas pricing, or fuel pricing and stuff like that, I think. Okay. It's a good app.
We're learning stuff as we go. All right. Hey, good luck. Michael Dalton, good to meet you. And
Steve, thank
hopefully
you, sir.
We'll see you further down the line.
I'll jump back on another time, too.
All right.
It's good to say hi finally after a couple days.
We'll get a news break in here. Come back as we hit the top of the hour, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, Louisville, Kentucky. It's the Mid-America Truck Show and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The search for a missing University of Missouri student is ending in tragedy. Police confirming Riley Strain's body was found in a Nashville river Friday. Nashville Police Chief John Drake making the announcement.
As they were removing an object from the river, they noticed what appeared to be Riley Strain pop up. The fire department was called in, retrieved the body from the river. The medical examiner's office reviewed the body and we've confirmed that it is Raleigh strain.
The 22-year-old had not been seen since March 8th when he was asked to leave Luke Bryan's downtown Nashville bar, police saying there were no signs of foul play. Following a Senate investigation into the price of inhalers, 3 major pharmaceutical companies agreed to cap the price of the medical device. Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont, who chairs the Senate Health Committee, speaks about the price cap.
Within a very short period of time, the vast majority of Americans with asthma and COPD will pay no more than $35 at the pharmacy counter for the inhalers that they purchase.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the United States is still actively engaged with other countries to negotiate a hostage release between Israel and the terrorist group Hamas. Blinken speaking after a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Tel Aviv.
We're intensely engaged in them, working with the Qataris, working with the Egyptians, working with Israel. We have teams in Doha.
A second flight of Americans fleeing Haiti has reached the United States safely. On Thursday, a flight evacuating 80 Americans landed in Miami. The State Department has encouraged all U.S. citizens to leave Haiti as political unrest and gang violence escalate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new video released by the New York Post shows a group of illegal immigrants tearing down razor wire in Texas, trying to get into the United States. Texas Republican Congressman Pat Fallon weighs in on the video and the influx of illegal immigrants and asylum seekers at the southern border on Fox Business.
Anybody that watches that video will understand that that's not the border being secure. I mean, we passed a federal law back in 2006, the Secure Fence Act, that demanded that the Homeland Security Secretary have operational control of the southern border.
New York's Democrat Attorney General is gearing up to seize some of Donald Trump's properties if he doesn't come up with a huge amount of bond money by Monday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Donald Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County could be seized by New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's filed the preliminary paperwork in case Trump can't post the $500 million bond he needs in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment.
Nestle has initiated a recall of more than 440,000 Starbucks mugs due to safety concerns. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission has warned that these mugs are prone to overheating and breaking, posing a risk of burns and other injuries. The recall applies to metallic mugs included in the 2023 holiday Starbucks branded gift sets that were sold at Walmart, Target, and military retail outlets.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
What do you say? Another hour. Here we go. Rolling at the Mid-America Truck Show. Good to have you with us. Live from Louisville. It's not tonight. Tonight they've got, Tony Justice and the Steel Wheels. What the hell was the name of them? Some kind of a country rock band there. Hello, Gouger.
Hello, Steve. I think all I know is Tony Justice. I don't know what the.
He's opening up for the Steel Woods, I think it is.
Right.
Yeah. So
never heard of them.
They're not bad.
Really?
I pulled them up on YouTube and listened to a couple of their tunes. Yeah, they're not bad.
So we gonna hang out tonight?
I don't know, man. It's a long day. I might be dragging out tonight.
You know what, Steve? I'll tell you something. Day number 2, and I'm. Oh, man, you go around this thing about 9 times since we've been here, visiting customers and trying to make new customers and everything, and I'm not used to this.
Yeah, I love Mindy and all, but she didn't realize that we do a 5-hour show,
Yeah.
Just because the show runs from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., that doesn't mean I'm supposed to be doing interviews from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's like
we working you overtime, ain't we, Bubba?
Lord have mercy, it's only 3 o'clock, and I'm looking at my list. Good golly. Anyway, so tomorrow night, Saturday night, I don't know, that's the big truck and tractor pulls, and we're going to talk to some of the, I think we're going to have the NTPA guys on tomorrow. We're going to be talking to the guy that owns this Pro Mod, whatever that monstrosity is.
Can they see that tractor?
Yes, sitting right behind you.
Man, ain't that a piece of...
Your head is like... You can tell by the size of the monkey gouge sitting here, that wheel's right behind you on the camera.
Right.
It's a monster.
It's big. I mean, those engines and everything. They was over. Somebody come out here today and was talking to us about that thing, and he was talking way over my head. So.
I wonder what it sounds like if they fire that bad boy.
Man, I love to hear that bad boy run, boy.
So how's things going? You've been making the rounds. You've been up one side, down together. I think Grump already called it a day, didn't he?
Yeah, Grump and Todd and all them. They're not used to doing the Roadrunner deal like we've been doing. I'm telling you, me and Mindy has made yesterday, today, and got a day of it tomorrow. But I've had a good time. But my problem is we get out there and we're going to go to here and we're going to go there, and then everybody stops and wants to take pictures and everything else. She says, right. We got to keep moving. I said, oh, you can't turn down a chance to get in front of the camera, girlfriend. So slow down here a minute. We're getting free advertisement for Hot Shot Secrets. And Steve, it's been a... We worked hard so far, but it's been a lot of fun.
So you got to attend the Citizen Driver banquet, I guess. They announced a couple of new honorees today. Yep. Anybody we knew, or
no? I mean, nobody that we knew. But the thing about it is, they done something I've never seen them do before, and they've got a new CEO at TA Petro. Her name is Deborah Boffa. Real nice lady. She come over and talk to us. She come to our table, and the way they done it this year, this thing's been going on for 10 years. 10 years, Steve, since, Yep. And the way they done it, for every year that whoever was there, they sat at that table. So we had the most people from the 10-year deal. So she come over and talked to us. And she was open for suggestions and everything. And, she said, look, I've only been at this thing for like 3 or 4 months, and said, I don't know what's going on. I can't talk to y'all. And we were addressing some problems over there, and she said, I'll take care of it, but you just give me a little bit of time, and you'll see a change. I mean, I was really impressed with her.
Okay.
She's from New Zealand. She's been with BP for a long time at the top of the. I mean, you read her bio, the woman knows business. And I was real impressed. And the Citizen Driver deal, I mean, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And had a big spread over there today. And, it's first class,
Now, not having met her, she sounds to me kind of like when I got introduced to TA Petro through Tom Litkus.
Right.
And Tom was the kind of guy that he'd take your call and listen to it. And if you got a particular location, whatever it was, he would try to address it. Is that kind of what she sounds like she's going to be? Or
yeah, she's interested in. She understands there's some problems that we having, and she wanted to hear them, and she took the time, and she said, if you can think of anything, she give us all a card, and says, "Look."
Does it say anything about, hey, if I pay to reserve a parking space and I get there and there's somebody in my space, did she talk? Yeah, did she talk about it?
All right, now, I'm just going by what I heard. Don't hold me. Well, Monkey Gal just said this. I'm just, this is. She said this will be addressed. She said it's not right for you to pay for a parking place thinking you're going to have somebody there.
If you get there and you're out of hours, then what? It's like.
But now, on the other hand, I know if I pay for something, I want it. But since COVID, they've had a lot of trouble having people, come to work and stuff. You out there at 2:00 in the morning, some hot-headed truck driver's out there, and he wants to throw down on you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's.
Right.
It could be a bad deal,
man.
Double-edged
sword, I guess you'd
say. Right, double-edged sword. So, you don't want to put your workers in, but yet again, you got to take care of what you're selling. It says, you reserve a spot, we got a spot for you.
Yeah, I just looked over at Mindy. I said, Gouger was coming over to help us out here, so aside from that, everything went good with the driver award, and I'll find out who they are and mention them, give them a congratulations. Do we have one or two this year?
We had a team, real nice man and woman, and then we had a guy for FedEx Express out of Georgia, had an impeccable driving record, and he got it, and it was a good thing. And I want to say something about these people right here that's standing up here now. Was that Mud Flap? Yeah, this is Mud. I'm from 87. Okay. This guy's painting trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, go.
I thought, did Mindy go to get you're not Mud Flap? Well, then put the headphones on. I'll turn your microphone on and say, who the hell are you? Welcome in. Hi, I'm Steve Summers.
I'm Shannon Moss with 87 Paint Shop.
87 Paint Shop. So you paint trucks?
Yeah, paint mainly Peterbilts. We do a lot of older restorations.
Okay, Peterbilts.
Right up my alley.
Isn't that your kind of truck?
Right up my alley.
The Peterbilt guy.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, now let me ask you a question. All right, well, we're sitting here, we're going to talk trucks. We can go anywhere we want to, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk about the rust problem on the frames that Peterbilt has. How come they can't correct that?
Well, I started working at Peterbilt in 2005 when I was still in high school, and I know there was a lot of issues then. What I was told back then was that the frames were being done out of house, but I can't confirm that. But I still don't know today why the paint on the frames only lasts that long.
Okay, now
from the factory.
The next question, I want you to solve this myth for me. Because, I mean, look, I'm a Peterbilt man. I put over 6 million miles owning a Peterbilt. And I mean, we're sitting here talking shop. What about the myth the red frame lasts longer than a regular painted frame? Is there any truth to that?
I've not heard that. Are you talking about from the factory or?
Yeah, from the factory.
Yeah, I've not heard that.
Well, see, there's a myth going around out here in the trucking world that red paint has got a pigment in it that prevents oxidation.
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 I mean, I don't know about that, but I would say, when you get people with red frames, people that have different frame colors other than black, they probably take care of their trucks better too. So, they probably take better care of their truck. They don't just have a regular black frame. So if they have something different, which red is usually the next color, I mean, they're probably, they're not just a trucker. They're a truck driver that love their truck, and they probably take care of their truck better.
So what you're saying, that red frame shows grease more, so he's going to rub the grease off.
Probably so, yeah.
Hey, there's an old friend.
I see that,
yes. Okay, now, let's say, how much do you charge to recondition a Peterbilt? Say strip the paint down off of it, edge coat it with primer, and go back and paint it. We're talking $17,000.
Well, I mean, we don't just we do restorations. So if you get on our business page, 87 Paint Shop, you can see that we don't just do quickie jobs.
Right.
So
right.
We just did an 84 359 that was a frame off restoration. Every nut, bolt, interior, everything was replaced on the truck. So interior, just in parts and liquid material, there's $110,000 on a truck like that. So we don't just do like a quick in and out paint job.
So in other words, you're total, like if a guy gets a truck totaled out and needs to be rebuilt and stuff, y'all do that kind of work?
We do, yep.
Because I just had an incident where I hit a deer back in September and had mine pretty well $20,000 worth of damage to it.
Right.
They're doing a good job, you know.
Right. And 20,000, there's that could just be a hood right there.
That's pretty. It wiped the hood out, and then they got the steering gear and everything else.
Yeah, we're doing one at the shop right now that it's just the hood, and it was like that insurance estimate was around $24,000, but we're gonna reskin the cabin sleeper and just paint the whole thing while it's at the shop. So we pretty much reskin every truck we touch. We don't really go in Band-Aid corrosion or electrolysis like like we talked originally. We strip the panels off, put new panels on, prime in between everything. So.
Well, Steve?
So you're the 87 paint shop in Joplin, Missouri.
Joplin, Missouri, yeah.
So isn't that right down near the Chrome Shop Mafia and all that?
Yeah, we're just probably a few miles from them. We get deliveries every day from them for trucks we work on.
They use you guys to help paint some of the stuff that they're working on? Or?
I'm not sure who they use for paint. They don't do much paint anymore. They used to do a lot of paint work.
Yeah.
But I started at Peterbilt of Joplin, which was also known Truck Rods back in the mid 2000s, and I worked there. Started there when I was in high school, and quit there when I turned 30 to open my own shop up.
Okay.
Yep.
So a full-time gig painting trucks.
Yep. Yeah, I have a few employees. Just stay real busy painting Peterbilts mainly.
Painting Peterbilts.
Yeah.
What draws you to Peterbilts versus other trucks?
Well, that's just where I started my first job at. I always loved the world of paint with old hot rods and everything. Mm-hmm. My dad always got hot rod magazines in, so I'd always check the paint jobs out. And then I took auto body in high school, and we were allowed to take it our junior and senior year, so I took it. And then my senior year, I was allowed to intern at a local shop. So I grew up just down the road from Peterbilt at Joplin, so I just kind of begged them to intern there, and they let me intern. And after just a few months, they just let me start painting, and went from there.
Somebody needs a job done. Is there a particular color that you hate to have to use? Was one color more difficult than others to make look right?
A lot of people say that metallics are really hard to spray.
Yeah.
But I don't have any issues with them. On frames, probably whites, but I don't have too many issues with many colors.
Do you do there's some new kind of paint where it depends on what direction you're looking at the vehicle. It looks like it's a different color. What's that called?
Are you talking about that chameleon paint?
Yeah, a chameleon.
Yeah, we haven't sprayed that at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
You haven't tried that?
No, we did it. We did when I worked at Peterbilt at Joplin, but we don't do that. We haven't sprayed that at my shop. Okay. We spray a lot of the new legendary colors, though, like the legendary red, legendary blue. Mm-hmm. It's got that liquid glass pearl in it. You'll see it on a lot of the trucks out the show.
Okay.
Was you working there when Corey was over the body shop?
Corey Stephen?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hired me.
Yeah, I know Corey real good.
Yeah, he hired me. I had to beg him to give me a job, but he finally did. Yep.
Well, I know Corey. I mean, when you started talking, I said he knows Corey. Corey was a hell of a body shop.
Yeah, man. Corey really, he ran the shop, and he really had a creative side, for building these cool trucks. He did a lot of cool stuff.
You had the best teacher in the body shop business in my view.
I had Corey, Dusty Ford. He was my manager.
Right.
His dad. A lot of good guys worked in that shop.
Yep.
They built a lot of trucks through Truck Rods. That came here.
Then we was talking about shooting colors a while ago.
You got a kick out of something. What was it? You're not allowed to say?
Nah, somebody's standing up there.
Oh, okay. I got you.
We'll leave it at that.
Inside joke.
Yeah, inside. It was. Well,
you're not allowed to tell inside jokes on the radio. People will say, "What are they talking about?" Come on, don't leave me in the dark.
Well, they was telling a story about me yesterday. Old Seg Dennison, boy, he got on me pretty hard. But we gonna talk about painting trucks. Now, I've always heard that red was a hard color to spray.
No, red's like Emerald Elite, which is what's primarily on Peterbilts. Right. It's really easy and it lays down really good. I think white is harder to spray than red because you can't see well when you're doing your second coat or when you're putting clear coat on.
Right.
All the other colors are really super easy.
Have a tendency to run.
Yeah.
Now, when you do a full registration, so like you're in a massive wreck or something, now you can do springs, rear end, reset, whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so we have another shop that, if we get a truck in and they want a restoration, if it has frame damage, if it needs any suspension work done, any mechanic work done, like any replumbing or electrical, we send it to a shop in Ava, Missouri called PDK Custom. And they'll do all that stuff for us. They'll even pull the body off and send it to us. They'll stretch the frame, send the frame to us, and then we'll do all the paint work and send it back to them, and they'll assemble everything.
Well, how successful I've always, in the deals I run into, like when there was a wreck or something, talking about when a frame gets bent, can they pretty much straighten it back out with the technology? Because I know one time I had one that got hit from the side, and they worked on it. I finally sold it and said somebody else's problem. They could put the alignment in it, but it still was going down.
Right. We use a frame shop in Arkansas, and every frame they've done for us come out good. It aligned good afterwards and no issues. Cab hood and sleepers set good afterwards, so we haven't had issues. We had some at Peterbilt come in where the left rear rail was 3 foot up in the air and the right rail wasn't.
Right.
Sometimes they could straighten them, but I don't see how. I tried to work on that rack one day and it was my body was beat up, so I went back to the paint booth.
Well, if somebody needs some paint work done, how do they get a hold of 87 Paint Shop?
You can get on Facebook, check out our page. You can message us on Facebook or give us a call, 417-438-4108.
But you're Peterbilt. You're the Peterbilt guy. Peterbilt guy.
We do a lot of Peterbilts, yeah. If you look on our page, we probably got 12 or 13 Peterbilts sitting in our lot right now waiting for paint.
So. How about that? Okay.
Now, you don't mess with no KWs, and surely I know you don't mess with no Volvos.
I have one Kenworth at my shop right now. It's a good friend of mine, and we're doing some paint work on it. So
none of the twin screw Subarus, anything?
No, just red oval stuff. Yeah, it's just all I know. So it's just easier for me to work on.
Well, I tell you, I want your car because I go through that area a lot down Springdale.
Oh, do you?
Down in that area there. It's always good to have an ace in the hole.
Yeah, we restored, a lot of them old Missouri Outlaw trucks.
Oh, yeah.
That 359, I think it was owned by David Booth.
David Booth?
The black one with the red stripes, had the double eagle on it.
Right.
We restored it, finished it about 2 years ago.
Well, do you ever have any of them Bruce Bonneau trucks come through?
No.
You know who I'm talking about?
I've heard it, but I don't know the name.
Yeah, they was a big outlaw chicken outfit back in the day, and they had some of the prettiest trucks. But anyway, I reckon you've answered all my questions. I don't know what the master's got you.
That covers it. Hey, this was an added interview. I get the right place, right time. It's like stop on in.
I'm glad you come
Lauren
by.
over there took care of me.
Yeah, Mudflap didn't show up, so
nope.
We're supposed to learn about swipe and save anywhere Visa's accepted. That's Mudflap.
Yep, their loss, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, and we picked up a newfound friend.
Yep. What I know this is probably the big question at the show this year, and there's a couple of them here. But how do you like the new model Peterbilt, the 589?
Well, I hadn't got the chance to look at that truck up close. We looked at it back there, just passing through. I wanted to go back and sit in the cab. It's just like the 990 KW, which looks like a overgrown International. This truck ain't much different.
Right.
I don't understand why they had to go make that drastic change when what's working is selling for you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like now. You take the 359 Peterbilt, the layback dash.
Yep.
That was the easiest truck you ever worked on in your life because you had access to that compartment.
Oh yeah.
You know what they tell me, and I don't know how true this is, but this is what they tell me. They saved that much wire. And over selling millions of trucks, That much wire saved Peterbilt $50 million, so they went to that flat dash in that 379.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it might be true.
But I mean, you know, the 350. I had two 359. Man, that was a great truck.
Yeah,
but
we got 4 of them at the shop right now.
Right. I mean, that truck was just a good truck. But anyway, I mean, the church is out. I'm not real big fan of that new 389 or
589.
589. Yeah. But I got to go to the plant one time and watch them build a 379. And one of the first 579 Peterbilts that rolled off the line, we was there when they built it.
Uh-huh.
That's when they went from the Huck boat. They got another name for that thing now. But they claim that they can put that truck in water and it won't leak. That new 379, 579.
They must, just because it's all like sealed together or something, I guess.
Well, they claim that, you know, they went from the Huck boat. I can't think of the name of it. People in the body business know what I'm talking about. But on the 579 is not a Huck boat truck.
Right. So they're claiming there's a Peterbilt in the world that doesn't leak water.
Right.
Give it a couple miles down the road, right?
Monkey Gouger's waiting for the Peterbilt EV.
Yeah, right.
Coming up next.
Yeah.
Coming to dealer. I'll be out of it. I don't care what they do. They get a turbine engine in one or whatever they're going to do.
I mean, aren't they already making an EV?
They're working on it.
I think everybody's working on something.
Yeah, everybody's working on it, but it ain't. I don't think
ain't much nobody wanting it.
Now, you worked for Peterbilt for a long time.
13 years, yeah.
I'm not saying nothing bad at Peterbilt because I love a Peterbilt. I was going to get a Peterbilt tattoo on my forearm and all this stuff, right? I even got an artificial arm that's got Peterbilt tattoos on it. Caterpillar, all of them, you know, every time you've done it. But this is what gets me. Peterbilt will go over there and load a truck at Denton, Texas. And it's downhill all the way to Laredo.
Yeah.
And they claim they're getting 8, 9, 10 miles to a gallon. They don't say nothing about coming back. You know, hey, get it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the masses will believe it.
The masses will believe it. And like I said, I've been through that plant 4 or 5 times, watched trucks be built. They want what I think is the best built truck on the market. I do. I mean, people say, "Oh, we drive them Volvos." You know what I told them a Volvo was? That was a picture frame for a funny guy. You know,
right?
So
right.
Anyway,
all right.
I'm going.
We're about news break time.
News break time.
You helped me make it through another segment there.
Hey, we want to thank this guy. 87.
Yeah,
tell him
87 Paint Shop, Joplin, Missouri.
Yep. A lot of Peterbilt painting going on there.
And that's PETERBILT, not BUILT.
Correct.
Thank
you.
You can always tell these cats that never been around trucking. They'll start questioning. It's Peter BUI? No, it's Peter BILT. Peterbilt.
They don't understand the slogan because it's cool, right?
That's right.
All right, we'll be back with more right after this. Hey, Louisville, Kentucky, it's the Mid-America Truck Show and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News. I'm Tim Berg. The search for a missing University of Missouri student is ending in tragedy. Police confirming Riley Strain's body was found in a Nashville river Friday. Nashville Police Chief John Drake making the announcement.
As they were removing an object from the river, they noticed what appeared to be Riley Strain pop up. The fire department was called in, retrieved the body from the river. The medical examiner's office reviewed the body, and we've confirmed that it is Riley Strain.
The 22-year-old had not been seen since March 8th when he was asked to leave Luke Bryan's downtown Nashville bar. Police saying there were no signs of foul play. Following a Senate investigation into the price of inhalers, 3 major pharmaceutical companies agreed to cap the price of the medical device. Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont, who chairs the Senate Health Committee, speaks about the price cap.
Within a very short period of time, the vast majority of Americans with asthma and COPD will pay no more than $35 at the pharmacy counter for the inhalers that they purchase.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the United States is still actively engaged with other countries to negotiate a hostage release between Israel and the terrorist group Hamas. Blinken speaking after a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Tel Aviv.
We're intensely engaged in them, working with the Qataris, working with the Egyptians, working with Israel. We have teams in Doha.
A second flight of Americans fleeing Haiti has reached the United States safely. On Thursday, a flight evacuating 80 Americans landed in Miami. The State Department has encouraged all U.S. citizens to leave Haiti as political unrest and gang violence escalate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new video released by the New York Post shows a group of illegal immigrants tearing down razor wire in Texas, trying to get into the United States. Texas Republican Congressman Pat Fallon weighs in on the video and the influx of illegal immigrants and asylum seekers at the southern border on Fox Business.
Anybody that watches that video will understand that that's not the border being secure. I mean, we passed a federal law back in 2006, the Secure Fence Act, that demanded that the Homeland Security Secretary have operational control of the southern border.
New York's Democrat Attorney General is gearing up to seize some of Donald Trump's properties if he doesn't come up with a huge amount of bond money by Monday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Donald Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County could be seized by New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's filed the preliminary paperwork in case Trump can't post the $500 million bond he needs in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment.
Nestle has initiated a recall of more than 440,000 Starbucks mugs due to safety concerns. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission has warned that these mugs are prone to overheating and breaking, posing a risk of burns and other injuries. The recall applies to metallic mugs included in the 2023 holiday Starbucks branded gift sets that were sold at Walmart, Target, and military retail outlets.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
All right, I got it. How many times? 4 times you gave that phone number? you get that number down? Okay. Hey, welcome back. We're live from Louisville. Saturday night. Show closes at 4 p.m. The action starts 5 o'clock. Mid-America Truck Show, all excited about new events and things that wouldn't be possible without the tremendous support from the trucking industry. And they're saying to show our support and give back. Matt's and the Mac Trailers are committing all the proceeds from the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals to Operation Finally Home and several other select trucking charities tomorrow night. So it's the truck and tractor pulls. And according to the truck show site here, please join us for an evening of powerful pulling and exciting competition. This year, they've added a division that was not here last year, and that's the multi-engine modifieds. These guys have 3, 4, sometimes, I think one guy had 5 engines, I think, stacked up on one pulling trailer. But the multi-engine modifieds, brand new for this year's Mac Winter Nationals. These things are just, as they say, engineering marvels. 3 and 4 blown V8 engines developing 8,000 horsepower. Wheel speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. So that'll be exciting. I wasn't actually in the arena last year. We had left the show, and we were actually across the street having dinner at the hotel over there. And I had stepped outside to smoke a cigarette, and I could actually hear some of these trucks, tractors. I think it was the Pro Stock. They were the biggest they had last year, pulling from inside the arena. And it's like, wow, I could only imagine how loud that must have been if you were actually inside the venue. So that should be pretty exciting. All right, so we're back here. Our next guest stepping into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive PFM. Is it Painless Fleet Service?
Painless Fleet Maintenance.
Painless
we
Fleet
go PFM
Maintenance.
Fleet Service, yep. A little easier, a little less syllables.
Okay, so Kyle was kind of giving me a little bit of a background. You had a good-paying job, or several good-paying jobs at one point in time.
Correct.
And you came up with this idea, right?
Right. As COVID was slowing things down, we got a little bit slow, so started thinking about it and decided to pull the trigger on opening a truck service. They're really underserved in our area. There is a lot of trucking up where we're at, but it's underserved. So there's a good opportunity to try and help some owner ops and fleets out in our area.
And your idea was to do what?
Mostly have them be mobile maintenance to where we go out on sites where they don't have to bring their trucks into us. We can take care of it at their location.
Okay.
Cut their downtime.
Yeah. So truck driver, whether it's an individual or you got a fleet or a whole, the idea is they park their truck maybe on their location. They're going to be there for 8, 10, 12 hours. You show up and try to, what can you do for them?
We can do any of their maintenance. They're on site, PM services, brakes, tires, all your normal maintenance. If it's anything more than that, then we can bring them back to the shop and take care of the larger repairs. We'll full service.
Okay.
Up at the shop.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're where are you based out of?
Delaware, Ohio. We're about 20 minutes north of Columbus.
So that's pretty close to where the Hot Shot Secret, the Mount Gilead is.
Yeah, I actually live in Mount Gilead.
Okay.
But yeah, we're about 25 minutes from Mount Gilead. So we know the Hot Shots guys real well.
So you pulled the trigger and said, I'm going to start this up. So you start spreading the word how? You just make dry phone calls or whatever?
A lot of cold calling. It's not fun, but you've got to let people know you're out there. So knocked on some doors, and then after that, word of mouth took roll and made it a lot easier.
So how are things going?
Good. We've been busy. We've moved 3 times since we started. We're now in a 14,000 square foot facility in Delaware, 15 bays, 2 mobile trucks. It's been an exciting adventure. Very busy.
So with that many bays, are people pulling into your facility to get service done? Or are you having them towed in? Or
towed in, scheduled in, pulled in, any way they want it, we'll take care of them.
Really?
It's our goal to make it easy on them, and they've got enough to worry about. Contract rates are down. We're trying to be fast for them and save them money.
So where do you see things going with this?
Right now, really just trying to support owner-ops in these fleets that are struggling at this time and give them a place to come to that they can have their trucks maintained fairly and at a good price. They can actually turn a profit still, because it's getting, as we all know, harder and harder right now to turn a profit in this industry. So trying to do what we can to help these people out.
So obviously you're not working alone. You've got some help with 14 bays.
Yep, we've got numerous technicians on site, full office staff. It's a full operation, that's for sure.
So are you making it easier for them, for those out there? I mean, if they don't have their own maintenance tech or whatever?
Absolutely, yeah. Even for some of the larger fleets, we do actually go out. Even if they have their own maintenance tech, sometimes we serve what their maintenance techs won't take care of.
Okay. So what's going on here in Louisville?
Oh, this is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. There's everything here. I'm amazed. Seems a lot busier this year than last year. A lot of great vendors. Real busy. Can't wait for the truck pulls tomorrow. Will you be out there tomorrow? Don't know yet.
Question mark. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if was it sold out last year? Do you know? Or?
I don't know if it was. It was busy though.
Okay.
It was busy.
I'll be honest. The one thing that I'm a smoker, and if you come in the door, they won't let you out. It's like,
you're trapped,
dude. What do you mean? You can't let me out for 2 minutes? Nope.
Right.
So I was like, I don't know.
That makes it hard for a lot of people at that point.
How many hours? I mean, all the concert venues and things nowadays know that you have a designated area.
Sure.
Let them walk out the damn door and come back in. But
especially for an event like this, you would think they would cater to that a little better.
So you got a booth here at Louisville?
We don't have a booth. No,
just
visiting. Saying hi to some of our vendors like Hot Shots.
Shaking hands.
Shaking hands, yeah.
Are you familiar with these guys?
Yeah, we're a dealer of Hot Shots, so we carry their products.
You do carry the products?
Yes.
Do you make recommendations if somebody comes in for a PM? That's an oil change thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, PM, so that's your oil change, fuel filters, all your standard normal services.
Do you recommend any of these products to them, or do you just put it in if they ask for it? Or?
If they ask for it, or we do recommend it as well. And they're great for their winter treatments as well, de-icing, anti-gels. We've got a lot of customers that use products like Hot Shots or use Hot Shots. Mm-hmm. And in the winter, we're not getting any calls from them, but everybody says, no, you don't need that stuff, We're getting calls left and right for their tractors being stuck on the side of the road, brakes frozen or whatnot.
So you'll actually go out and kind of like, TA has their roadside service. Is that kind of what you're doing? Would you go out if somebody has a breakdown?
Yeah,
do you help with that? Or?
We do roadside service as well, but primarily on-site service. So we'll go to their location, the fleet's location, and take care of their trucks then.
Mm-hmm. So what makes them, what would draw them to you versus doing it themselves?
Well, you've got the liability of doing it yourself, first of all. You're giving the liability to somebody else, and we're able to then pay higher caliber technicians than a lot of fleets can. They're on a tighter budget. This is strictly what we do, so we can hire the best of the best technicians and have them working on your vehicles versus trying to cut costs on fleet maintenance by hiring a cheaper mechanic.
So is it affordability? What's going to? Do you have to have like a contract to do things every 6 weeks or every?
There's no contract at all. You can give us a shot once, and if that's it, that's fine. Or you can use us 1,000 times. There is no contract though.
Okay.
All of our customers love to use us over and over again. It's never an issue, so we don't need to make them sign in blood that they're going to keep using us.
Yeah. So what do you think about this? Have you been here? You have been here before. You said because it seemed pretty busy.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, it's fantastic. If you haven't been out here, you have to come out here. Mm-hmm. It is definitely something to see in this industry. And you can find a solution for just about any problem you're having here.
Right. So if somebody out there has a one, how far out can you go? Do you have a regional?
Yeah, 30 minutes outside of Delaware. So we go down to southern Columbus up to about Mansfield, if you're familiar with the Ohio area.
Anybody in that region that might need kind of service, just how do they contact you or learn more?
Give us a call at 614-377-2230. We can get you taken care of. That would not be a problem at all. Or if you have any questions, technical questions, anything, I'll be more than happy to help. You can email me at dtulloh, Tulloh, at pfmfleetservice.com.
You do any of the social media stuff? Or?
A little bit. Not as much as we probably should, but we do a little bit. We're busy with a lot of things.
So again, you're saying you do brakes? On
site, yeah. We'll do brakes, tires, electrical repairs, but inside the shop, we're full service.
Okay.
We've got overhauls going on right now.
Do you have product in the shop if I need brakes, or do I have to have them and bring them to you?
No, absolutely. Yeah, we've got product. We've got a lot of vendors to get you a good rate on really good quality products.
Okay. Well, anything that you'd like to share with the folks out there that I've missed?
I think the biggest thing is maintenance, keeping up on maintenance to save money right now, because I know a lot of people are really pinching pennies. A $5 tube of grease can go a long ways. If you're not greasing your own tractors, do it in between your PMs.
Okay.
Because we're seeing just so much right now that just worn out suspension components that a $5 tube of grease could have prevented and saved a lot of headache.
Do you think it's been a rough couple of years? The truck cycle has been kind of down a
really
bit.
Rough.
Are drivers kind of neglecting some of their maintenance when things get tough? They tend to not maybe do what they should.
They may, and I think there's kind of a misconception in the industry. When people are purchasing vehicles, they look for lowest cost of ownership. So when you're following these manufacturers' maintenance guidelines, they're intentionally making the maintenance as far apart as possible so they can advertise a lower cost of maintenance. Well, that's great if you're running an operation that you can just, turn your truck in at the end of the lease or trade it in once it's out of warranty. But if you're following their guidelines, your truck's going to be worn out after warranty. Because they don't care what it costs you. At that point, they make their money off either selling you a new truck or selling you parts. So they don't want your truck to last much longer than the warranty period that they have to pay for.
I don't care if it's a big truck or an automobile. I mean, it seems like you get your 3 years, 36,000. It seems like 38,000. Something happens. Is that kind of by design?
It's not a coincidence.
Really?
It's not a coincidence.
I'll be darned.
When they go through the designing phase, they only want things to last so long. Unfortunately, but it's true.
Well, I do know that if you use the Hot Shot Secret products, you can extend the life by a whole lot.
Absolutely. It's cheap insurance. It's a couple dollars to save you thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you taking the time over to join us here. Anything that I've missed?
I think we got it covered. Thank you, Steve. It's been great being on here.
Hey, I appreciate you coming over, and enjoy the rest of the show. Just kind of shaking hands.
Absolutely.
Handing out business cards.
Yep. Absolutely. A lot of those.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, we're live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, 52nd annual. Stop by our booth, 12036. According to Kyle, just a few of the Truck Show bundle specials left. That's the 2 gallons of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, 2 gallons of the Everyday Diesel Treatment, and a Hot Shot Secret banner. So you can spread the word. $240. You will not find a deal like that anywhere else. That's over 35% off, and it's only for those who come by and see us here while supplies last. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. I believe industrial injection coming up next as we head down the home stretch for another hour here. Hope you've had a great week. We had a few sprinkles out there a bit earlier. Just kind of a cloudy day, but it has finally warmed up. Beautiful, beautiful outside the convention center here at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Let me see. Tonight, Tony Justice takes the stage, I believe, 7 o'clock. I think doors opened at 6, if memory serves. And what else we got? Truck and Tractor Pulls coming up later on Saturday night. Slate schedule starts a little bit earlier on Saturday morning, which I've never really understood the mentality of starting early on Saturday, because everybody goes out and has a good time, you know, and doesn't really want to get up early Saturday morning. And they make you drag your butt out of bed feeling like you know what and start your day again. All right, flip the camera over, and here we go. Industrial Injection. Who we got on board here?
I'm Dustin Hembury from Industrial Injection.
Dustin, you got to get kind of close to the microphone so they can hear you. They're very sensitive, you know.
I'm Dustin Hembury.
Dustin, and
I'm Shane Williams from Industrial Injection.
Shane, all right. So what do you guys do?
I own the joint.
Okay, but I mean, what is industrial injections? What do they do?
Well, our company does. It's kind of complicated because we do a lot of stuff. If it has to do with the diesel engine, we're involved in it.
Okay,
we do diesel engine stuff for mostly like fuel injection and turbocharger, and diesel engine components. Engine parts, engines in and of themselves. We're rebuilders. We're factory distributors for most of the major component manufacturers such as BorgWarner, Bosch, Garrett, Holset. You name it. We're involved in it.
And so are you doing maintenance or repairing, or?
We do have a drive-in service, but we lean more towards we utilize that a lot for like R&D purposes, but we utilize more of like we're a distribution facility for those big brand names, along with our own products that we manufacture in-house.
Who sends you business?
All over the world, honestly. From we build injectors and turbochargers for people, Canada, Australia. I mean, all over. It could be for a shrimp boat or a fishing boat down in Cabo San Lucas to a truck on the ice road up in Canada and all over the United States.
We have an extensive list of dealers and distributors, across North America, that carry our products and that support our products and offer our products, through that distribution network.
When you say build injectors, I mean, I thought they
Remanufacture.
Remanufacture.
Yeah, remanufacture.
Along with modifying and building up some for high performance purposes, like off track racing, like this big tractor puller you got back here.
Yeah.
We build that kind of stuff.
So what's the most typical thing that goes out on your injector?
Contamination would be the biggest thing in my mind.
Yeah.
Bosch, for example, Denso, all these big manufacturers build a pretty dang good product. But a lot of times the fuel and stuff we're running in these things, and lack of maintenance possibility. But fuel and contamination is the number one thing. And in our book, when we rebuild an injector or something and put it back to factory specs, they don't always get the contamination that ruined the injectors the first time out of the truck. And so we have this recurring effect with problems in that aspect.
Kind of like a lather, rinse, repeat. Do it again, do it again.
So you definitely not only replace the injector, but go through the proper procedures when you're doing that job.
So one thing about this show in particular, this MOTS show this year, I don't know if you've had a time to see our booth, but it's
I haven't seen much of anything.
They
stick me in here and bring everybody to me. It's like,
I kind of wanted to mention and kind of throw something out to my team and my employees and also to my family. Like, we have a booth that has a truck in it that was built basically by our employees and also Steve Darnell from Welder Up. And this truck is a 1952 International cab, and then it's got a utility bed on the back. And this truck was built like kind of rat rod style, if you will. And it was built in commemoration of my father that passed away in 2016, who was the founder or co-founder, I guess, of our company. And this truck is absolutely amazing. It was built in commemoration of him. But, also, my dad kind of thought he was Jimmy Buffett, right? Like, he's a total parrot head. And so
right.
we, last year, at this show, actually, at MOTS, Steve was here and we had his truck called El Diablo Loco. And that truck was in our booth, and it was a big hit. And so we started thinking last year, at the show, what are we going to do this year? Like, this is a pretty big deal. We're going to have to somehow one-up El Diablo Loco. What could we do? Like, maybe we should build this booth and build some sort of, truck to commemorate, the origins of our company and commemorate my father and maybe do it in the island style, right? Like, do it Jimmy Buffett style. And so I said that, and I made those words, and I made those comments, and then the next thing you know, I had no idea what was happening. Like,
I kept saying it was the same booth.
Yeah, my employees, of course, they came to me and said, "Hey, we need about $100,000 budget and I'm like, "For what?"
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on.
And I'm like, "For what?" They're like, "Just trust us." Like, and it's a good thing that I trust these guys, and they're awesome. So they actually built behind the scenes. I knew that there was something, but I didn't know exactly what it was. I had no idea, and I didn't know if they were building something. I have no clue. And so on the 14th of the month, they presented this truck to us that they'd worked with Steve Darnell and Welder Up to build for us in commemoration of my father and our company's origins. And that's the truck that's in our booth, this year at MOTS, and it's done in Jimmy Buffett style. There's a sign that says it's 5 o'clock somewhere. We got a
margarita blender
on the back.
The whole
that's
inside
fully functional.
The inside's like 2 lawn chairs kind of in there. The fill, it's total island.
So you got a little tropical island back here somewhere?
Yep. There's a tropical island over there.
So what do the people think? Is people kind of impressed?
We've had such an awesome response from it.
Yeah.
I mean, right now
this is pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's been packed all day, all the last 2 days, and if you guys want more information on that, definitely come over to our booth. It's 14140, right? Yeah, I think it's 14140. But Yeah, big industrial injection sign. You got to come check it out. The Jollymon is the name of it.
So, what? I mean, for people that comes by, what are you doing here at the show? What, just talking
Yeah,
to folks?
we're showing off the truck for show.
Yeah.
But we have all of our products here, basically from our light duty line all the way up to our heavy duty line. We've got some new reman injectors that we're doing, which is ISX, ISL, and ISC reman injectors. There's not a lot of people in the country doing those. We're one of the state-of-the-art facilities that are rebuilding those injectors, and we have those for show over here, along with some of our bigger injection pumps.
Another thing to mention real quick is our ISX injector cups for the ISX and the X15, the Common Rail Cummins application. We have a torque lock cup is what we call it. So it's actually like a screw-in style cup. So there's been a lot of people who've had a lot of issues with those factory injector cups, coming loose and leaking, and they're getting fuel in the coolant and coolant the fuel and back and forth.
Let's put it this way: if you're one of these truckers listening to us right now, and you've got a warning light on their dashboard right now saying coolant in the fuel, you're going to need our injector cups. It's a cheap, inexpensive way to fix it and get you back on the road without rebuilding your whole entire engine.
So if they went to somebody else, what would they try to say? They just need an injector, or
we're
what?
the only ones that make this. No, they'll have to put a new cylinder head on it. Like, the protocol is to just replace the cylinder head, and we've come up with a way to not replace just the cylinder head.
So that would save them a fortune.
Yeah, and repair it in a drive-in service shop without. All you got to do is pull the injectors out, do this. The whole kit comes with everything you need to remove the cup and put it back in.
Now, what kind of engine is this on? Is it
ISX.
Just the ISX?
Yep. Single overhead cam ISX. So it's going to be like 2010 and newer engines, and X15.
Do you recall which engine it was that had the oil side on the fuel injectors? The oil side, because that's kind of where the
That's like a Huey style injector. Like
that sounds right.
Yeah, like the smaller Cat engines and some 7.3 and international stuff.
I think it was International that had come out with that, and that's why they got Chris Gabrelchik to try to come up with something to fix it.
Yeah.
But, apparently 9 out of 10 of those injectors weren't really bad. They were just gunked up.
Or the oil wasn't
coked
the right
up oil
weight.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
mostly what those problems were related to was oil, an oil condition, lack of oil, aerated oil. That was a huge problem. So with those older systems for sure. But yeah, we got some pretty innovative stuff over there. We've also got our engine kits. We put together different packages for engine kits. We have our platinum engine kit for like the C15, which incorporates PAI, pistons and liners, and it's got the oil pump.
With injectors.
Comes with the injectors and the whole bit. One thing that people often don't know about us is, they think that industrial injection is all about pickup trucks. Well, I just kind of want to, since I'm on the radio here, let's set the record straight. Like, the reason that our company's called industrial injection is because since 1985, our core business has been the industrial side of it, not the pickup truck or the light duty, passenger vehicle market. So, that's our slogan used to be, like back in the day, is Caterpillar's our specialty. Like that's what I grew up on. I've been doing this stuff since I've been knee high to a grasshopper, and that's the history of our company, is the industrial side of it. So, here at the Mott's show, we go to plenty of pickup truck shows and do this and that, but here at this show, this is a perfect opportunity for us to I guess reiterate or I guess advertise or to show the world, like, hey, listen, we still do this. Like, we might do this and this and this, but guess what? We're still here, and that's actually one of the bigger parts of our business, really. But it doesn't really get enough attention.
So when it comes to turbos, are we seeing more of an issue with these newer engines that get so much hotter in the heat? Are the turbos burning out more frequently, or?
Well, 100%. That's the thing with a lot of the new emission standards and different things. There's a lot of stress on these engines, and not just the engine, but on the turbocharger specifically. The newer technologies with the the VG mechanisms and the electronic actuators and all the different sensors and everything else. Like
more parts that go.
Yeah, the more demand for power, the more demand for fuel economy, and unfortunately, the turbo and also emissions regulations and keeping things clean. Well, guess what? One of the biggest parts that's taking that load, that's taking that stress, is the turbocharger. Unfortunately, no matter what anyone says, that's the case. That's true. And so,
if I said, somebody says I blew my turbo, what does that mean? Is it bearings, or
that's a loaded question?
It can be. On the late model stuff, it's generally a gummed up actuator mechanism. The VG vanes or something is stuck. I don't know if you see as many grenaded, like what you used to. When you blew up an older charger, you'd have the compressor wheel actually come off or broke the shaft and grenaded it, is what they'd say. But in today's terminology, you've basically got an engine code saying that it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing anymore.
Right, so you get an idiot light, we used to call them.
It
right?
might still run somewhat.
On.
You might see some performance things like, hey, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, but I don't know. I'm sure they still blow up.
If you get the light, it's salvageable at that point.
Well, there's a lot of nice things about technology that, sometimes they'll tell you, hey, this is a calibration error or an actuator problem, or, more times out of not, it's internal in the charger, and you got to get in there and clean those vanes out and actually
probably one of the most important things, I think, and this goes without saying, but at the same time, I'm going to reiterate it, like, maintenance is key, making sure that your oil and filters and all that stuff is changed regularly. But, with what's going on these days with, the emissions and the brunt of the work that all these different components on these newer engines have to go through, that have to suffer, it's more important than ever to use things like, in my opinion, to use like a good additive, different things to make that engine run cleaner, to make it run more efficient, to make it so that the particulate filter doesn't plug up as bad, and to keep that stuff running and operating smoothly and cleanly is ever more important than it's ever been, and it's only going to continue to amplify from here. So
I'm looking on your website here, and under the category engines, there's dozens and dozens. Are you rebuilding these or remanufacturing?
We actually have a huge line of Cummins and Duramax engines that we are. For about 15 years, we've been doing our engine department going, and we hit a record this last year. We were able to build a little over 300 engines, our long blocks and short blocks and stuff. So, they ship them all around the country.
Since Caterpillar engines, since they got out of the business of the truck engines, can you work on them anymore?
Oh yeah. That's where we kind of excel at that, because once they kind of fell off, from providing that stuff, people like us come in with a nice aftermarket source for those parts.
You can actually get some of the parts.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We've got some on display here. That's I was mentioning earlier about that, like our C15, our platinum kit, we call it. That we put this kit together, that has like a complete list and diagram basically of what you need for a complete overhaul on that Cat engine.
So
we got you covered.
There were Cat lovers, and they want to keep them going.
Oh yeah, for sure. These are some of the most proud people I've ever met, in this trucking world. So it's really awesome to work with these guys. And Shane was talking to one of them the other day, and one of the things that we kind of are is that liaison broker that will put you into the right parts. There's a lot of people out there that make parts for everything, but there's certain manufacturers out there that make good parts for that application, really good parts for that application, and that's where we come into play and make sure that you're getting the best part in your truck.
Okay.
You could kind of consider us a company that, with all the different offerings that are out there, we're kind of the people who are going to vet, making sure that you get the proper parts and the best parts for your particular application. And one thing I want to mention is I know there's a lot of people that, that I've talked to several of them today that, they're dyed in the wool, like, OE, this or that, whether it's Cat or Cummins, and, and of course, they make amazing products. But I'm telling you right now, like, the aftermarket's come a long way, especially like with the engine parts and the fuel injectors that we remanufacture. our injectors, I promise you, are the best injectors. Like for the CAT C15 and the ISX, they're the best on the market. I don't care what anybody says. I'll put mine up against anybody's. They are the best. They do what they're supposed to do. You don't have to buy 2 or 3 sets to get one good one. You've got one good set the first go around, and that's important. We offer like a 1-year warranty, on those injectors, and it's basically like a no hassle. Like you got a problem with an injector, here's another one. But with that said, we're also going to help walk you through what exactly happened to that injector. I'm not going to hassle with you over warranty on it. But what I am going to do is we're going to identify what happened. Is there some sort of contaminants in it? Is there water in it? I'm not going to fight with you about the warranty, but we're going to help you identify that problem so that you don't continue to have that problem.
What would you say is the most common issue? Water. I mean,
water
in your
huge.
fuel.
We just call it contamination. One thing that we also do, and this is a big thing, and I've actually just learned this because I don't work in this department, but over the last 3 or 4 years, when you buy a set of injectors from us, we also send out a little packet of a cotton swab and then a little chart that you swab your tank, and it'll tell you what's going on with the fuel that's in it. Do you have some contamination in it? Do you have water? Do you have what's called alkaline algae that's growing in there, from something that's sitting? You got a truck that sits on the side of your house for 6 months, and then you drive it to a show. And then, is there something going on with the fuel before you just go throw a brand new set of injectors in there and not clean your tank out? So that's a huge thing to help the consumer.
I mean, there's the algae thing. I mean, these guys get calls about, do you have something for it, like an algicide? And it's not something that you got to be careful about because it's a poison.
Yeah.
The boss man explained to me once that the algae is a living organism. And to kill it, it's something that's going to it could kill you. So you got to be really careful with it. Whatever.
Yeah, it just comes back to making sure that you got a good additive that you're using and doing that.
So if you've got some algae in your fuel, what's that do to the injector?
If it's in the fuel, it's in the injector. And they're all the way down to 1 to 2 microns of filtration in there. So if you have anything bigger than that, and if it's growing past the filters. You know what I mean? If that grows past the filters and plugs up your injectors, you got a gummy injector. The tolerances are in the 1 millionth.
Well, I was just going to say, what is it? I mean, the tolerances are that tight?
Yeah, the tolerances of the actual
Absolutely.
injector, 1 millionth of an inch. So if you got something in there that's not supposed to be in there, it's taking up all the clearance and room. You'll stick an injector.
So you're saying something a whole lot smaller than a grain of sand is going to really screw up.
That's the late model stuff that we're doing. That's how we get this emissions is by keeping these tolerances down, upping the pressure on these injectors, and upping the pressure on the turbos. That everything's taking a load. So that's why it comes back to, like Shane was saying, is maintenance is a huge thing on these engines.
Okay. So I mean, nowadays, they came out with what they call them high pressure rail systems.
Yeah.
Are all the new trucks running on that technology now?
Yeah. I would say so. I don't
Absolutely.
know of any mechanical newer truck.
It's very, very seldom if there's anything mechanical anymore. It's mostly all common rail.
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of going to that high pressure?
It helps with emissions. Realistically, at the end of the day, it's going to burn more efficient. You can get more power out of it. When you're atomizing that fuel at such a high pressure, it's actually making more of a combustion, or it's actually burning hotter, I would say, is what it's actually doing.
Okay.
Burning hotter, and heat is horsepower. Heat ruins stuff. So
yeah, with the common rail and the high pressure common rail systems and the new technology with the solenoids with the
like the piezo,
the piezo, crystal technology and whatnot, like in some of the Bosch product, you're able to accomplish up to 9 injection strokes per stroke, or 9 injection cycles events per stroke, and so you're getting pre-injection and pre-injection and post-injection and everywhere's in the middle,
on one stroke.
Yeah, on one stroke of the piston, that technology is amazing, and it's amazing to help not only with power and performance, but it's also amazing to help with emissions and whatnot.
Do you also remanufacture or rebuild those rail systems if there's an issue with those?
We don't really. I mean, we do actually. Yeah, we do offer, if somebody does have an issue, they can send their lines and rail and all that stuff into us, and we go through all that stuff as well.
Okay.
Make sure that we've got that whole fuel system is clean. We offer what's called the disaster kit. The late model trucks, they have an issue with their actual manufactured pump that's in one of those late model trucks, and when it blows up, it takes the injectors and rails and lines and everything out, and So we actually have a few kits for the different designed trucks that come with the rails, the lines, everything.
The complete package that you need to get you back on the road. And
so are you a one location facility, or do you have multiple locations?
Have multiple locations. We all work together as one. We're not like stores necessarily, but yeah, we do have a few different locations, but we're all centrally located in Utah.
Okay.
Yeah. But we do have different, like I mentioned before, dealers and distributors around the country that can help and support with our products.
That do stock our products.
Yeah, they stock our products. You can get our products from. Without these dealers and distributors of ours, that's an important network and an important value to not only us but to our customers and people who are looking for our product.
Okay, so don't color me stupid, but so industrial, you're kind of like a brand, an actual brand of product?
Yeah.
Essentially?
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have our own T-shirts.
I'm figuring it out. Well, it's already Friday afternoon, so we got one more big day coming up. I'm thinking it's probably going to be gangbusters tomorrow. The weather's looking good and everything, so are you anticipating a good crowd here?
Yeah, we've had a great outpouring of people coming to the booth and support, and it's been crazy. Yeah, I think that people's eyes are kind of being open to what it is that industrial is all about. What we're really about, where our core business is, and it's not just the pickup truck world. It's all of it.
Well, I'm being introduced for the first time now. I mean, I'm trying to figuring out what kind of questions you ask. I hope I'm not stupid coming in. Trying to figure out what these are. So I'm learning it's kind of a brand of its own, industrial injection. So if people need some assistance, your website is
industrialinjection.com. We have our Facebook, which is Industrial Injection. We have iiDiesel, which is our Instagram, and we have our YouTube, which is Industrial Injection. And you'll find a lot of fun stuff on our YouTube page. We get to go out and do some cool stuff. And we also offer a lot of tech help on our YouTube channel as well.
Very good. So a lot of things you can help with. And I'm looking at the website. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbos, engines, EcoBoost. You got all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, anything I've neglected to ask that you'd like to add in? Or?
Appreciate it. I appreciate you having us on for sure.
And I try to give an opportunity to get it all out there, what you need to tell the folks.
I think we got it out there. I think we put a pretty good dent in it anyway.
Come by the booth and
come
check
by
it out.
Island
come say hi to Steve Darnell. He's there. Come get an autograph.
Are you mixing pina coladas or?
Maybe tomorrow we'll have some margaritas.
I think in happy hour about 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
what do you
4
think?
o'clock tomorrow.
That sounds about right. The show ends at 4 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Let's go somewhere.
There you go.
For sure.
All right. Thank you much, gentlemen.
Much.
My pleasure. And we'll be back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here, a few minutes away, we'll be getting a news break. And, tonight is the free concert. Tony Justice, who has become one of the most talked about independent artists in country music. Over 100,000 albums sold. Been featured in many trucking magazine publications. Of course, he's opened several previous times here in Louisville for numerous other artists. He's still a full-time truck driver out there doing his thing, making a living driving a truck. Kind of started out here performing on the back of a flatbed here out in the parking lot years ago. So Tony, we opened up for the Steel Woods. I know a lot of folks saying I've never heard of them. A country rock band from Nashville, obviously. The band cited influences to their music, anything from Willie and Waylon to Led Zeppelin. So that's kind of a diverse mix. That's country rock, as you would call it, that they'll be performing this evening. They've been on tour. Now, if you've been to some other big-name concerts, they've toured with the likes of Lynyrd Skynyrd, Dwight Yoakam, Cody Jinks, Jamie Johnson, Miranda Lambert, Blackberry Smoke, which is, I would consider that another kind of a country rock band, led by Wes Bayliss, who's the guitarist, lead vocalist, and co-founder. These guys have poured their heart and soul, and this is actually their fourth album, On Our Time. They cited it as a record that reflects their resilience, their growth, but album number 4, so obviously they've been around for a few years. That'll be tonight at Freedom Hall here in Louisville. Let's see. Concert time is 7 o'clock this evening. And thanks to the folks at the Bennett family of companies, because they're the one footing the bill to put on the show here tonight at our Hot Shot Secret booth, which we've got here just about another hour and a half active today. And then we'll come back for another full day Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. You got the Mid-America Truck Show bundle special. Wow, supplies. Last we've got the 4-ounce, which is actually the 8-ounce, I was told. 8-ounce. 3 samples of everyday diesel treatment. That's enough to treat 200 gallons of diesel fuel. We're at booth 12036. Why would you give away a free sample of anything? Well, it's because we feel like once you put that 8 ounces of everyday diesel treatment and try the product for the first time, you will, with that first treatment, you will notice and feel the difference, and you'll come back for more. You'll say, I've got to have that every time. And, of course, all the products in the lineup here at the Mid-America Truck Show, 30% off everything. Fuel additives, oil additives, your coolants, the spray lubricants. It's one of the, who was it earlier that mentioned, you've got gun oil? Everything is 30% off. And if you'd like to become an authorized Hot Shot Secret dealer, or you've got a fleet, they have a special deal for fleets. They can explain all how that works. But if you become a fleet member, you'll save a boatload of money, ton of money. So again, that's the Hot Shot Secret booth, 12036. I'll take care of a news break here and come back with more right after this. Round and third, headed for home, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Mid-America Truck Show.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. New York's Democratic Attorney General ready to seize some of Donald Trump's properties in New York if he doesn't come up with a large amount of bond money by Monday. USA's Laura Winters reports.
New York Attorney General Letitia James taking the first step towards seizing some of Donald Trump's assets if he can't meet Monday's deadline to post his $464 million bond in order to appeal his civil fraud judgment. James filing documents to lay the groundwork to take over Trump's golf course and a large estate he owns in Westchester County, New York.
The latest draft resolution from the United Nations Security Council calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. negotiated the language of the proposed resolution, which at first draft contained a clause that along with the ceasefire, Hamas would release hostages. The second draft, however, did not contain that stipulation. The U.S. is hoping the Security Council votes on it today. An Alabama woman who lied about her kidnapping has been ordered to pay nearly $18,000 in restitution and sentenced to probation. Carly Russell was charged with 2 misdemeanors for making false statements to police in July. She told police that she had been kidnapped after going missing for 2 days, then eventually admitted to police through her attorney that there was no kidnapping and she made the whole thing up. Her disappearance set off a nationwide search involving local and federal law enforcement. She pled not guilty in October to false reporting to law enforcement authorities and falsely reporting an incident. This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-559-4185. 800-559-4185. 800-559-4185. That's 800-559-4185.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has signed off on legislation that will protect songwriters, performers, and other music industry professionals against the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. This makes Tennessee the first state in the U.S. to enact such measures. Supporters say the goal is to ensure that AI tools cannot replicate an artist's voice without their consent. The bill goes into effect July 1st. Well, this busted a lot of brackets. 14 seed Oakland took down 3rd seed Kentucky in the NCAA tournament. The Wildcats haven't been able to get past the tourney's first weekend since 2019. The final score for the Golden Grizzlies over the Wildcats, 80-76. Thanks to Trey Townsend, who put Oakland up 4 with a final free throw. United Airlines now letting people share miles. United announcing that if you don't have enough points for that free flight, but a friend or family member does, they can share their points with you. The person with all the points must be over 18, can set up an account with the Mileage Plus program, and add up to 4 other people of any age. Everyone, though, must have their own United Frequent Flyer account. JetBlue, Spirit, and Frontier Airlines already offer pooling, with the rules varying a bit from one airline to another. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll cue the microphone there and come back live. Louisville, Kentucky. Here we are at the Mid-America Truck Show. And my next guest, Mindy sent, I didn't get your name. I'm sorry, I got to turn your microphone on. There you go. I did.
Okay, perfect.
Hi there.
My name is Juan Uribe. I'm the sales director for Hangsuki Japan Tires.
Hangsuki Japan Tires.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're at the Mid-America Commercial Tires, right?
That's right.
Tire talk. It's everybody's favorite.
Everybody got to use some tires, man. It's the backbone of this country.
And they go through them way too fast, I think. And
yes, if it's
a very costly thing as well. When tires these days,
yes,
up and away. So
yeah, the problem, in the last 2 years of the industry was the freights went up really high during COVID, and then now we're moved all of our production from China to Cambodia with Kumho Tires. So we have a brand new $400 million production plant over there. So the good thing is we're trying to keep costs low. Mm-hmm. And how are we doing that? We moved away from the countries that are getting anti-dumping and tariffs, such as Thailand, China. Thailand right now is 35% of the U.S. market in TBR, in commercial tires, and they're getting 48% tax. So us being away is helping, keep costs low and still have tires in the American market.
So it says here, Japanese technology.
Correct.
What kind of explain that to me if you can?
Okay, all of the engineers that work for Hangsuki are from Japan, and they help us do our own intellectual property designs. So you won't find none of our designs in any other tires. So we were able to patent and trademark to put Japan on our tires for all the technology that we have. So before that, we were made in Pirelli in China with Aeolus. So now it's with Kumho Tires. So we have, we bring a lot of value to big plants with all of our own IP.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of different choices out there. When you say you've patented design,
correct,
is that like tread design?
Tread design, yes.
Okay. So some treads are good on, asphalt. Some treads are good for trash hauling operations that are going to be in a lot of debris and possible nails and things.
Correct. We have a specific tread for Texas, which is our cut chip compound design. It's a zigzag, and that one's really good to prevent nails, going inside the tire, and it's cut chip resistant. So the whole point is, to be in Midland and Odessa, you can't use a straight rib all position tire, otherwise you're going to be picking up nails and you're going to be changing tires every other week. So that's some of our good compounds that we have in our tires.
And I mean, you've got softer compounds for a more comfortable ride. You've got the firmer compounds for longevity. Is that
correct? But we try to do is one compound that fits all in our closed shoulder design. and our open shoulder. I do a lot of fleet programs. I sold about 600 tires to Pitt, Ohio. It's in the top 40th fleet in the United States.
I'm familiar with them, yeah.
And they were very worried, changing from Michelin to Hengsugi because of retaining the driver. And they were like, Juan, we believe your tire is good. The problem is the driver. We don't know if the comfort is going to be the same, the wet grip, the snow grip. And I told them all of our compounds it's not going to be a difference, only mileage. So the value proposition we tell big fleets is, look, you have Michelin at $550, we're half the price, but we last 75% of a Michelin. And it's a good value, because if you do 550 times 8 times 1,000 trucks, that's a lot of millions of dollars on the ground.
Yeah.
And then when you do 230, 240 times 8 times 1,000 trucks, it's a few $1 million less, but you're getting the same comfort, wet grip, and snow grip.
Longevity is always a question. Are these going to let... Some people say you get what you pay for. Are my tires going to be as reliable and last as long?
Yes. As I said, when you pay for a Michelin, you're paying $550. With us, you're paying half, but you're getting 75% of the mileage of a Michelin. So let's say
75%.
Let's say a Michelin gives you 100,000 miles. We'll give you 75,000 miles.
Okay.
But, for fleets, they're really worried about is the drivers always drive a little bit off, and they might pop a tire or two on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So they lose $550 if they're driving with the Michelin. They lose a $240, $250 with us. So there's a lot of value that we give to the fleets in our fleet program to make a very solid value proposition, and that's how I got in the top 50 fleets of the United States.
So, there's a lot. I'm looking at. There's a lot of different tread design, tread types. How do you help determine which type design a truck driver wants, or do they know what they want coming to you?
The truck driver always knows what they want. I'll help them, guide them to what will be the best for them. For example, we have 3 different closed shoulder drives. 2 of them are excellent for long haul. One of them is excellent for regional because it has a regional compound. You cannot have a long haul compound on a regional application. Otherwise, the scrubbing of stopping, going, you're going to tear up that long haul tires made for staying cold in the heat, going through Arizona, I-10, thousands of miles nonstop. So I will tell them, hey, what are you driving? What are you going to do? This is the best fit for you.
Is there such a thing as a snow tire anymore?
Yes, that will be the XDN2 Michelin that has the open shoulder to take out the snow. We have our HS96, which is an open shoulder, closed shoulder drive, and that will help keep out all the snow. So we do have a snow tire.
Something for the mountainous terrain. You're out there in Colorado and Wyoming, and a lot of trucks constantly getting stuck. And of course, chains often have to be used.
Correct.
Yes.
So it's very important to have a snow tire in those applications. But usually our closed shoulder does a very good design in order to keep the snow out. So some people don't even change to a snow tire when they have our closed shoulder application tire, the HS68.
So where are you guys? You've got a headquarters in Florida here?
Palm Beach, Florida.
Palm Beach.
Yes, sir.
Is that where you get to work out of Palm Beach?
Yes, I get to work out of Palm Beach.
But you got to come to Louisville. How do you like these? It's not too bad up here, but you've been like 32 the last couple of mornings.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I like my 70 degrees
That's
in Florida.
I'm thinking so.
If I can stay in Florida, I would, but I have to travel all over the states, with a fleet program. So
I'm sure you're up to speed with all these requirements. California has requirements for tires to operate in their state. Do you meet up all with the standards that they require?
Every single standard. We have SmartWay on all of our tires for fuel efficiency. That's for the long haul tires. It will come into play. You actually need that certification in every single one of the long haul tires going into California. So even other states that don't have that certification, they need it in order to operate in the state.
Okay. So if I was kind of curious about purchasing some tires, are you available in retailers, or is it all you got to go directly through you? Or
well, if you're a large fleet, you can go directly with me. If you're looking for container programs, hengsugi.com. And if you're owner operator, there's a lot of different dealers that we have all over the United States. We have about 40 states that we have dealers right now.
Okay. And how do I find a retailer near me?
Go www.hanksugi.com. HANKSUGI.com.
hanksugi.com.
Yes,
so
sir.
you're here at Louisville. You have a booth set up here.
Yes,
you're
sir.
displaying. Folks can take a look at the different tread designs and things.
Of course, we're in booth 17144, right behind TA and JB Hunt.
Okay, that's in the
north
wing.
wing.
That's in the same wing we're in here. Then.
Same wing, yes,
So you're
sir.
just kind of a few aisles over, I think. Then
2 aisles over. It
Right-
took
right-
me a 2-minute walk to get
right,
here.
right around the corner. Then okay.
Yes, sir.
So have you been here before into Louisville for the truck show? Or
This is our 11th year in the show.
11. All right, so
11 years.
you've been here a time or two. So
Yeah.
what do you think? Has the crowd been pretty good today?
Yeah, it's been a good crowd.
I've been kind of confined here most of the day, so I haven't got to see much.
Yeah, well, I walked around. There's a lot of new, different, parts that I never seen before. Alignment systems. So there's always something new showing up in the show. And it's good to walk around and see.
Okay. Hey, one other question I had. A lot of times drivers who, they've got maybe the life expectancy, the 75,000 miles. Are your tires retreadable?
You can retread our tires 3 times, and we have a 7-year casing.
Okay, 7-year casing.
And if people want to know miles, I have one fleet in Florida. It's Pro Intermodal and Indian River Transportation. In the long haul and 295, 75s, they get 300,000 miles on our drives, and that's on the I-10. So
How do they make a determination on how many times or how many you can retread a tire? I know there's controversy about some people say retreads are the ones you see on the side of the road all the time, but that's not necessarily the case.
Look, there's the ones that you see down the road is probably retreads on casings that should not be retreaded, or virgin tires that don't have the long haul compound to keep the tire cool. Virgin tires, imports, cheap imports,
Yeah.
that just go, they get the heat, they can't withstand it, and they shred apart, they blow up. And the way you determine which tire is good for retreading is the belt package. We have our 3x1 belt package, and it's 0 degrees. It doesn't go all over the tires, only on the shoulders. And we make our tires really nice and wide. So our 295 drive, you're looking at a 9.25 inch tire.
Okay.
So it's very wide, and usually the cheap imports are 8 inches, and a half. So that extra half an inch or 3/4 really makes a difference in order to put that good Bandag, that good Goodyear retread. So we've been retreaded by Goodyear, Bandag, all the top retreaders without any issues.
Okay. And that's always a controversial question, and you can vouch for the fact that if it's an alligator on the highway, it's not necessarily a retreaded tire.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought the case was. Now you say, how do you 5-year warranty? How does that work?
We have the 5-year warranty goes up to 30% of the tread depth. So let's say the tire is 10-30 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the tire actually fails at 4:30 seconds. So we prorate it. So if you bought the tire at $100, we'll give you a $40 credit towards a new purchase of a tire, and we'll make it up. Usually when tires fail is in the first month or 2 of the tire life. Either they get a ball, it wasn't vulcanized correctly, or the tire the compound is messed up, and then starts chunking.
Okay.
So, but usually here in the States, I only had 2 failures out of hundreds of thousands I sold in drives. So our drives are very solid.
Okay, very, very good. All right. Premium TBR for truck and bus tires.
Correct.
All right. Well, anything you'd like to add in for folks that are coming in? You're in the North Wing here, going to be here all day tomorrow. You have any kind of specials going for the Mid-America Truck Show here?
Yeah, we got a special, and it's, we're bringing new fleets to our program, and they want to be part of the testing out of the new Kum Ho, Cambodia plant. So if you're looking to secure supply for this year, with Thailand being out of the picture, this is the time to jump on board and get a good quality manufacturer to get good supply and make sure you always stay rolling.
So you can sign people, you got like signing people up for that here?
Correct. I've already signed up almost 25 fleets here.
Wow.
We sold over 3,000 truck tires at the show already to different fleets that already knew us, and we've been out of the tire business for 2 years getting supply to leave China to Cambodia, and everybody's happy that we're back.
How about that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's a good. With Saturday yet to come, you're doing pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I can't complain.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for coming by and spending some time with us. And
thank you for having me.
Good luck on the rest of the show here.
We'll see you next year.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll return after this quick time out. We'll be back with more from the Mid-America Truck Show. I believe S&S is our final interview here on this Friday afternoon. We'll speak with them coming up right after this.
Pick up and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Where'd we leave off there? Back at it. Hey, coming up, we've got S&S. Yeah, I'm going to talk a little more about trucking. I'm thinking, I can't believe we're already heading down the home stretch on Friday. It's been kind of a long day for me, no doubt. But we got another big day coming up Saturday, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. And then it's over to Freedom Hall for the truck and tractor pulls. All right, microphone number 2, that would be you. You got audio in your ears? Get right up close to the microphone. There you go.
Got me?
Yes, sir. Your name again?
Yeah, my name is Rhett Fleming.
Rhett.
Yes, sir.
You're replacing somebody. Where's the other guy?
Luke Langelier. So he's one of the owners of SNS. Had something come up, so I was on my way through anyway. So they're like, "Hey, you're in." So they tagged me in. I'm like, "All right, let's do it."
All right, go talk about SNS. So start off by you are what is it? Common Rail Fuel Systems?
Yes, sir. Common Rail Fuel System. So basically, modern fuel systems started in 01 with the LB7 Duramax, and we do that all the way up to current day. So we're talking your 5.9 Cummins, your 6.7 Cummins, 6.7 Power Strokes, all varieties of the Duramax from LB7, LBZ, LMM, LOIs, all the different variations. Do a lot of the high horsepower stuff, but we also do a lot of reliability and durability improvements, especially on that 6.7 Power Stroke.
So what we're taking, like what would be an OEM product, and you're going to turn it into something else? Is that?
Yeah, so all the products that we manufacture in-house start life out as a Bosch unit. We use these Bosch components to build them into an SNS specification injector or CP3 pump, anything really along those lines.
So you're kind of customizing things up. Is this based on for the high performance applications?
Yes, sir. Yep. So we do percentage over injectors. So we have anything from your stock size to a 500% over stock injector. So if you want to make a lot of power, we can do that. Or if you just want to keep it, streetable, keep it stock, we can do that as well. Same with our CP3 pumps. We have the stock replacements, but we also have your stroker 10 mil, 12 mil, 14 mil stroker pumps.
Which would all sound Greek to me, but so you're given they're given that engine power to become one of these. It may be a dragster, it may be a truck,
truck pull,
pickup truck pull, or
or
the big guys like that behind me.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that guy at all or not?
I've heard the name.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So would they have something like what you're putting together on these engines?
If it's a diesel and it's common rail, yes. So I guess a good example of that would be Ryan DeBrew. Shout out Ryan DeBrew. He's here this weekend pulling the hot rod semi.
Okay.
Playing with fire. So he has our fuel systems and electronic control.
I think somebody told me yesterday that guy's running like some sort of an alcohol system or something.
Yep.
So that wouldn't be you.
That would be out of our wheelhouse. We are strictly diesel.
So you're taking you got all this racing stuff. Are you familiar with Kyle and I guess maybe the
Hot Shot guys?
Yeah.
Yep. We see them in a lot of the ODSS events, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. So we see them quite a bit at all the diesel races.
So who comes to you? Is it the engine builders or?
So we sell through a channel of dealers. So we don't sell direct just out of respect for our dealer network, but mostly we're interfacing with the general, public who want either to put bigger injectors in their vehicle, or a high pressure fuel pump in their vehicle, or they want to increase the reliability of the vehicle. Case in point, our DCR conversion pump, which is pretty much the ultimate reliability, durability improvement for the 6.7 Power Stroke.
So when you say a bigger injector, you're talking about something that's going to spit more fuel out?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And
Yep. So we basically the nozzle holes, we can ED in them, make them bigger, so you get more fuel into the cylinder, bigger bang, you go faster.
So the bigger bang, but I mean, when these engines are built, they're built to only withstand so much of a boom, right?
Correct.
So how do you put something in there that can you overkill or?
Yeah, so everything has its limits, right? So I guess we don't build engines ourselves. We're just strictly the fuel systems. But there are a lot of companies out there that build these, performance engines that can withstand the larger fuel system components.
We were talking to, was it JNC? Was it J and something?
D&J maybe, or.
It might have been, but he's the billet engines that out of the aluminum blocks or whatever.
Yep.
We were talking to him earlier, and he was kind of explaining that. I mean,
Yeah, I know there's a company here. It's actually an Indy, Freedom Racing Engines. They build a lot of those billet engines. Wagler as well built a lot of those billet engines.
So you'll take a block like that and then put your stuff on top of it?
Yep. So if the customers want to go with our fuel systems, our injectors are all pumps, they'll get their engine, and they're like, all right, I want this size injector, so we'll build that for them, and they'll throw it in there, and then they'll go out and try to make all the horsepower they can.
So you say you've got one of the tractor pull guys that are pulling your stuff tomorrow night here.
Yes, sir.
In Freedom Hall.
Yep. Ryan DeBrew, Playing with Fire. He's actually a 2-time champion in the NTPA. He's running our fuel systems. It's a C15 Caterpillar that we've actually converted to a common rail system. Started life out as a unit injection system, running QSK 60 injectors and 2 CPN 9 pumps, and that's all controlled with our Motec standalone ECU calibration system.
So is he one of the pickup truck looking pullers, the truck pull guys?
No, so his is like a legit semi. It's like a 2005 Kenworth.
Oh, so the semi pullers.
Yep. So
I got you.
So if it's common rail, we can do it. So we do a lot of the light duty stuff. We do have some of the bigger semis. A lot of guys up in Canada are running our fuel systems. On Away Raceway, they have a big race every year where they do uphill drag racing with semis like that, and it's quite a show. It's a good one to watch.
I think that there's a photograph here, and I'm thinking that bottom left. That's what the uphill?
Yeah, that's the uphill drag.
They're drag racing, but they've got what?
They've got
big time loads on the back.
Oh yeah, I don't know the exact weight. I mean, it's like 50,000 pounds, something crazy like that, and they're drag racing uphill, just ripping through gears. It's a wild time. I mean, they're lifting front tires off the ground.
When you're looking at the torque that these guys are producing, so to become a truck that's going to lift like that, they're getting a lot more fuel into that engine than a stock engine would. A stock would never do that.
Oh,
right?
no, yeah, their injectors they're massive. They are big. Lots of fuel in the cylinder at one time.
Yeah. So, how about in the you work with like the Outlaw Diesel Super Series guys?
Yes, sir.
Some of the diesel drag racers.
Yep. A lot of the diesel drag racers we work with. A lot of them are running our oversized injectors as well as the stroker pumps.
Okay.
And the ODSS.
So what do you got going on here at Louisville this weekend? You got a booth over here, and
we don't have a booth. I was actually doing some product training for a dealer down this area. I was swinging through, and Luke had something going on, so he's like, "Hey, swing on by. Say
hello, talk a little bit, tell them about what we got going on.
Get the word out about S&S."
Okay, so and are you a one location facility?
Yep. So we're actually located in Seymour, Indiana, south central Indiana, about an hour north of Louisville, hour south of Indy, right off 65.
Okay. Yep. And if people want to learn more about S&S Diesel, how do they find you? Social media, internet, all that kind of stuff?
Oh, yeah. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on Instagram. SS Fueled. It's our hashtag. You can find us online, ssdiesel.com. You go there if you're interested in fuel system parts. Of course, we got a dealer network on the website that you can search through and find somebody that works for you.
I'm looking at this LML Duramax. It's like a conversion kit.
Yes,
what are we doing with that?
Yeah, so the LML Duramax from the factory has a high-pressure fuel pump that is known to fail and cause a catastrophic failure, $15,000 in repair. So the CP4 pump is what is known to have those bottom-end failures. So what we're doing is we're taking the CP4 pump out and replacing it with a CP3, which is a much more durable, reliable, not going to leave you stranded on the side of the road pump. We have that for the LML and also the 6.7 Power Stroke.
Now, I guess if someone thinks they might have an issue arising, testing, it says you offer testing, common rail injector and pump testing. What would they come into your shop and what you can hook things up and tell them, is it working right, or you're about to fail? Or
Yep. So we have a fuel lab at our facility. We have an 8-station test bench for your Duramax injectors. We have a 6-station test bench for Cummins. Then we also have a HDA for big injectors. But we can test all those injectors, see if they're going out, give you flow values, exactly what's going on, and then we can do the same thing for high-pressure fuel pumps.
But that's the kind of thing I'd have to bring my vehicle to you to...
So you wouldn't have to bring your vehicle to them. You can ship just the injectors. So you can pull them out in your driveway or your garage, or have somebody do it at a shop, put them in a box, ship them to us, and we can test them, call you with the results, and then ship them back.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, that's pretty fascinating.
Yep.
I would have never guessed.
Yep.
So you're going to hook it up and make it look like it's actually in their vehicle or in their engine.
So the test benches, they're all in a row, like where you put the cylinder. So they're all just lined up in a row, and you hook it up like it would be. You give it, the feed, and then it's telling what it flows and everything. So it's a pretty robust system, and we're able to get a lot of data from those test stands that we have. They're highly customized.
So I'm guessing your name's probably pretty well known in the racing industry, in the racing biz. That's a tight-knit community.
It is.
Everybody knows everybody else. And
it is, yeah. In the racing world, especially the ODSS, we're very, very, I would say, established. I think it's fair to say that. And it's a very tight-knit community. I mean, a lot of people describe it as a family, and it really is. People help people, and it's a good crew to be around.
So winning is the name of the game, and so if you've got a winning race car and they're using SNS diesel and using your rail systems and whatnot, that's kind of the word of mouth that says, man, he keeps winning. So everybody's striving to get the winning combination, right?
Exactly. Yep. It's good for marketing. We'll put it that way, but it's also good to see when your customers go out there, they do well, they win. I mean, it gives you a sense of pride for sure.
Do you guys, are you just like for the high performance, or do you do anything for like the everyday?
Yep. So what really keeps the lights on is the reliability and the durability products. I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but the 6.7 Power Stroke has that CP4 pump in it from the factory.
Yeah.
And that's all Power Strokes.
So that's going to be anybody, my neighbor that has that particular truck stock, it's going to possibly have that issue?
Yep, the 6.7. So 11 to current. All 6.7 Power Strokes have the CP4 pump that is known for bottom end failures. We saw that was an issue.
Would it be recommended for them to replace, to do that rebuild kit no matter what?
So the DCR conversion
kit.
The DCR conversion is something we just released a couple weeks ago. That is basically the end-all be-all for the 6.7 Power Stroke owner. The ultimate peace of mind, you take that CP4 out, you put the Stanadyne pump, the DCR pump in with our conversion, and you don't have to worry about it. You set it and forget it. You don't have to recalibrate the truck. You don't have to do anything. It'll match exactly the stock application, and you're good to go.
Okay. I mean, I'm thinking, wouldn't that be the kind of thing that sometimes if there's an issue, they have a recall, don't they?
Yeah, and funny enough, the 19 and 20 Cummins, 6.7 Cummins came with a CP4, and there was a massive There's a massive recall on the CP4s and that.
Okay, but not the other guys.
Nope. As far as I know, there's not.
I know when it comes to recalls, the manufacturers do their best to not have to make a recall. They might issue what do they call it, a technical bulletin or something.
Right. It's like, hey, this might be a problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right. Well, man, I appreciate you taking the time to stop by. Anything I might have missed here that you would like to share with the listening audience out there?
No, I think we pretty much touched on it all. If you have any questions, you can certainly reach out to us. You can go to our website, as I said, ssdiesel.com. We got an info line. Phone number should be on our info page, so feel free to reach out, give us a call. Be happy to answer any questions. SS
Diesel, like Steve Summers. That's
yes.
You got my initials. ssdiesel.com. All right.
There you go.
All right. Well, so from here you're on. You're headed off to where? You're passing through. You say?
Yeah. So I'm headed back to home base. Headed back to SNS. Headed back to Seymour.
Seymour, Indiana.
And it's only about an hour north of here, so it's really not bad.
Not too bad of a drive.
Okay. Nope.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and tell the boss man we appreciate you having you come join us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For sure. Appreciate it, Steve.
All right. We'll be back after this. Live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We're so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.